What if the minions served Hitler during World War II?
What if during World War II, the minions picked Hitler as their evil master? Minions are compelled to serve the evilest master they can find, but they were exiled to an ice cave in the Arctic after serving Napoleon. Now, canonically, they re-emerge in 1968, conveniently...
Yeah, they do that conveniently skipping World War I and II. Shocker. Illumination Entertainment. Huh. Why did you skip the 1940s? The minions were just missing during World War II? Huh.
Skipping the 2 world wars. But what if we didn't let them off the hook that easy? What if they re-emerged in 1938 instead? How could 3 small minions change the course of history?
No way this guy's going to make an in-depth video about if the minions served Adolf Hitler.
From their...
Who did they serve in 1968 canonically? Who was the evilest person then? Gru? I gotta say that as well. We gotta take everything with a grain of salt. We're gonna lean into the fucking actual historical accuracy of canonical minions. Because, yeah, like, yeah, Pol Pot, Fidel Castro, like, the minions resurfaced in 1968, served a few people, and then went, hey, we're gonna go with Gru. In modern day, but they live on Earth, and they have history. Gru's the most evil guy. Who's the most evil person alive right now? Dude, they'd be serving, like, Kim Jong-un. They'd be serving some fucking dictator that's fucking starving their people. Like, get out of here. They're going to be serving Gru. I'm going to steal the moon. I'm going to steal the moon. Oh, really? That guy's chopping kids' heads off. Stealing the moon, chopping kids' heads off. What? What? I mean, maybe, like, are the minions looking at it at a utilitarian perspective where if Gru shrinks and steals the moon, that stops ocean tides and overall would turn into the, like, fucked rotation of Earth and kill all humans? Like, is he thinking... Are the minions going, like, in depth right now to, like, hey, if Gru steals the moon, the adverse effects of stealing the moon would result in the death of all humans? I feel like that would be, like, maybe where they're going.
Ice cave in the Arctic, the minions trekked south into Soviet territory.
Wait, what?
From their ice cave in the Arctic, the minions trekked south into Soviet territory. In St. Petersburg, they learned of Hitler from a Soviet newsreel while huddled inside a theater for warmth. The film warned of a power-hungry dictator threatening freedom and peace, the perfect traits for an evil master. When they reached Nuremberg, the minions immediately knew they were in the right place. Posters with Hitler's face on it were plastered everywhere. Swastikas were hanging from every building. The streets were packed with cheering Germans. For them? No.
Wouldn't the minions immediately just get clipped and murdered in World War II times? Because the army would just be like, who the fuck? Oh, wait, no, they're immortal. They can't die. They can't die. It's hypothetical? No, because they can't die. Minions canonically, I'm pretty sure, I don't think they reproduce. I think there's like a given number of them, but they're invincible, yeah.
They were in the middle of a military parade. The minions are quickly arrested. While in prison, they caught the attention of Heinrich Himmler. Himmler was the head of the SS and deeply obsessed with the occult. He claimed that the master race came from Atlantis and believed that SS soldiers had reincarnated warrior souls. The minions spent the next 18 months in—
He fucking believed that? Heinrich Himmler thought that the soldiers that were serving him had reincarnated souls from Atlantis. Like, I don't know which part of this is historical and which is, like, you know, panning into, we're talking about the minions here.
During Nazi experimentation and torture. After cruelty proved ineffective and vivisection impossible, attempts at communication were made. Picture cards and gestures eventually revealed the minions' mission. Himmler made a phone call. Mein Führer, he said. I believe I have found the origin of the master race. Gain the favor of their emissaries, and the war is won. Hitler is skeptical, but the evidence from the minion torture trials was indisputable. By now, the war was in full swing, and not—
Minion torture trials? What, so they started fucking, like cutting up the minions and they just had no reaction. I always assumed a minion would be like elastic. Like you could kind of punch him. You could grab a minion and squeeze it to like a compressed cube and let go, and it would just like right back to what it looked like prior. Like they can't, you can't cut it. Like their skin's impierceable. You could shoot them, nothing would happen. They're kind of like rubber creatures. Put subtitles on, hard of hearing. Okay, I'll put yes, I will put subtitles on for this video.
Nazi forces had experienced their first major defeat at the Battle of Britain. They had to exploit any possible advantage. And so, the minions became Hitler's constant companions. While living at Hitler's residence,
I mean, honestly, if we're really going into like the canonical abilities of minions, if you have the minions on your side, you physically can't lose. Like, you can't stop them. You couldn't stop a minion.
the minions were subjected to a constant stream of Nazi wartime propaganda, which they understood as movie nights. They'd get fitted for tiny uniforms, and soon literally be marching in lockstep. They deliver speeches at rallies and feel the rush of the loyal, ecstatic crowd's adoration.
I'm gonna say, though, like, aren't the minions more serving of evil masterminds that kind of have, like, idiotic ideas? Like, I'm going to destroy the sun! Not, I want to eradicate an ethnic group of people. You know? Like, I don't think the minions would really get behind the vibe of Adolf Hitler. Just off of my watching of, you know, Despicable Me 1, 2, 3. I don't think that I think they would see what's going on and then go, ugh. I don't know.
They toured the country, accompanying Hitler to demonstrations of the latest.
Stealing the moon was idiotic. Yes. That's like a kid's idea of something that's evil. Like that's the minions serve childish evil ideas. Like if you asked a 5-year-old, like, what's something really evil? They'd be like, I'm gonna eliminate soda, which would actually probably benefit society. You know, like they would say something stupid like that because it's a kid's movie and the minions are dumb, right? The 5-year-old isn't gonna be like, well, I would get rid of this group of people.
Wunderwaffen, like Heavy Gustav, the largest gun ever fired, even to this day.
They served Napoleon, true.
It shot shells the weight of 2 pickup trucks at targets over 20 miles away. It was pure catnip for the minions, who were seeing a fully mechanized superweapon for the first time. That night, the minions came to a consensus. They would contact their people and introduce them to their Fuhrer. It was during a demonstration of a futuristic jet fighter that Stuart's eye began to open. Bored with the technical details, he wandered off, away from the spotless showroom full of sycophantic Nazi scientists. He opened a door to the production line and was hit with a wave of hot, acrid air. Rows of haunted eyes looked up at him from dirty, gaunt faces. They were forced laborers, brought in from occupied territory. Stuart's heart plummeted. Was this the fate that awaited his kin? These men weren't minions, they were slaves. German guards descended on them with their cudgels, and Stuart could bear no more. He looked away. The other minions were reluctant to believe what Stuart had seen. Worse, Bob began to defend Hitler's actions. He was young, impressionable, his head full of ideas like patriotism and loyalty. Stuart begged the others to flee with him, but Bob refused, and Kevin wouldn't leave him behind. During a state dinner, Stuart slipped away and hid inside a shipping crate destined for Poland.
I can't believe I'm actually watching this right now. Like, can I say, this is like, I'm trying to get it. I'm really trying to like get my head into this verse right now. But it's like, he's sitting there going, Bob's trying to defend Hitler's ideologies, but Stuart, on the other hand, really just wants him to be a part of the team.
The next few days moved quickly. Kevin and Bob spent their days in Hitler's war room. The Nazis were planning a surprise invasion of the Soviet Union, with a secondary goal of making contact with the minions still waiting in the ice cave. They'd follow German troops as far north as Leningrad, then travel with a specialized detachment equipped to traverse the Arctic expanse. All that was needed was for Kevin to point out the ice cave on the map. He hesitated, just for a moment, but Hitler noticed. Back at Hitler's home, he invited Kevin into his study. He commended Kevin's bravery for going on this mission, which will bring the yellow Wundervolk to the forefront of the Nazi war effort.
And keep in mind, half of this conversation is right. You have Hitler trying to communicate with a fucking minion right now, and he's just going banana as a response.
Unfortunately, he says with sudden menace, Bob will not be joining you. He'll stay here, right by my side. Do you understand? Kevin understood. Bob would serve as collateral to make sure Kevin completed the mission.
Collateral for what? You can't kill Bob. They're invincible. They're like rubber. They have the gum power. You can't fucking hurt them. You can't threaten. What do you mean? What? So he's saying, oh, I'm gonna if you don't complete this mission in high school? That's fucking sick, dude. Like, they're not just introducing your team or like calling out your name. You have like a filmed edit of you. Oh my god.
Stuff.
You guys have a media team that's creating this stuff that are students here?
Yes, yeah, we're like starting to build.
And that is crazy because even if you're not athletic, but you want to be in the sports media space, this is probably also a pretty good spot to be because you could get involved in that where like any other high school you wouldn't be able to.
So we're going on year 2 of having like a student media team. We also have like a video guy and a photographer that are with.
What the fuck? This looks like the NFL headquarters. Like, I went to the NFL headquarters to film that video. Bro, this is dead ass like as high tech. We have 3 movie cameras. Who the hell is doing the talks here?
That's kind of like full time. I don't want to sound arrogant, but like there's a lot of these that just are around the school. So a lot of our teams here are successful. I mean, what is this? This is volleyball. This is state title basketball 2018. This is mostly just like tournaments and stuff. I think some of the state trophies are actually down here. So we'll step out here. This is the school side. So like everything on this side is only really.
I don't want to say I'm surprised that they don't have more players that are pro, but is this like a newer high school? Because something with facilities like this, I'm actually shocked they're not like churning NBA and NFL players. Like they said they have what, 1 or 2 NFL players and like 3 NBA players. I feel like, dude, this looks like a facility that would have like everyone.
Accessible to like athletes for the most part. Obviously you can see the football stadium over there from the window. If you want to make jewelry, you can go to the.
Bro said, look at that clock, bro. Out of everything, you're impressed by the digital clock. Ours has a battery and a fucking hand clock, dude. I'm sitting there trying to read that shit. They got all digital?
You can go to the jewelry making class. Yeah, I can't say that they offer jewelry making at my.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, is that a jewelry store?
Yeah, I can't say that they offer jewelry making at my high school, but you know, there's something for everybody here, I guess. As you keep walking,
This is just a college, bro. This is just a college with easier classes. The campus is the same. You have weird ass electives that like are very, you know, untaught at the high school level.
Branch off like to the sides. Yeah. And there's just like classroom. I mean, on both floors.
Hold on. So when you guys were freshmen, or I guess what, sophomores when you're here, did you guys get lost?
First day.
Oh, first day, for sure.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes.
First day, like I was here, the hallways were so crowded because so many people are trying to like find a way to get to class.
I avoid when the bell rings. If I gotta go somewhere, I wait like 3 minutes because I'm like, it's like New York City. Like everybody's just like paying.
We even drove in here when people were leaving. That's a lot of cars.
Yeah.
Damn, bro. I wonder what those halls be sounding like, dude. Yo, imagine at McAllen High School in 2018. That shit, yo, I guarantee you motherfuckers be like, that shit was a movie. You'd be walking in the hallways hearing this. Lucid Dreams. Coming out of 9 different speakers.
Yeah.
As we head downstairs, this cafeteria is
Mo Bamba. Holy fuck, dude. Holy fuck.
what shocked me the most on this campus. Instead of your milk and stale pizza like most schools have, this place has real restaurants, including an on-campus Subway. Like, what? But somehow this still...
I'm not going to call Subway a restaurant, but they have an espresso machine. What? They have an espresso maker. Yeah, this is literally just a college dining hall.
But somehow this still isn't even the craziest part.
So this is the cafeteria. We have A lunch, B lunch, C lunch, and D lunch. We have so many people, so everybody can't fit at lunch at the same time. You can eat anywhere. We have like almost a dozen restaurants you can choose from. Subway, Pizza Hut.
So you're a public school and you have
Pizza Hut.
Subway in your cafeteria?
Yes, we have Subway, and it's pretty good too, actually.
All right, let's just go look. What the? It's like a mall cafeteria.
And again, you notice the amount of tables that are not being used right now. Elections.
Subway, Pizza Hut. Is that Mexican over there?
Cactus, burger joint. Oh, what's this one? Is this panini?
Yeah, this is like fried chicken.
Fried chicken.
What's your go-to?
My go-to Subway, or I get some fried chicken, or I get some. It's like a Panda Express.
Walk up to the Subway. Let me get some olives. Let me get more olives. Why don't you put some shredded lettuce on that?
This is wild. I love the lighting. Make it feel a lot bigger than it actually is.
And there you go. Never mind. Walk away.
100%. It's kind of like my house that I'm trying to get right now. We're trying to go for the high ceilings. It makes it
Big
feel.
Texas houses, man. Come on now.
Oh my gosh.
Where to next?
What are they called? Mopeds, right?
Oh my God.
Our security guards like Segways. They ride
They got Paul Blart in this motherfucker.
around on these things. We have like 15, 20. This place is secure. We feel very safe here. Hey, there's a little mini Tuffy right here. One of our
Well, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, they should have like TSA for motherfuckers to get in here, dude.
mascot just casually walking through the hallway. This is kind of cool. Like, I don't know, this kind of shows you like, I would say the school spirit here is pretty high. If you've ever seen a pep rally or a video of like some of that stuff that went viral, like, I mean, we packed the gym, 6,000, 7,000 students. Faculties, pep rallies here are a pretty big deal, big part of our community. Sports are a pretty big part of our community. Obviously with football being excellent, wrestling, every program here is top notch, so.
What do you think? What are you guys doing as like a basketball program? Because obviously football's won all the state championships, you know, huge pedigree of NFL players. What are you guys doing as a basketball program to kind of keep pace and try to get to that level that they're doing?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this, you know, just being in our second, third year going in now, like, we're trying to build it. I mean, they won state.
Yo, there's one kid here that sells mad drugs. I was just thinking about that shit. Somebody said premium vape detectors. Bro, when you said that, in my head, I was like, yo, there's one kid that just deals crazy drugs here.
Championship here in 2018, had some great players come through, but no.
7,000
What they've been able to do in football, like, we're definitely trying to get.
You're sitting in class and Channing Tatum sitting next to you. He's like, yo, you know where I could get some meth? What?
To that level. I mean, going to the national championship this year.
Dude, you're like 40. Shh.
Get to state Texas was definitely a big step for our program. I'm just trying to be more of a nationally prominent name in the basketball world is, you know, kind of our goal. In Texas, I mean, you got Duncanville, like, that's what most people think of when they think of Dallas basketball. You got Faith Family, Dynamic Prep. There's a lot of good basketball here, and we just want to be in that conversation of one of the top schools in the country year in and year out. We do have our own, like, campus store, so they can buy merchandise.
Just get some 7'8" Ukrainian guy to just come to McAllen, bro. I mean, like, what are we doing? Dude, we're really trying to be, like, top of the squad, man. Just get some 7'2" fucking basketball player from Europe.
And things like that. Again, goes back to the branding. Like, if you leave this
Get
school,
a Lithuanian guy to come play on your team.
graduate and you don't feel a sense of pride of like being an Allen Eagle, it's kind of hard not to. I mean, you're just surrounded by people that care and love about the school. So we got graduation next week, which will be I mean, you can imagine how long graduation is here. From A to Z, it's gonna take a little while.
You do it all one day?
Yo, I left my shit after they called my name, bro. They said, please don't leave after they, not in high school, in college. In college, they're like, stay till the end. They try to wave you on. You shake their hand, they go, Joe Bartolozzi. Shake their hand, they're like, oh, this way. I go, oh no, I gotta pee. I just fucking walk out of there. Thanks for the diploma. Huh. What am I gonna stand there and watch? Like, cause this is the way that I'm thinking about it. Number one, I got places to be, right? When I graduated, I went and ate at fucking PF Chang's. Had to get the lettuce wrap, okay? It was crazy. I was hungry as fuck. Number two, I had an Airbnb reservation because I was gonna get hammered that night. Number three, I don't know anyone in my class. And number four, if their last name started with a B, I know their ass would leave before me. So let's get out of here. Their last name's Zarofsky. Oh, you're not gonna fucking stay? No.
Yes.
In the gym?
Yes, and they have fireworks and a drone show.
In the gym?
No. It's in the it's at the football stadium. So yeah, this is kind of cool. This is our newsroom. This is where we do a student news show every day. It airs on everyone's TVs in every class. It's like a 5-6 minute deal where they give sports updates, school updates in general, which is pretty cool. I mean, it just automatically shows up on everyone's TV at the same time. So,
These are some state-of-the-art camera equipment here, man.
yeah, it's super big time. As we kind of grow our student media team, like this is what I'm trying to tap into too, is because we have a lot of talented kids here. It's such a big school, but like there's programs like this that as a basketball program, like we can partner with and collaborate with.
How are we still inside?
You're still in the high
It
school.
just keeps getting bigger.
This is called the PAC, or the Performing Arts Center, right? If you go through those doors, that's like our auditorium, like huge, kind of where we do meetings and stuff. This is our store. I guess it looks like it's closed right now, but this is where they sell like hoodies and hats and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, this is our culinary kitchen. We have a student-run restaurant here called the Blue Cafe, which is right around this corner. There's a
Yeah, I got food poisoning at the Blue Cafe.
chef here. He teaches the class, but they're selling, they're like, as a teacher, you can come here any day and buy lunch. I guess it's after hours right now, so they're shut down, but it's a restaurant. So you can go in there, you can sit down, they'll take your order, like pretty crazy.
That newsroom's nuts. It's like full-scale Oscar level. Oh look, speaking of that, there's a Grammy.
Oh, someone got a Grammy here?
Allen High School, the Grammy Foundation, 2011. All right, add it to the list. There's a Grammy. That's super cool.
Any other things
What? Somebody got a Grammy in high school here?
I should be mentioning about our fine arts department?
Well, they've got the largest band in the world.
Yes, that.
Band in the world.
In the world?
Yeah. When there's football
High school,
games,
I'm
the
guessing.
band itself is, I think, 600-700. Then of course they've
600-700?
got, yeah. Then when
6 or
that was a good one. 700 students on the fucking band team, bro. They probably got 100 people playing the triangle.
6.
you got to add in, also they've got the
You have 700 students. That's 10% of their student population. That means 1 in 10 kids are in band.
color guard and talent. When you include all of them, it may get up. I don't remember if it gets over 700 or 800, but it's
Wow.
It pretty much fills the whole field. It's almost hard to march. There's so many of them. I swear.
So when you guys do like tryouts for high school, how many kids are at tryouts?
Crowds here are pretty tough. I mean, you got to cut a lot of really good kids. You might get 150 kids that show up for a junior varsity tryout. Oh, we have a bank in the school. We do have a bank as well.
Bro, 150 trying out for JV. You're a 5'6" wide receiver that hasn't hit his growth spurt yet.
So for our senior right here, you can actually apply for a
Wait, what do you mean a bank? They have a bank?
scholarship if he opens an account with us. For all my sophomores here,
Oh, hell no. You can get a scholarship, potential scholarship if I open a bank account. Oh, fuck off.
so for our senior right here, you can actually apply for a scholarship if he opens an account with us. For all my sophomores here, we actually have paper grades, so I'm sure you guys have good grades, right?
Paper grades?
Yeah, paper grades. Basically, for every A you make on your report card, we can give you $25, and for every B you make, we give you $5.
Can I open a bank?
It's now sounding a little bit more enticing. Every A grade you get $25 per semester. Dude, you're in like 8 classes.
Account here?
You actually can. So all staff and students get a free account for, they get a free account because they work here.
Employees, yeah.
Also you are students here. So.
This campus truly is absolutely insane. But across the street is where things get really crazy. Outside of their track team's own field and facility, the dozen tennis courts on campus, and the massive baseball fields you see, Allen football is truly the heartbeat of this city, and it sells out nearly every single game. Now fans line up hours before kickoff on Friday nights and tail.
Yo, on God, if I was head QB of McAllen High School, I would so take fucking money to dive that game, bro. If I was the head of McAllen football and I was the QB, I'd be like, bro, give me 10 racks and I'll fucking throw this game. I know that's illegal too. I'd be like, yo, I don't give a fuck. There would be some dad that would be like, yo, dude, I'll slide you 10K, man. I'll get you into Yale.
Get in the parking lot like this is a college game. Eagle Stadium is bigger than most division.
Dude, tailgating a high school football game?
1 programs and can hold nearly 22,000 people, including standing room.
I get rowdy drunk. I just start screaming at one kid on the bench.
You fucking suck! You fucking suck!
You think you're gonna go somewhere with that fucking Army piece of shit? You're fucking third string, buddy.
The school's previous
You're not playing.
stadium was actually built in 1976, but Allen was growing so fast and the games kept selling out that the school was forced to bring in standing bleachers for each game. Now this was expensive and costed nearly $250,000 a season, so they said screw it and decided to build a new one. All in all, adjusting for inflation, this glorious stadium cost nearly $82 million. And while everything around it in this entire
Where's the money coming from, bro? What?
complex is what truly makes it so special.
At the football field now, what is the building that we're about to walk into right now?
Yeah, this is like facilities.
It's like training here as well. If it's like raining or it's like the weather's not good for you, you can come in here. It's like a smaller mini football field in here. And like, yeah, people just be
They
going
have an indoor football field.
in here and just work out.
Let's check it out, man. Let's see what we
do it.
got. Oh boy.
More of these. Someone went to the Super Bowl. A couple guys. Yeah, Kyler Murray's kind of the most well-known guy. Yeah, he's decent at football.
Kyler Murray, the best high school athlete of all time. I think he is. Let me know.
So indoor, you can tell it's kind of got that like 90s vibe almost.
Oh, it's gritty
You know what
in
I mean?
here.
Isn't it?
Pads are shaking in here.
Look at like the
Bro, this is like I was saying, oh, this is college level. This is like bigger than college. Like most college campuses would never have this amount of equipment.
wall art, doesn't it? It's like
Man,
they logos.
that's what you need in football is that little bit of grit to
Yeah.
kind of push you over the edge.
It can't all be sweet, you know what I mean? Even though
Football,
it is.
you gotta be tough a little bit. You gotta be backing around.
Another weight room.
Yeah, it's always
Another weight room. Wow. So how many weight rooms is this now?
Somebody said holy cartel money. So where do you get all the money for this? Oh, dude, the new Jalisco cartel actually sponsored. I'd be like,
Dude, I think we have 4, and there's another one underneath the stadium, which is like 3 times this size.
Underneath here?
Underneath the stadium, over there.
By 3 times. That's crazy.
I mean, bro, some of those cartels actually have so much money that they probably could fund like 10 of these.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Billions of dollars.
Yeah, we lift a lot of weights. See if we can go down here.
Dude, what in the world? This is
Most protected school, also a little scary. Imagine a cartel funded this high school and you're and the leader of the cartel's just in the stands. State finals, you throw an interception. You get sad, you look to your right, you just get handed a note. You don't want to read the note.
nuts, bro. I played in a lot of cool places in college. My first ever college game was at Boston College. It's my first start. We played against A.J. Dillon. Don't look at the stats, not pretty tight for the Staters, but this is a nicer stadium than Boston College had. And this is a high school, let alone a public school. It's nuts. As you come to Texas and you're driving around here, like, this is
97% graduation rate, 90% college enrollment. Ranked number 34 best college prep high school in Texas. 76 in STEM.
the only
So they're more athletics than education.
massive high school stadium you see, right? And Allen in particular is probably the most glorious, biggest one that I've seen by maybe.
It's not McAllen, it's Allen. It sounds like it should be McAllen, no? Am I wrong? Allen High School, it should just be McAllen. McAllen sounds better. I'm going to call it McAllen.
Ever, but where does like the funding come in the state of Texas for giant facilities like this at the high school level, especially a public school?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I think a lot of it actually the community. You know, when you talk about bonds getting passed to
I said that shit. They were getting, do they get donations?
help develop facilities like this, it takes a community that wants it in the first place. But the sheer size of the school also kind of demands there to be one of this size, because when you have that amount of people that actually want to come to the game, you kind of need.
So I think that just speaks to, like, you know, you build a facility like
Well, do they have ticket sales? Because I'm assuming they're probably making a pretty good fucking amount of money.
this. People are coming to be here because they want to watch the sport. It's so embedded in what you guys do down here in Texas.
100%. Yeah, everyone says football's religion here. You feel it. Like, you feel it on game day. It's a big deal. Everyone in the community comes out. Friday Night Lights, you know, gets its name for places like this.
Listen, I'm Florida for life, but we don't We don't got things like this down there, I can't say. So this one's hurting me in the heart right now, man.
It's all good. We know Texas is better, but it's all good.
All right, chill. Yeah, no, this is crazy, bro. Let's go check out this weight room.
There's always that distinct football.
Like, I respect people repping their state like that, but like, I'm not gonna be like, yeah, bro, like I can't really like glaze this or anything because like,
That football
you know, like I'm New Jersey born and raised. I gotta be.
locker room, football weight room
Very
smell.
distinct smell. Even then when there's no pads, it all
can't-
smells the same.
You can almost taste it.
New Jersey stinks at everything. That's interesting. New Jersey in the U.S. frequently places #1 through pre-K through 12 due to its high test scores, high graduation rate, and strong preschool enrollment. While some rankings like Wallet Hub place the overall in top 3 to 4, New Jersey consistently ranks as #1 for overall education. Interesting.
It's like, it just tastes like football in here.
Got the benches. I'm sure there's some big time weight being moved down here. Oh wait, we got the top weight right here. Current top 11 squat 490, bench 340 in high school. I can do that right now. Somebody ran a 437 last May. You guys be hitting this in here?
They had you standing over there like this. That's how you
Just running in.
push those backwards and running into it and push it all the way up there. And if you hit the thing, you get some kind of.
It goes ding, you get like a stuffed animal.
It's like a carnival ride. Let's see. No, the hat. Come on. I think that's as far as it.
You know them Florida boys would probably rip the hinges off this machine. You know them Florida boys would probably fucking just pick this machine up and throw it through a wall.
Inside foot.
Still got it.
As we finish up our tour, I really got the sense that
I'd be sitting there trying to push that shit.
here in Texas, sports just mean more. I mean, you hear it all the time, but everywhere you go, you see reminders of their success and what makes this place so different. That obsession for sports greatness seems to carry over too. I mean, Allen is one of the best academic schools in the nation and prides himself on all-around success. There is a reason that their graduates keep coming back to campus to help out. Now, as for their basketball team, it's really only up from here, because one thing I know about Allen is this place breeds winners.
It is McAllen. Oh, it's Allen High School in McAllen, Texas.
So it's only a matter of time before Allen Hoops explodes.
That's the tour here at Texas's largest high school. We've seen not even close to all of it. Want to say thank.
That was a really good fucking video, I'm not gonna lie. All hail Cullen. Never heard of the YouTuber before. Great video, though. Basically a uni. Yeah, that's what I was saying from the start. I think it's basically just like a higher tier college, almost. In terms of, like, facility. Tough crowd. Does the worst bit ever after the rhino pill?
Challenge accepted.
Oh my god, nobody's laughing.
That was not fun at all. You know what this
You didn't have to do that. What is that a part of the experiment? You just made yourself go do stand-up.
second worst feeling in the world is? Standing on stage and having a crowd of people laugh at you. You know what the worst feeling in the world is? Standing on stage and having no one laugh at you. Oh my gosh. I didn't even get to talk to my friends. Hardly any of them were there. I kept asking people if they wanted to try my sketchy Chinese pill, and they all...
Oh my god, this guy at a bar walks up to me and is like, you wanna eat this? See, now that'd be kind of scary. This dude just pulls up to you at a dive bar on like a fucking Thursday. He's like, you want to take this fucking wolf pill with me? I just popped one 30 minutes ago. No, I think I'll pass.
all said no. They looked at me like I was crazy. Like, I just want a friend to try funny pills with, and none of them would do it. They were just like, oh, that's weird. I asked one guy, and then I asked the second guy, and then the first guy saw me asking the second guy, and he's like, did he just ask you? And he's like, yeah. He's like, you gotta stop doing that. It's weird. I was like, oh my god.
He's just walking to every guy at the bar being like, you want to take this wolf pill? Yo, there's no way. And then everybody at the bar knows who he is.
Oh, stop. Like, a guy can't have hobbies? Like, what the heck? Then I got on stage and it just wasn't funny at all. And the pill didn't do anything. I don't even care enough to take my blood pressure. I mean, I will here
It
just
didn't do anything.
for scientific purposes, but it did absolutely nothing. I'm just really grumpy and upset because I just wasted a whole evening, wasted a whole day, really.
Give it another 45 minutes. It's gonna invigorate your yang soon.
Expecting so much out of this pill. I wasn't
It's gonna activate your chi.
even hungry. I couldn't even eat good food when I was there. Like, literally nothing interesting happened at all. Stupid pill. Getting everybody's hopes up. 130 over 79, 106 heart
It dropped his blood pressure.
rate. Yeah, it was a dud. It was a scam. I got scammed out of $20, man. Oh my gosh. Like, what's wrong with the world, dude? Like, a guy can't even have fun anymore. Well, hopefully the next one's more.
Why is he so bummed out? He really wanted that pill to work. Bro, what was the ideal high that you would have had from that? You wouldn't even have felt anything. It would have just made you hard. Like, what?
More fun. This one, major thumbs down.
Major thumbs down. What else is this guy taking? Oh my God. Exploring the world of animal medications? Is he just taking pills he's finding at Tractor Supply? This is insane. Best antidepressant according to a licensed pharmacist. I mean, that's like an informative video. The Chinese pain pill. Oh, I've clicked on this one. Pharmacist tries 2 honey packs. This was the result. I feel like I remember seeing this. Takes gas station pills, freaks out, then calls the courthouse. Yo.
What the
No.
heck
That's not the whole pill, right?
is this? My goodness, I've never seen something more comical before in my life. I don't even know what this is supposed to be used for, but lots of people have been recommending it to me. I'm Grant Harding. I'm a licensed pharmacist in 3 states, and I'm a drug pricing expert.
Ooh, I just added the 4th.
And I wanted to review different medications I find so that you guys can make better, more informed decisions. Rhino.
Twin pack. Extreme. 999,000.
Now, why Rhino? I immediately think of Rhino.
No headache. I'd hope not. I feel like I would be getting a brain aneurysm if I ever had one of these. If you take this, your head starts pounding.
Virus, but that would be like unethical to sell rhinovirus. Twin. What is the point of that? What is this even telling me? Am I going to have twins now? Is that what this is for?
No, it's a twin pack. It's a twin pack. There's 2.
Rhino.
It's not one rhino pill. 69.
Super long lasting. Good choice of the word super. It doesn't sound like a 12-year-old wrote that or anything. Extreme 999K. No one knows what that means. This is like the dumbest packaging I have ever seen in my life. 6'9", okay.
100% genuine product.
HQ. What does this even mean? No headache. Gee, thanks. Glad to hear that. It's got 2 very unofficial looking seals.
Is that the pill that you're taking, or is it in that capsule? I'm fast forwarding.
And this is the weirdest part. I don't even know if you can read this. 1 capsule up to 9 days. What chemical lasts 9 days? That is such an arbitrary unit of time. I have no idea what this is. I don't even know why people wanted me to review it.
Meth. It's just a tablet of meth.
I'm not impressed, and I hate this packaging.
Joe really wants to see a boner? No, I want to see. I've never seen a guy take a rhino pill.
Like, it literally has this image of a rhino, and then has the same one right here. Like, this, again, did a 12-year-old design this? Like, I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, there's a lot of words on the back.
Let's flip around to the back. Again, 1 capsule up to 9 days.
Wow, I need to read these. Hold up. Maximize the time of intercourse. Free the premature ejaculation. Better ejaculation control. No limits. Maximate volume of ejaculate. Amazing increase in thickness. This is disgusting.
How are they coming to that? This is the I've ever seen in my life.
Doctor designed. Doubt it.
Right now. Not something I want to be doing. All right. Maximize the time up. This is supposed to be. Diet enhancement. Like, it's
All
just.
right, let's break one of them out. See what the fuss is about. Goji extract, Deng Sen extract, Attractiolites, cinnamon, Kasuda, Dangui, licorice.
And whatever you want to hear, you will
What the fuck is that?
find that Dangui is good for insert X, insert Y. These weird supplements that don't have a lot of data around them, it's just hearsay. It's just, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just anecdotal. That's the word I was looking for. So I see that there's a lot of words here printed, but I don't see anything at all.
Yo, that shit doesn't expire for fucking 4 years.
You know what I mean? There's a lot of words on the company, and they got into some trouble from the FDA.
FDA warns consumers to avoid rhino pill enhancement products found at retailers because of undeclared and potentially dangerous drug ingredients. Now, I'm going to have the take that I don't think the Food and Drug Administration needs to put out a warning that you shouldn't take rhino pills. Like, the packaging looks like it's a product from Five Below. Does it not? That looks like you would get that at a Spencer's Wall for $3.99.
Got its own little door flaps. I kind of like that. That's kind of cute, honestly. Okay, so let's quit screwing around here and get to the... Are these suppositories? Wait, does it say?
Oh my god, you have to shove it up your ass? Stop.
Say? I mean, it technically doesn't say how you're supposed to take this, so they could be for all I know.
I guess you got to do one both ways.
Oh, okay. It's its own little case. I see. It's like a cigar case, kind of, for a pill. Seems a bit excessive, but
You're supposed to swallow that pill? That pill's huge.
I'm here for it. Very, very extra. I like that, actually. That's kind of cool. It's like a little carrying case. Like, you just carry this around. What else could I put in here? Does anyone have any ideas? What else? I might save this case and use it for something.
Cocaine.
I don't know what yet. So this is a unmarked purple pill. Not exactly the most exciting thing, but I liked that case. That case was exciting. So let's open this bad boy up and see what's
Open one, take the other.
actually inside.
It's like a green... He cracks it open. He cracks it open like a green liquid spills out and it burns through the paper plate.
There we go. Okay.
Oh,
Ooh,
no.
okay.
Same Ooh, wait. Why does that look like pellets?
Oh, all right. We got some powder.
Oh, that sounded like plastic. That pill case is would that dissolve in your stomach acid?
Wow, very nice.
Yo, you're supposed to swallow that?
So you can see all the powder in here. A little bit off-white, a little bit brownish. Let's see if I can smell it. Oh my gosh. Oh, I forgot to mention there's cinnamon bark in here. Here, you can read.
Smells like cinnamon?
I saw that on here somewhere.
Yo, surprisingly, that would make me feel better about it.
It smells
If it didn't smell like chemicals, I would feel like, oh, this is probably safe.
like cinnamon. This absolutely smells like cinnamon. Let's make some cinnamon cookies with this. How about that? Oh my gosh, I can't believe this. Wow. Given the fact that I couldn't really find a whole lot of information on all this stuff that's in here, and the fact that they got in trouble by the FDA, first of all, I'm not taking this.
Oh, come on! Oh, you fucking kidding me?
Second of all, doesn't mean I can't ask someone else to.
Yo, this guy's a psycho.
Well, it's a couple days later, and
It's a couple days later. Bar hopped last night. Was asking a bunch of people to take the rhino pill.
none of my friends came through. The first one I asked immediately questioned the safety, and I told him we would just find out together.
Want to try some of these on camera with me? Is that a honey pack and a rhino pill? I'll have my ass off. I don't know. I'm scared, but kinda. What if I told you you'd be under the supervision of a licensed pharmacist in 3 states? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, I don't know if this guy's actually a licensed pharmacist.
He didn't seem impressed by that answer. A second one told me they would take it, but whenever I brought it to them in real life, they told me,
Ooh, what's the hornet pill? Feel the sting?
and I quote, I'm already on the real stuff, and I don't want that to mess with me. Later, at a comedy bar I have my bi-monthly residency at, I asked one of the patrons if they would try it and let me film them, and they laughed for 45 minutes straight and then walked around to the entire bar and told every single person that I had just asked them to take a rhino pill and let me film it. I followed up with them the next day. They said they were still considering it. So here we go.
Oh my God, he's gonna take it?
For science. Mystery pill out of its little container. Can't believe I'm doing this. Well, let's hope that was safe and effective. No, I'm just kidding. It's been about an hour, and I don't feel anything yet. So I guess we'll check back in a little bit here. It's been probably about 4 hours now, and I went to the gym, and I didn't feel any different in the gym at all. Came home, I was super tired, and I took a really long nap, like a 1 hour long nap, and now I'm just reading a book, and it was
Reading a book. You're reading the Bible after you took a rhino pill.
like this whole experience was just a bunch of nothingness. It does absolutely nothing. This is a scam. This is junk.
Bros, and they're charging like $20 for that shit? That's insane. Taking a rhino pill and reading the Bible is top tier comedy. Larger, harder, stronger. I don't even know what that means. Work ethic. I love how he constantly talks like mom could barge into his room at any time. He's always whispering. Crash Out's got licensed pharmacists in 3 states and one of the other country's leading drug price experts to get zooted on a rhino pill. Anything's a suppository if you try hard enough. Oh, God. Count me down 30 seconds. I'm going to piss, then we're going to hop. Bob's going to get it. Bob's going to get what?
Meanwhile, Stuart came out of his crate and into a nightmare. The Warsaw Ghetto saw nearly 500,000 Jews crammed into an area hardly bigger than 1 square mile. Nazis distributed less than 200 calories per day, with the intention of creating mass starvation. Most of the food was smuggled, and this was how Stuart proved his loyalty to the Jewish resistance. When the true purpose of the Nazi resettlement program became clear, the resistance prepared for battle. Soon, Stuart was smuggling more than food. Weapons, fuel, anything that could help the resistance. He became known as the Yellow Golem, after the tireless servant.
He could just kill Hitler! What the fuck are we talking about? This guy made an entire fucking movie. Bro, he's literally right next to him at all times. He could just fucking shoot him. What do you mean? He's like inadvertently like he's doing like all smuggling and helping people. Bro, just fucking kill him.
When SS forces entered the ghetto, they were prepared. Victory was impossible, but at least this way they could go out on their own terms. In the ensuing uprising, Stuart led an effort that smuggled dozens of civilians to safety, then threw himself into battle. He burned out a German tank with just gasoline and a cigar. But in the end, the Nazis razed the ghetto to the ground. Stuart was ready to die with his fellow partisans, but at the last possible moment he was smuggled out, and into the hands of American intelligence. Now at Leningrad, long-range air...
The American intelligence chloroformed fucking Stuart. What, and brought him to Alamo to help build the nuclear bomb? Where is this story going? Where's this story going? He's gonna go meet Oppenheimer?
Craft with skis were prepared for their one-way mission. Kevin noticed weapons being loaded, and explosives. It was only then that he began to realize the true extent of his collaboration. And his people, his innocent, naive kin, would pay the price. He thought of Bob and felt a welling of...
Kin? They're their kids? How do they fuck? How does a minion reproduce? It's budding. We had a whole conversation about this the other day. It has to be like budding. How does a minion reproduce? Minions don't reproduce in a normal way. They're essentially immortal beings that evolved from single-cell organisms at the dawn of time, with their numbers remaining relatively consistent through history, though some theories move and movie moments like Stuart turning into a chicken and laying an egg suggest unusual asexual methods of just poofing them into existence. They don't reproduce sexually or asexually. Their numbers don't grow or shrink significantly. Well, they wouldn't grow or shrink at all. They're all male. Well, they don't have penises. Why? If they can't reproduce sexually or asexually, what is the point of them having a sex? They're just minions.
They flew until the plane's tanks were run dry. When they landed, the commandos began to cannibalize the aircraft.
How do they pee? I don't know if they eat, dude. I've only ever seen them eat bananas. I've only ever seen them eat bananas. I don't even know if they eat the bananas. I feel like they just like bananas because they're yellow. I don't like where I don't know. I need more info about minions before we go further.
The mood was grim. They had no means of return or resupply. They had to rely on the word of a minion that there would be anything at all at the location. Worse yet, a strong headwind meant they landed short. They estimated a 2 weeks trek to the cave. Kevin led them there, hating himself the whole time. He ate his last banana and thought of the absurdity
They eat bananas.
of a tropical fruit in the frozen Arctic. It took even longer than anticipated.
Kevin was pondering the absurdity of a tropical fruit in an Arctic area. Really?
Almost 4 weeks in the end. When they arrived, the commandos were half-starved. They were ready to descend on the minion village and loot it for anything edible, even minion flesh. In order to prevent mutiny, the commando leader held a gun to his second-in-command and executed him in cold blood. Kevin is sent into the ice cave alone. To be reunited with the others after all he experienced felt joyous at first, but it gave way to a deep gulf of pain and separation. The past few years left him utterly changed compared to the naive minion he was nearly 4 years ago. He took the podium and spoke of what he had
Yeah, how simple life was when they used to just serve a T-Rex.
seen and done. He warned against blind devotion to a charismatic leader, the end result of hate.
And then they all go, papaya, papa boy. They all understand what he's saying.
Then he explained their present situation. He begged for forgiveness and rallied the minions together. When they emerged from the ice cave to greet the Nazis, they were armed. Their resistance was met with machine guns and rifles. It was shaping up to be a massacre, but the minions would no longer bend to tyrants. Suddenly, the commandos noticed a cloud of ice on the horizon, approaching faster than possible. At its center, a yellow speck. It was Stuart, but he was completely transformed. American scientists augmented him in an accelerated version of the Mega Minions program from Despicable Me 4. The order was given to fire.
I haven't seen Despicable Me 4.
But Mega Stuart was there. Bullets bounced off of his rocky yellow hide as he worked himself into a frenzy. The SS commandos could do nothing as Mega Stuart sadistically killed them, the horrors of Warsaw fresh in his mind. The leader took Kevin hostage and revealed the detonator to a bomb. He threatened to collapse the ice cave. They were standing on its roof. Mega Stuart simply reached out his arm.
They can't die! What? Don't step any further. Don't step any further or Bob gets it. Bob gets what?
Ripped the Nazis' mind to shreds.
What?
Mega Stuart simply reached out his arm and ripped the Nazis' mind to shreds. In seconds, he relived every atrocity he ever committed, with such intensity his brain cooked like an egg. Several months later, Kevin effectively became the leader of the Minions, and they began construction of an impenetrable ice fortress around the cave. Minions
The Pentagon!
proved to be far more isolationist in this timeline, and the next time they exposed themselves to humanity, they would be prepared. One morning, Kevin walked in on Stuart putting on his super suit. It's time to say goodbye, Stuart
Oh, I thought that was just his. I thought that was just his body.
explained. His American handlers needed his help on the Pacific Front, and he was duty-bound. Years later, Stuart testified at the Nuremberg
I wonder how Stuart's gonna feel about the Vietnam War in the coming years.
trials. They showed all that remained of Hitler's body,
What do you think his response is gonna be there?
just a burnt jawbone found in a bombed-out crater. On the slide, Stuart noticed the remains of a pair of goggles, cracked and blackened by heat. That was all that was left of Bob as well, he realized with mounting horror. Poor Bob. Sweet, innocent Bob. It seemed he had stayed by Hitler's side throughout his final days in the Führer bunker, although rumors of a yellow creature spotted in Argentina persisted for decades. The Cold
Bob fled to Argentina to live out Nazi ideologies in a German community in South America.
War began. Stewart played an instrumental role for American intelligence. He worked alongside the supervillain known as the Bald Terror, who would later prove to be the father of one Felonious Gru. Spy satellites revealed a plutonium production complex at the Minion Autonomous Oblast. But all that happened in Minions 2, Cold War. While researching this video, I was actually able to find Bob's goggles on eBay. I bought them, I couldn't resist, and I went and put them on my shelf. I can't wait to see what else goes up here. If you like this, you'll probably like my next video too, which I'm calling I Get $1 Million, but I'm hunted by a genius gorilla for life. I'm trying to make these videos.
I gotta subscribe to Mitchell Sack, bro. This guy is fucking... What video is he making? Oh my god. Hunted by gorilla, by genius gorilla for life. He just posted that 2 hours ago. Bro, he only has 3 videos. Oh my god. Thriving internet theory. This one from a goofy idea based on a meme to a genius alternate history thriller. Top 10 debut video. What if Mossad kidnapped Bob from Argentina to go on trial? Must be the sequel to this. The Minions served Pharaoh, Dracula, Napoleon, 3 figures responsible for innumerable deaths and enslavement. They would find absolutely zero issues with Hitler's atrocities. Yeah, I mean, like, aren't they effectively just... I mean, that's if we're going... Like, I'm just basing how I perceive Minions, how they act and how they think off of their interactions with Gru. But if you're going off of the Minion movie and how they... and who they've, you know, like, served previously... they would technically be fine with anything that anyone did. But how do you think they would find the most evil person? After him, it's like, now there's just a handful of people that are like serial killers, dictators. I feel like it has to be in a utilitarian perspective of like, who's doing the most evil worldwide? All right. I gotta piss real quick, then we're gonna... I visited the Mole People Underground. They live with no sun. This is about, I think, the homeless population that's kind of like made their own city under Las Vegas.
Underneath Las Vegas, there is approximately 200 miles of tunnel network. These tunnels have become a secret world for the so-called mole people. Anyway,
I don't understand how they have full setups in the... What are these called? Like water channels? I don't understand how they set up furniture and technology and shit down there, because whenever it rains, it floods so bad that some of them die. It never rains. No, look up videos. Bro, what is the name? It's the Las Vegas tunnels flooding. And it gets so bad that it's like waves of water. Las Vegas tunnels flooding. Like, this is it starting. And all of that water is gonna go into the ducts. So that's why it's so dangerous for them to live down there, because it wasn't meant for homeless people. It's meant for like water escape travel, because it's such a dry area that when like an inch of rain occurs, it's like a tsunami.
It hasn't come out and seen the light of day in a long time. I don't know if I want to meet them. They might not be civil. These tunnels are 7 floors down.
Do we have any flashlights?
Hey. People turn gray down here. There are people out there that haven't seen the light of day and never will.
The city dazzles with luxury hotels, casinos, and endless entertainment. Millions of people visit...
Wow, they literally never come out? How many people live under Las Vegas? Do you think they have a stat on that? How many people live in the tunnels of Las Vegas? I would guess like a few thousand. 1,200 to 1,500 people live in the storm drain tunnels beneath Las Vegas. Some estimate the numbers even higher. Wow. So that's like a small city.
Las Vegas
under Las Vegas
every year, but many don't know what exists just below this desert paradise. The endless darkness has slowly...
Oh, you're on crack. You think I'm walking in that tunnel, pitch black? Would I pay some random guy that's going to give me a tour? Yeah, man, I'll show you the tunnels.
The way people think and behave.
I got shot in the head with a gun.
Somebody died right where we were standing last night.
Some of them were even born into this dark world. These people have no idea.
Oh no, there's like babies in there.
And they hide in these tunnels to stay away from the law.
The police radios and stuff would not work down here.
So what you're looking at is a map of the tunnels in Las Vegas. There's about 1,500 people that live in that system.
The tunnels have their own names, like neighborhoods, right?
Yeah.
Nobody on the street level knows what is going on.
Do you think the majority of the people that live in the tunnels under Vegas are people that went broke from gambling? Like, how did they even end up? Because it makes a lot of sense when there's, like, homeless people in Cali or certain big cities because it's, like, warm or there's just an influx of people. But, like, Vegas is in the middle of nowhere, right? Like, you don't become homeless and then go to Vegas. Like, there's a lot of people that become homeless and then move to California. Not move, but, like, start walking there or going there. Drugs, yeah, because there's also, it is a big fucking like gambling / illegal activity hub, I guess. Relocated for a job.
Deep into the tunnels, which are connected to many other tunnels, lest they sat into darkness where these tunnel people have built their lives.
This is the Narcan, the nasal spray. So if you see somebody overdosing, you can hit them with this, it'll bring them back. You get 30 minutes, you still have to call an ambulance. Super easy, pop it out, right in the nose.
We can't just walk in unless we're with Rob, who survived 5 years down here. The entrance is blocked with metal bars to stop people.
Why can't they go down without Rob? Because they would get, like, attacked. Like, they know Rob. Like, Rob's their in. He's, like, the middleman connection guy. So he used to live down here, and now Rob's out, like, he's not homeless anymore.
From entering, and to keep trash out during floods.
What is the worst thing that happened to you in tunnels?
Probably the flood that we had a few years ago when I lost 2 of my best friends.
The ground is...
Bro, see? Random flood, 2 of his friends died, and that's only the people that he knows. 1,500 people fucking live down here. People just drowning.
Las Vegas is extremely hard, so rainwater can't soak into the soil the way it normally would, to prevent flooding on the streets.
Oh, see, that's the type of video I was looking for.
These tunnels were...
Holy shit. Dude, literally thousands of gallons of water just... And you're, like, asleep. It's pitch black down there. You're fucking sleeping. You hear, like, water rushing. You don't even have time to run.
Built to direct water under the city. So when it rains, the water rushes straight into the tunnels where people are living. Even on a sunny day in the city, a rainstorm 15 miles away in the mountains can send a flood rushing down these tunnels in minutes. Every time this sudden disaster hits, people in this massive underground city lose their lives to drowning.
A lot of trash here.
We ran into Nate first. He warned us not to enter the tunnel.
Why do people go so far into the tunnel then? Like, why not hover kind of, because it's more safe, I guess, from, like, other people or other people that are living in the tunnel? Because, like, wouldn't you want to just live right on the outskirts of the tunnel so then you could get out?
I stay away from the deep parts of the tunnel.
Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, this guy only hovers at the front.
What's the reason for that?
Just because the unknown. I don't know what's down there. It gets smaller and smaller as you get to...
Okay, the curiosity would kill me, though. Like, wanting to know what's in there and what, like, people have kind of, like, brought miles into these tunnels. Like, full setups. They got a couch, TVs.
You get to where you gotta crawl.
They just got... Was that a fucking engine?
Crawl. From what I know, these tunnels are 7 floors down.
Dead bodies? You think there's dead bodies in there? Because nobody's going in there to clean it up. So if somebody dies, they're just in there. Because they're not sending, like, firemen or people down here to come fucking collect.
Imagine. There's rooms off in these tunnels, service rooms that anybody could be in there, you know. You'd be kidnapped, killed, lost, burnt alive, it don't matter.
Whatever danger hides deep in the tunnels, Toby has faced it.
I'm back here in the dark, you know what I mean? Dark.
What is the worst thing that happened to you down in these tunnels?
I got attacked one time, like 3 Cuban dudes. One of the guys came in my spot with the damn machete. He was one of the top dog dudes. But I handled my own, so I had a basket and I took it in there, threw it on its side, stuck poles in it, made one of them little Maltese cocktails. It's the only thing that saved me.
Anyone
on, guys.
So he got into a fucking death fight in the middle of the tunnels when it was pitch black. Because 3 guys tried to, like, press him for his spot.
Territory.
Skinny Pete.
Anybody home?
Is that guy's name?
Do we have any flashlights? I'll check and see if I got one in my bag.
See, that would scare the shit out of me. I would never go down here. I would want to see what's down here, but like you're just walking, it's pitch black, you shine. Yeah, that's from Breaking Bad. That's one of the dealers, right? You're fucking walking, it's pitch black, you shine your flashlight, and there's just a person stoically staring off into the distance, just. And they don't even, like, they see your light, they don't even fucking look at you. Oh my god.
Do we have any flashlights?
That's so scary.
The woman, possibly under the influence of the substance, asked for Narcan.
If you actually know how to navigate, you can make it all the way underground in the tunnels without ever coming up to the surface. It can be done if you know the tunnel system well enough.
That is a fucking PC. How did they get that? And why is it a mile into the fucking tunnel? That is a disassembled PC. I don't even think the CPU's still on it. The GPU's missing.
So they're all basically connected.
Eventually they are passageways.
For the most part.
Of course, the RAM's gone. Yeah, the RAM prices are crazy right now.
This labyrinth may not look like a home to you, but stepping into their spots without warning could get us into serious trouble. Some of them are armed, and don't hesitate to use it.
You can hear the cars.
You can hear it.
Oh my God.
We're in the middle of the city right now, and they're literally driving over the heads of people that are living underground.
One of the rarest points that we see sunlight.
Here it is, the city. A life they're not part of, only able to watch from the underground. It's kind of an illusion that hides
Yeah, because you're kind of like stuck in... If you have no money and you're homeless in Vegas, you're not going to like leave Vegas, you know? I mean, maybe you get enough money to get like a bus ticket to go elsewhere, but it's like Vegas is in the middle of nowhere, near nothing that's like usable for homeless people. Obviously, I mean, there is probably aid for homeless people there, but like I'm wondering how they get like daily food supplies, shelter, like clothing. Because like a lot of Vegas, yeah, they do have shops and stuff, but I feel like it's like a gambling hub.
Later, we saw the famous Caesar's Palace Hotel through the metal grate. Above, Nevada's casinos make over $15 billion a year. Below, people live in death traps of the city.
So twice a day, the hotels drop their filtration systems. That's why it hasn't rained in forever, but it's still wet.
Wait, what? Is the poop going down there?
The smell is very bad.
In certain tunnels, water flows in from the city's drainage system, and some people use it to take showers.
There are minutes.
Was that like a did somebody bring a hot tub down here? What is this? Somebody brought like a bath?
Water flows in from the city's drainage system, and some people use it to take showers.
There are many tunnels around here.
Yo, I would be like so nervous somebody would just come out of the shadows and fucking shank me. Like he's just, you can't see anything beyond this like graffiti right here.
Without our guide, we cannot come here.
One wrong turn and you're lost.
Someone left a note, rest in peace, and there's a cross here. Apparently, someone has passed on this spot. A lot of bicycles.
He might build them and sell them.
Oh.
Because bikes are like cars out here. It's the only way of transportation. You have to have a bike to go anywhere, otherwise you have to walk all the time. It's a nightmare.
Walking inside the tunnels takes a lot of time, I guess.
Yes. I lived down here 2.5 years. I never used a flashlight.
How did you find your ways under the tunnels without flashlight?
Put my hand on the wall. And your memory.
Hand on the wall, memory? You don't think your eyes adjust? It's that dark that you can't fucking see anything?
You know where everything is in your tunnel. It's your house. It's exactly the same thing out here.
Is that Tony? Yeah.
When I heard
solving the stupidest debates.
If there's one thing people like to do on the internet, it's argue. And I personally think a lot of these debates can be looked at objectively. Now,
I don't even think it's just on the internet. I think arguing in general's super fun. I think there's people that argue too much, and I may be in that group. But then I also think there's people that don't argue enough, right? I think there's a certain type of person that avoids confrontation in every way whatsoever. Like, it could be a base debate about something non-religious, non-political, non-controversial, and they'll just be like, can't we all get along? Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. You know, now, do some people take it too far and give me death threats when I say that Poppy Playtime Chapter 5 was a bad game? Yeah, right? But at the same time, I want there to be people that are annoyed with me and upset that they don't like my take, right? That's fine. That's a part of the argument. I dissed the game that they love, and so they have a rebuttal.
Questions are obviously deeper than others.
Other niggas had your bitch outside. It wasn't my bitch. Shut the fuck up in 2024. You sound dumb.
But as you read the title, these are ones that I consider stupid.
Where's the parachute? I thought you said parachutes.
And ones that can be answered pretty easily. But when I look at some of the most popular arguments, I realize that we really just be fighting about anything. Water. Is it wet?
Oh my God, bro. Is it going to be these ones? It's going to be yes, water's wet. Yes, water's wet. This is the stupidest debate. Is water wet is the dumbest fucking debate. I will say I'm a little stumped on the does a straw have one or two holes argument, and I've, gone back and forth. Water is objectively wet. Because the definition of something being wet is having water molecules attached to it. And when you say, is water wet, you're using the term water as a plural. You're saying water as a liquid substance in a container. You're not saying that is one singular water molecule wet. You're saying, is water wet? And water is other water molecules attached to other water molecules, therefore making water as a whole plural wet.
Is water wet has to be a troll. What do you mean is water wet? And for the people that are still confused on my stance, yes, it is. I don't know about you, but this...
St. Don, this is why I love you. You almost had me there. You almost had me worried for a minute, okay? Because he said this is a stupid... Whatever he just said, I was like, oh my God, I swear to fuck if he's going to be like, well, if you jump into the water, how are you wet until you're outside of the water? That's the argument that the smooth brains on the internet are fucking spewing, dude. Oh, if I'm in the water, how am I? I'm not wet if I'm in the water, so the water's inside of the water, so it's not wet unless it's outside of the water. Oh my God. What are we talking about, bro?
This looks pretty wet to me. Yes, the implications of something being wet.
So soda's wet. Yes. Yes. Any liquid is inherently wet. Liquids make things wet and are wet in themselves.
Is a solid interacting with the liquid and making it wet. But deep it though, even though water is...
The only argument that I will entertain about is water wet is the fact that you could argue that linguistically, the word wet applies to things that were at once dry and are no longer dry. So there I could get, but that is the only thing that I could say, yes, all right, fine. Are you hungry but don't have the time to prepare an entire meal? Well, that's where today's sponsor, Factor, comes into play. Factor delivers fresh, never frozen meals directly to your door that are ready within just 2 minutes. Literally all you have to do, check the directions on the back that'll tell you how long to microwave it. Take the sleeve off, poke some holes into the film, put it in the microwave, let it rest, and you're good to go. Factor is also owned by HelloFresh, so if you want something that you want to prepare yourself, you go with HelloFresh, and if you want something that's easy to just throw in the microwave and eat in that time frame that you have available, use Factor. They have so many options that are changing every week. You are bound to find something that you enjoy. I use it when I don't have time to meal prep. When I'm done streaming, it's easy to just grab one of the boxes of, whatever I want that day. For this one, obviously, this box is sweet potato grits and sage chicken. I just throw that in the microwave and I'm able to eat it and get, a good meal's worth of food in minutes. So head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use code JOBFB50 and get your first Factor box 50% off as well as free breakfast for 1 year. That is code JOBFB50 at Factor75.com to get 50% off your first box and free breakfast for 1 year. Forgot to say thank you to Factor for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it.
If you're gonna sit here and tell me water's dry though, you are a complete jester. Anywho, next question. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
I don't know about this one. I've been stumped on this one for a while. Same with is cereal soup. I think these kind of fall into the same category of like, I don't really care, right? Like, I don't want to see, you know what I mean? Where I was just bitching about the people that don't want to take a stance. But this is something that I just like don't give a fuck about, right? I'll stand on the is water wet hill, but like, is a hot dog a sandwich? I'm neither here nor there, right? Like, I don't really care. A hot dog's a taco? No, I think a taco is definitively something that uses a tortilla, because you can have a hard shell, soft shell taco, but a taco uses a tortilla. A hot dog uses bread, and it could be potato bread or whole wheat bread or whatever type of bread, but it's never a tortilla because it's not made of corn. Ooh, but bread is made of they have flour tortilla. I don't know.
Now, if you're not a complete lunatic.
I feel like a sandwich needs to be encased in 2 different distinct slices of bread. So, yes, but see, small fries. Small fries, here's the problem. Have you ever had a hot dog? All right, this might bring up some bad feelings for people. Have you ever had a hot dog before where the lining that keeps the 2 sides of the bun together separates, and then you kind of have to like manhandle the hot dog and keep it up? Because if you don't, it like falls out of the bottom. Horrible vibes. But in that sense, that hot dog's a sandwich, no? So if I cut out the lining that holds the hot dog bun pieces together, then is it a sandwich? I would say that is the determining factor. But is a hoagie a sandwich? A sub is a Subway sandwich. Like Subway is a sandwich. Technically, it's in its own category. But no, it can't be in its own category because a hot dog is the same bread shape as a sub, right? Like a baguette that you cut in half, and then now you have 2 pieces that are still combined.
Now, if you're not a complete lunatic, everything in your mind is telling you
I don't know. I think there's a category of sandwich where you're eating it like this, and then one where you're eating it like this. Sandwich, hoagie, hot dog. And you got to hold both sides. Stop saying pause. That's what it is. Like a hamburger. Oh, God. Is a burger a sandwich? Yeah. A burger's a sandwich. No. I feel like a burger is its own category. A hamburger's its own sandwich. What about a quesadilla? I don't know. Quesadilla, its own thing.
hot dog is not in fact a sandwich, but it's the same sort of thing as the is water wet argument. You know, like the definition and the outline of what a sandwich is would technically make a hot dog a sandwich. That would be if a meat rocket was not its own category of food. Do not put meat missiles in the same conversation as sandwich.
Yo, I was gonna say, if you unironically go to Sonic and order a foot-long chili cheese dog, you are a psychopath. Not even a sociopath, like beyond that. Like, I think if you are going to, if you're hungry and you're driving through, you know, the fucking gray nothingness that is America, and you're passing strip malls full of, you know, Taco Bell, Arby's, Burger King, Wendy's, you know, fucking Chipotle, Chick-fil-A, you know, maybe even an In-N-Out or a Five Guys, and you go, I would love a fucking water ice slushy and a fucking foot-long coney dog from Sonic. That's the worst option. Like, I would rather go to Sonic. I also gotta say, no, Sonic actually, I would rather go to Arby's than Sonic. I hate Sonic. I think it's one of the worst fast food places. If we did a fast food I would love to do it. We haven't done a fast food tier list forever. I actually, side note, should we do a fast food tier list real quick? Sonic's the only F tier. The only F tier. This is too many fast food places. Ugh, we'll do it another day. I'm too lazy. We'll do a whole day where we just rip tier lists, chat. I don't give a fuck. Bro, Sonic's F tier, because listen, their onion rings are sweet. That alone. Go to a Sonic and get the onion rings. Bro, they're like sugary. What? Gross. On top of that, Sonic has a weird smell. They're also leaning. I'm not seeing enough rollerblade action, if I'm being honest. What's with the whole drive-through rollerblade shit when nobody fucking does it? You know? I've been to a Sonic a few times. I'm never seeing the motherfuckers on the rollerblades. Isn't that your whole shtick? Is the rollerblades? Where are they? Huh. Nowhere. Right? Maybe I think it's a location basis. All the locations I go to, they ain't rocking the rollerblades. I feel like that should be like a first and foremost part of your application. If you can't ride rollerblades, you can't work at Sonic. Right? That's what's cool about Sonic. On top of that, their fucking slushy drinks that they hype up taste like fucking ass. Like just actually like an artificial medicine. Their burgers were mid, but when I could eat them. And the hot dogs, blech.
Rocket. These are two very different experiences. And also, sub technically has that same sus shape to it. And most people will consider that a sandwich. In my personal opinion, subs are way more sandwich-like than a glizzy. And frank...
Well, it's the contents. That's why. Because are we talking about the bun or are we talking about the internal? Because what makes a sandwich is more about the bun than the actual inside. Because a peanut butter and jelly sandwich is a sandwich, but then so's the turkey and cheese. You know? Like, and those are drastically different things. The thing that's the same is the bread, which would be two separate wholes, right? The problem is, at what length does it become one whole? Because the great counterpoint is a donut has one hole. But if you elongate that donut, now it's two. But when does that part change?
But for the answer to this question, I'll simply have to say that
It's got to be a long hole. Pause. Long hole.
holes don't actually exist.
My argument was like when they're drilling a tunnel, right? They're digging a hole through a mountain. One hole, right? And then say the other person's digging through the other side. Two individual holes. They combine. Bang, burst through. Now it's one hole.
They're nothing but a concept art. Because think about it for a second. A hole is literally just the absence of something. It's not a thing.
Okay. I'm digging through the earth. I'm digging a China. Hup. I break through the other side. You're going to go, there's one big hole in the whole earth. No, you're going to go, there's two holes. Actually, no, because I'd be like, there's one hole that leads to... I wouldn't even call it a hole. I would call it a tunnel. A straw is a tunnel. How many holes does a tunnel have? How many holes? A straw is a tunnel. How many holes does a tunnel have? One hole. All right, I lost.
You can hold, it's not a thing you can grab. It's just where something used to be, but isn't anymore. Which means, technically speaking, a hole is just nothing.
Nothing?
But now my brain's overheating, so instead let's just move on to a debate that's somehow even more pointless, but also way bigger.
Massive, dude.
This is probably one of the biggest debates of all time, and it's gender wars. Who is better, woman or man?
Alani finding out of Orem, Utah? Let's go, baby.
And it all seems to be the same.
At what?
Thing. All right, women saying all men are like this, men saying all women are like this. And at the root of it, it's just clearly a human problem. But apparently that's not a good enough answer, and no one will stop until there's a clear winner. So who is objectively better? In order to decide this...
Yo, this is a bad conversation to have, St. Don. I don't think you want to take a side on this one, brother.
Decided to borrow this power comparison
situational. I don't think you want to broadly pick one.
System from this One Piece edit. Now it was used to compare Roger and Shanks. We're going to use it to compare man and woman. Before y'all complain, this is a very scientific system. 9 in 10 doctors approved. And now we have round 1, strength. Now the men are going to take this first round. The heaviest weight ever lifted by a man being 510 kgs. And the heaviest weight lifted by a woman coming at close at 325 kgs. Which is still insane, by the way.
The side... not the side conversation, the rebuttal, playing devil's advocate here, is, well, men, yes, are naturally stronger than women, but the strongest weight lifted by the woman is probably higher of her body weight than the man, right? No? Like, if the world's strongest man lifted 510 kilograms and the world's strongest woman lifted 325, how much did they weigh? Because I'm saying the ratio, like by weight, who's stronger.
Which is still insane, by the way. If somebody told me to pick up 325 kgs, my spine would just Gwen Stacy. But sorry, lady.
Oh my God, is that a real video?
It's Gwen Stacy.
Dude, that's a trip to the hospital.
Sorry, ladies. The men are gonna take this one. And for round 2, we have speed. Okay, let me just stop. Because at the end of the day, fighting about gender is so pointless. Because what is the desired outcome here? The complete annihilation of the opposite gender? Because last time I checked, the human race requires both sides of the argument to even continue existing. And what I find so stupid is these giant overgeneralized statements that would imply an entire gender is just the scum of the earth. Like saying kill all men.
What I do?
That would imply there's never been a good man that's ever lived ever. Just the addition of the word some does so much. But people don't do it because it doesn't rage bait hard enough. And rage baiting is a reason that 90% of people do gender wars, even if they realize it or not.
Call me delusional, but I think 100 girls can easily beat that gorilla.
And I've heard arguments like it's not all men, but it's enough. Which, what is the implications there? You saying I'm one of the good ones?
That's gotta be racist. There's no way.
But look, even if 100 men or women did you the worst 100 times in a row, they still another 4 billion men or women. And now those 100 grimy niggas now represent the other 4 billion. And the end result of this is just two groups of extremely online people convincing each other that
well, and it's too broad to say every man or every woman. I will agree, right? You could say genetically speaking, men on average are stronger, women have better emotional and social intelligence, right? But that is a case by case thing, right? Like I am weaker than a lot of women, but I'm stronger than a lot of women, right? Vice versa for every man.
The opposite gender is a different species.
The older I get, the more I realize that women are humans.
But finally, for our last debate, this one...
Bro, what?
The older I get, the more I realize that women are humans.
The older I get, the more I realize that women are humans just like us guys and are excited for the development, for this development. Bro, what?
But finally, for our last debate.
Like, how did he not?
This one might actually be the stupidest one yet, but the question is, if you punch yourself and it hurts, are you weak or strong?
If my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a...
If I punch myself and it hurts, am I weak or strong? Both. Test it out. That did hurt. Oh, fuck. I don't know. Because it's like, if I'm strong enough, if it doesn't hurt, then I'm too weak to make it hurt. But if it does hurt, then I'm too weak that it did hurt, but I'm strong enough to make it hurt. I don't know. I feel like it's a glass cannon type of thing.
Bike. You know what? You know.
This debate is so dumb. If you punch yourself and it doesn't hurt, that doesn't prove you're strong or weak. And neither does punching yourself and being in pain.
No, it doesn't prove anything, actually, because it's relative to your own body.
The only thing you're proving is that you're not incredibly weak. But listen, right? If a kid around the ages 10 to 13 haymakered my unsuspecting chin at full force, right? It's most likely going to hurt. That doesn't mean the kid is...
A 10-year-old?
10 to 13 haymakered my unsuspecting chin at full force, right? It's
That's a big difference. Like, the average 10-year-old hitting you with a haymaker and punching you square in the jaw is going to hurt a lot less than the average 13-year-old punching you in the jaw. Because that's somebody that could be like 6 foot versus like 4'10". Like, it still hurt? Yeah, but I don't think I would get dropped.
It's likely going to hurt. That doesn't mean the kid is stronger than me. It just means I got punched in the face. Unless it's one of those kids like in East Bay at 12 years old. Okay, maybe he was stronger than me.
Yo, like, whenever I see those videos of somebody getting slumped, like, what is it called when somebody punches you in the face and you weren't ready for it? Like a cheap shot? Like, whenever I see those videos where somebody, like, they'll be in an argument and the dude just decks him. Yeah, like a sucker punch. I'm like, that don't prove that you're stronger than that guy, you know? And there's certain instances where I'm like, okay, yeah, that guy had it coming to him. But when you sucker punch somebody, that doesn't mean, like, you're badass. It's like, you guys didn't fight. Like, you kind of just hit him when he wasn't prepared. Who the hell is 6 foot at 13? This kid right here. Me. I was like 5'11" or 6 foot when I was in like 7th and 8th grade.
Also, if I was to swing full force at Eddie Hall, form as strong as...
That's why I have stretch marks all over my body. I stopped growing freshman year. On God. I am the same height I was when I was 14.
But also, if I was to swing full force at Eddie Hall, former strongest man in the world, big brother guy. Now, this is going to go one of two ways. If my theory's correct, I knock this guy clean out. If not, my hand.
No, I don't think I knock Eddie Hall out even with a clean punch. I think if Eddie Hall stood there and went, punch me, and I full force just jawed him, I don't think he would pass out. I think he might fall, but the biggest part of passing out is like the instability in your neck muscles. And like, if I'm able to make him go like that, and I don't think I could make Eddie Hall like snap his neck, you know? Like, I think I'd just punch him and he would eat that shit. And then I would see, and then my life would flash before my eyes. And then I would actually die.
Is going this. But I've been told I end my videos too suddenly. So,
I've been told I end my videos too suddenly, bro. Just ends it. Please like and subscribe. W video. Debates could either be good, educational, sophisticated, then there is cereal soup. Well, no, it's like a fun... These are like the brain rot debates, right? The best debates are the hypotheticals of like, alien lands into your backyard, what do you do, right? But, because that's like more involved than just a yes or no. It's like, there's a multi-parter to it. I also gotta go piss real quick, too.
A voice echo through the tunnel. It hit different. This dark, damp tunnel that gives me goosebumps is actually where some people feel the safest and live. Here he is. At first glance...
Yeah, like, he has a whole setup. Does he, like, is it just a full wipe reset when a flood happens? You know? Because, I mean, he probably has some sort of knowledge of, like, when it's going to rain. But if it just randomly floods, does he just lose everything and then yeah, like somebody said rust wipe, actually. Like, I'm not trying to make a fucking video game reference, but it's like, it'd be like falling into lava in Minecraft. Like, you just lose all your items. Like, all this stuff. Look, he has a whole bed. He has crates, food items, shelving. Like, all that would just get swept away.
It looks like clutter, but to Tony, every single item is essential to his survival.
I've been in these tunnels for 6 years, and there has been times where we've had good people here, and it was a sense of community, but now we've got some people in here that don't give a shit about nothing but themselves. You know, just, they're bullies. Some asshole over
That's sad.
there started a fire because he's just a mean dude.
The fire didn't hurt Tony, but nearly took the life of his only companion, his cat.
This one right here was
Oh, yeah, I'm fucking scrapping, dude. You try to kill the cat, that's crossing a fucking line.
burnt from the tip of her nose to the tip of her tail. 5 days later, she's still hanging in there, thank God.
So what is the toilet situation
Oh my God, this happened 5 days ago? Dude, that cat might die.
here?
We have certain areas that we go to the bathroom, and she's usually a 5-gallon bucket.
Yeah.
We put a bag in it. And, yeah.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Possibly right here. But I hope not. I don't plan on being here for the rest of my life.
I mean, how do you get out of that? He's been there for 6 years. He's been homeless for 6 years. How do you, like, you have to get a job and a place to live. How? In Vegas? Like, you're not getting hired.
I mean, I'm 57 years old. I'm getting old. I just haven't been ready.
I think the big worry is, yeah, like, if you're 57, like that one guy that was smoking a cigarette in the beginning, he looked like 60, 65. If you're that old, you have a health problem. Like, you can't go to a doctor. You can't go to a hospital. You're just, like, so you have a growth. Like, you can't even get it checked out. Like, nothing. It's, like, beyond just, like, oh, I don't have insurance, right? And, you know, you only go to an urgent care when you need, like, you don't even have money to go to a fucking urgent care. Like, you can't do anything. You have an infection, you're not getting antibiotics. You're just fucking toughing it out or dying.
Just 10 minutes into the tunnel, Tony wanted to return to his spot. We handed him a week's worth of supplies and kept walking deeper into the tunnels.
And there's so much randomness that could happen. Anybody could just decide to come down that tunnel and steal from you or take your stuff or attack you. and then disappear, and who would know, right? It's not like it's happening on the streets where you're laying there and somebody could see you and call the cops. Like down here, it's like another layer, like not knowing what could ever happen. It could be peaceful now and come back in 2 hours and the wrong person walks through and it could be hell, you know?
As we go deeper and deeper, the less we know about what...
Yeah, because it's so private that it offers safety, but also concern in that, like, nobody's around you. So if somebody wants to, like, walk past you and kill you, nothing's going to happen to them. Like, if you're a homeless guy on the streets in public, even if it's dark and cold outside and you're in a fucking alleyway, like, there's people around you. You're literally... There's nobody within a mile radius of you here. Somebody fucking walks by, they could just hack you to death and leave. Take your shit. What if you were born down here? I would hope that if you were living down here and you had a child, you would put them up for adoption. I would hope you would give them to the fire department, or like not anything would be better than this.
Dwellers make pans out of aluminum and use hand sanitizer as a heat source to cook their meals.
There are a lot of rats there.
Yes, there are.
A voice echoed ahead, and we followed it.
I'm cuckoo bananas crazy, and I came to check on my mother in Vegas and fell for a local. We ended up here. These are my people.
How long have you been down here?
About 5 years or so.
What? So she said she came here to check on her mom and then fell in love with, like, one of the homeless people here?
How long do you plan to stay here?
At least today. I don't plan much farther than today.
That's really dope. We get no long-term plans.
What is the worst things about tunnels?
Probably the lack of plumbing. And dark is rough sometimes. I can't just sit in the dark. I get a little bit panicky still, like I'm a little kid.
Darkness is not just the absence of light. It's like
I don't think that's like you're a little kid, bro. I feel like anyone in this tunnel would be terrified. That's not like, oh, I'm just a kid afraid of the dark. No, you're in a fucking tunnel with a bunch of people you don't know, and it's pitch black.
Entity that covers you and erases you from the world. Tunnel people
No, they got a truly black cherry.
usually survive through stealing and dumpstering.
Some people down here do treasure.
Why are we blurring that out? What is that, a joint?
Some people down here do treasure hunting, such as collecting cables, coppers. Do you do things like that?
I collect what the drunk tourists abandon. They...
Oh, side story. Just remember this. I know a guy, not I have a friend. This is going to be I know a guy that, number one, the copper tubing brought it up. He had to respond to a call. He's a firefighter. He had to respond to a call of a guy that was stealing copper tubing at an abandoned house, and the electricity was still on, and it electrocuted him so fast that his body was still rigid, and it burnt the entire upper half of his body off. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. And he was like, you want to know what else is crazy? He was like, I responded to the Boeing whistleblower that died. The guy that was on the news, and he took his own life, but everybody was like, that was weird. And he was telling me about it, and he had no idea. Who's that? The Boeing whistleblower that was, like, going against, like, the Boeing company, saying that there was, like, factory problems, and they were kind of ignoring it. Shit like that. Like, I mean, that's, like, if you know about the news. If you know what I'm talking about, crazy. I was like, you responded to that? He said, yeah, he didn't even know who it was. He didn't know who it was until after the fact, and he was like, I'm not going to tell anymore. I'm not going to tell anymore. I'm not going to get into the details, but I just thought that was crazy. I was like, I've known you for so long, you didn't bring that up? He was like, well, I don't know.
And they pay. I collect what the drunk tourists abandon. They go to Louis Vuitton and they pay $3,000 for a t-shirt, and then they win $100 on a slot machine, and they get so excited that they jump up and down and they leave their $3,000 purchase right there to go cash in their winnings. And they remember that they spent that money, 2 days later, because they've been day drinking in the sun, and they plan to lose $10,000 a day while they're here.
What do you think of people losing thousands of dollars to machines?
It's the American way. Decadence and excess and debauchery.
I don't even think it's the American way. I think it is a flaw in human biology that we are incapable of recognizing. Well, actually, we are capable of recognizing the odds of wins and losses, but you are so much more enthralled by the potential to win millions that you don't care. It's a dopamine rush. That's why they're all flashy and colorful. There's no windows in casinos. They give you free drinks. They're panning into your brain's anatomy, knowing that they're basically crafting the perfect situation for you to be happy and okay with losing tons of money.
This is why people come here on vacation.
Then Beverly showed up in the darkness.
For how long have you been down here?
Probably 8 or 9 years.
I've done online gambling and in-person gambling, and it depends on the person that you're saying, which is also different from sports betting. I do sports betting all the time, and that's its own conversation. But it's like online casino gambling versus in-person casino gambling. In person, I will lose 3-4 times as much as online. The dopamine from sitting in front of a slot machine, actually at a roulette wheel, playing a game while you're drinking versus like sitting and watching a screen, it's not even comparable.
How is the situation here when it rains?
Horrific. Very scary. I've been caught up in it twice, and one of the times I really didn't think I was going to make it out.
What do you think about Las Vegas City?
A lot of it's almost like wallpaper, you know, like it's just made to look good, you know. These big casinos aren't built on wingers.
Do you change your spot time to time, or do you always stay right here?
Oh no, it definitely changed.
What is the hardest thing about tunnels?
She packed years of disappointment into one word.
The people.
Even this deep down, there's stuff.
I mean, yeah, being alone would be, like, if you knew that nobody would fuck with you, it would be a hell of a lot easier to be down here.
All over. Some of it was probably brought in by the flood. Some carried in with shopping carts. After walking for another 20 minutes, we came across an eerie shadow stretched across the wall.
Don't shoot. We don't mean any harm.
Before we go further in the tunnel, I want to share how my Heritage DNA kit helped me.
Bruh!
Hey there. How are you?
Look at this trash.
Yo, he's got a whole fucking survival tent. Like, where did he find that? They had to have bought that. It's like an expensive-ass tent.
Hey there. How are you?
Oh, I'd be so scared of that dog, bro.
We first offered him some supplies. Then he invited us into his tent.
This is where this guy sleeps. He puts his clothes here. This is his table, kind of workstation.
6 years ago, I moved to Vegas alone, and my parents died in 2018. It's the 2 years I've been down here, if not more. So.
How do you find water and food?
I go turn on the fire hydrant right around the corner from here. I have my food stamp card, but if I really, really have to, I'll go steal food.
How do you stay safe?
Where do you steal food, though? Like buffets in Vegas? Like you're going into the casino or something and just grabbing food and dipping?
In this tunnel.
Like everywhere else, you just gotta watch your back.
There's a scar on your forehead. What happened?
I got hit in the head with a 2x4. And
what the fuck?
Got 11 stitches.
In here?
Yeah.
What was the reason?
Over a bike. Bikes are a hot commodity in this area, and a lot of people need them, you know.
Have you ever seen...
It is weird how the people they're interviewing have different things. Like, he seems like he's pretty geared up comparable to a lot of the other people. Like, there was one guy that literally just had a shopping cart and a chair. That woman had a whole bed. He has a fucking tent, a whole setup, a dog, a table.
Someone at the moment their life was taken.
Yeah, he seems really chill.
Unfortunately, yeah. I remember hearing somebody come in and 2 shots go off. He got hit in his back and in his neck. And before I knew it, he was standing right in front of me with a white t-shirt on that was turning red really fast. It was his brother who shot him.
The psychology of being down here in the darkness must be
He watched a guy kill his brother in front of him in the tunnels.
really hard.
Some people can't take it. There are people out there that haven't seen the light of day and never will. People that turn gray down here, like.
Really?
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it. At night.
Oh my God, like vitamin D deficiency. They never leave the tunnels, constantly in the dark. And it's also like, if you're down here for such an extended period of time, the sun's probably disturbing, you know? Like you almost become nocturnal in that you don't even want to leave unless it's nighttime because it's like leaving. Like imagine, you know, when you go to a movie theater and you're there for 3 hours and you leave and it's so bright and it fucks you with your eyes. Like imagine that, but like days in the dark, weeks in the dark.
It sounds like there's people walking.
Like you would walk outside, it'd be actually blinding.
right outside your tent.
Like you wouldn't be able to see.
And multiple times I've gone out there and there'd be nothing. You never know who you're gonna run into down here. That's for sure.
Here in the dark, most of them lose their ID cards and never get them back. Without an ID, they can't apply for a job, rent a place, or access social services because they don't officially exist according to the system.
It's a roadblock. It's not really true, though. Yes, they need those things. But if I handed out IDs today to every single one of them, they'll
Yeah, they still want to go get help.
still be here tomorrow. There's a lot of things happening at the same time. Traumas, mental health, all these things we need to address. I was like 2 years, 3 years homeless, walking down the street, and I saw 3 people that I knew having a sword fight in the middle of the night. I heard cling, cling, I saw blood, I looked at it, it was like nothing to me. That's what happens out here. You become traumatized and used to these situations.
Phil once lived in a house with a pool.
How did he get out, though? How did he get out? Like, I feel like you need somebody, you need to show willingness to leave and also have somebody to lean on to get out. Because it's not as simple as just like, oh, I'm going to get a job, because you still don't have enough money to like be presentable and go to work. I mean, it depends on the job and what you're getting, but like, how do you go from being homeless and living in the tunnels for 6 years to being able to afford an apartment and also like clean yourself up, go to work?
But after retiring, life slowly pulled him underground.
The police radios and stuff would not work down here.
For the people that are like all on black, bro, all on black, you're like, oh, just fucking gamble it. Do you know how much money it cost? Dude, yeah, maybe you somehow scrounge up $100 as a homeless guy and you fucking run it up to $2,000. All right, you can afford the worst apartment in Vegas for 1 month. Still don't have food, can't pay electric bills, can't pay fucking water bills. You still don't have enough money to fucking survive.
That lured a lot of people down here.
How long have you been in the tunnels?
8 to 10 years.
Inside the largest high school in Texas, $100 million. I don't know how much an average high school costs. I assume it's not $100 million, though.
This is the largest high school in the state of Texas. Welcome to Allen High. Today we're getting exclusive.
I feel like Texas High... Brother, this is a college stadium. They got a double-decker bleachers. What the... I know football's huge in Texas, more than almost any other state in the high school level. And I know Texas high schools in general have a lot of people because Texas is also just very populated and there's high schools that multiple people from different areas go to. But my God, dude. I've never seen a high school football field like this.
Texas to tour their $100 million.
I'm pretty sure my college field was like literally that. Wait. Their sports complex alone is $100 million?
Access to tour their $100 million sports complex.
Dude, how are they getting that money? Where are they getting the money from?
Including their massive...
Is this a private school?
Stadium, their state-of-the-art weight rooms, locker rooms, insane cafeteria, and so much more. Allen has been the home to dozens of pro athletes, including stars like Kyler Murray and the legend, General Booty. But today, we'll be finding out what makes this place so much different and how they plan to take over more than just football, starting right here with assistant basketball coach Chris Blakely.
Chris Blakely here at Allen, assistant basketball.
I feel like all of this conversation-wise is going to end up being, yeah, it basically functions as a college. Just because that's the money they're working with. I guarantee you everything's going to be like, so we have like, they could kind of like roam more. Oh, like college. So we have like a weight room that's kind of different than a regular high school. Oh, so like a funded college room.
Coach for the Eagles, and glad that you guys could come make it out.
I'm a boarding school? Bro, no boarding school. No average boarding school is this big.
Florida born and raised guy. I feel like there's a rivalry between Florida and Texas when it comes to high school sports. Who's got it better? So I think today we're going to have to make a decision on that. Where do you want to go check out first?
Yeah, let's come look at some facilities. Let's do this.
Now, Allen isn't your normal run-of-the-mill public school. This is the largest high school in the world with nearly 7,000 students. Their campus is over 1...
Bro, the fear of the first day, bro. Oh my God. I remember the panic because I used to be so introverted and I hated new shit, bro. Freshman year, the first like week was terrifying. This would be another level of scary.
Million square feet and is home.
Another level of scary, bro. You just pulling up to like actually a college campus.
To some mind-boggling facilities like their 12 different basketball gyms, $80 million football field, their indoor practice center, on-campus restaurants, student.
Damn, bro. Do you think they have 2 different varsity squads? If you have 7K students, you have to have like a JVA, JVB. Like, how does that work? If you have 7K students and for a football team, it's bigger, but like even then, like, yeah, you probably have a freshman squad, but then you have freshmen. You can't just have freshman, JV, and fucking varsity. 7,000 people.
Bank and so much more. But my question is, how are they funding all this, and is it all necessary?
Where does like the funding come in the state of Texas for giant facilities like this at the high school level, especially a public school?
That's a good question. I mean, I think
Well, today we're gonna answer it all, starting right back in their first practice.
It's got to be like donations and then just taxing.
Gym.
this is the Aux Gym. A lot of people, you know, when they come to Allen, first thing that kind of blows their mind is just the facilities. We're the biggest public school in the United States. This is kind of what a typical like varsity gym looks like. This is just one of our practice gyms. We have 11 gyms in Allen, so 3 middle school.
11 gyms. What the fuck? Yo, dude, your first day in class, bro, finding your classes. Oh my God. Yo, panic, dude. I bet that shit, dude, that is actually probably the apocalypse day one.
It was all with 2 gyms that look just like this, and then
You got gym class in gym 10.
We have 3 gyms here on this campus, and we have 2 gyms at our freshman center across the street. So gym access is
Oh, they have different campuses.
definitely something that is not lacking in Allen. This is Langston and Antoine.
Nice to meet you, Colin. How you doing, brother? Nice to meet you, Colin.
We're here in one of the weight rooms.
One of the
might as
weight
well.
rooms?
Yeah. All right, so this is one of our weight rooms. This weight room, really, honestly, just us.
Wow. This is better than my actual gym. I know, I mean, I had like a decent gym in high school, but like this is all brand new equipment.
All right, so this is one of our weight rooms. This weight room, really, honestly, just us. Girls, basketball, volleyball sometimes uses it, but it's kind of nice just having our own weight room that's right here. A lot of high schools, especially around here, like you got to share weight room with every sport. Like you got 1 weight room, maybe 2. Football has their own weight room underneath the stadium that they
Yo, how much do you think the football coach at McAllen makes? Probably like $150K a year plus, bro. I guarantee you they probably have like weird problems where like parents try to pay the coach. Plus, dude, $250,000.
just work with. And
This guy's making more than the high school football coach here is making more than most college coaches.
they got another one over there, so it's nice just having this one. Our strength coaches worked for the Jackson Jaguars, worked with Shaka Smart at Texas. Like, he's elite. He gets the guys ready. We don't have to do any of the strength and conditioning, lifting. As you can tell, I'm not, you know, the most buff dude. But no, it's a good spot. We got everything we need in here. Obviously, the TVs and the sound system, everything.
We don't know who the fuck. Did they explain who this guy is? Why does this guy know everything? Is he like the athletics guy? What does he do?
That they need to get in here and get work done.
Now, in Allen's history, they've been known as a football school. I mean, this is Texas's biggest high school stadium, and they've seen some incredible success, which we'll get to when we head to their Wild Complex.
Do you think there's a world where you could get paid sponsor-wise in the high school level? Are you legally allowed to now? Because I know that's like a newer thing where like D1 athletes, what is it, like an NIL deal where you could get paid in college? And that's how like Livy Dunn and other people have made like millions of dollars just like in the college level. But does that apply to high school too? Head football coaches at Allen High School are among the highest paid in Texas. Annual salary over $150K. Wow. Yeah, that's nuts.
But their basketball team has slowly been building a juggernaut. See, since they won their first state championship back in 2018, Allen basketball has been thriving. And last season, they finished with a 34-2 record, which earned them an invite to the Throne National Championship Tournament. They're becoming a force, and today, we're gonna find out how.
I wonder, they're a public high school, so maybe not, but I wonder if they try to like recruit kids too. Allen recruits people, but it's illegal. Wow, Dynamic actually mentioned that as I was asking.
So this is kind of the locker room.
Yeah, because aren't you not allowed to recruit at the high school level? The reason people say subs are more like sandwiches than hot dogs is because in a Subway sandwich, you're just getting shit you would get in a sandwich anyway. You're not cutting up. Okay, have you ever had a struggle meal where you chop up a hot dog? All right, so you have hot dogs, you run out of buns, but you got regular bread. So you chop a hot dog into a bunch of circular cubes or circles, and then you just lay them out flat on bread. That's good.
Glizzy and Frank
Actually tastes really good. I would say sometimes if that wasn't like socially disturbing, it's honestly kind of better than a hot dog in some ways. But The reason that it loses is because I think a potato roll is a top 5 bread roll. Potato bread is like heaven.
Also only have one bun. It's not even close to being a sandwich if it only has one bun. I'd say that's closer to a pizza than a hot dog is to being a sandwich. But I was already pissed off reading some people's backwards logic for why a hot dog is the same as a sandwich. But then this nigga has to say it's a taco.
Look, some people.
Yeah, I think anybody, whoever in my chat said that it was a taco, I think we're really off the rocker there. That's not the argument. It's either a hot dog's its individual thing looped in with the category of a sub, or it's just a sandwich. Like, it's a taco is its own thing.
Need to be gone, bro. You know what I'm talking about? In order for shit to get better. He one of them.
And for our next debate, this is a pretty recent one that went really viral, and that's 100 men versus 1 gorilla.
I was on the wrong side of this debate for some time. I was on the wrong side of this debate. I think I was on the gorilla side for quite some time. 100 men, I was swayed, chat. I did my research. I was swayed. 100 men beat a gorilla. Now, it's literally just an exhaustion factor. I think the 100 men... I used to say that the gorilla would win off of fear, right? And that the people wouldn't run at them all at one time. The gorilla has the strength. But like 30 or 40 kills in, the gorilla's so gassed that you could just punch it to death. Like, it doesn't have the stamina for it. They're biologically meant for short spurts of energy, and that's it. They don't chase things.
And from my observations, this one is like a 70-30 split, with 70% of people believing the gorilla would win and the other 30 believing the men would win.
I think it started out that way. I think most people have switched sides. Not everybody. But I think most people would realize, now it's different, how big are these men, right? Because there's a difference between if it's like the average Nordic man versus like, or like a Pacific Islander, you know, like a big Samoan dude. I think at that sense, you could have like 12 Samoan guys and they'd probably kill the fucking gorilla. But like, now if you, like, it depends, you know, stature, strength, that does play a factor. But I don't think 100 of any grown man would lose.
If you had like 60 people all dedicated to f***ing up this gorilla, I don't think it stands even a chance. 1 gorilla versus 100 people. Bro, 100 people is just overwhelming numbers. You got 2 people grabbing each arm, you got 2 people grabbing each leg, someone kicking straight meat. Like, tell me I'm not onto something. Okay,
I think I could draft 10 guys to beat a gorilla. That was also a fun like twist or spin-off of the original debate. Like, if well, honestly, a lot of people are drafting like John Jones, and I think John Jones, yeah, he's in the top 10 guys cumulatively to beat a gorilla. But so many people are just, dude, I saw somebody be like Conor McGregor, way too tiny. You know, if you're fighting a gorilla, he's not going to be able to use MMA experience to like arm bar something that could deadlift 2,000 pounds, no training. Like, you want to get just straight up strongmen. Like, people that buy weight just tower over this gorilla. I'm still picking John Jones, yeah, or like Rampage Jackson, just because like they're also 260 pounds, you know. But then I'm also just grabbing Hafthor Bjornsson, Brian Shaw, guys that weigh 440 and are 7 feet tall.
In fact, not onto something. The original plan was just to glaze 100 humans and talk about how we would just overwhelm the gorilla, but I took it to myself to ask ChatGPT for help. And in order to get a representation on how difficult it would be to fight the gorilla, I asked what animals as weak to humans as humans are to gorillas. And since a gorilla is roughly 4 to 9 times stronger than a human, ChatGPT came up with a common marmoset. Now,
more than 4 times? What? That's gotta be wrong, bro. The average human can barely bench like 135. And you're telling me that the gorilla's fucking... I also asked ChatGPT this question when this happened, chat. So I'm not upset that he's asking ChatGPT. But I think ChatGPT isn't going to be reliable in actually playing out this, you know, fucking hypothetical scenario.
Marmoset. Now, what the fuck is a marmoset, you ask? I was picturing something maybe the size of a small dog.
What the dog doing?
Why is it the size of a human hand? I am easily...
Chat, actually, I was having a debate with my friends about this the other day. How strong is the average male? Dude, is the average male... I used to think and I'm not shaming by any sense, you know? I used to genuinely believe the average man, say in the United States, would be able to bench 185, like maybe 135 at least. And then I saw the Barstool like Olympics that they held, and every average worker they had in office couldn't put up one plate. And then I realized, I was like, oh, the average man could probably bench like 100 pounds. But I don't know. I think my mind was skewed because it's like, I wasn't thinking about the average guy that, like, most people don't go to the gym. Most people don't go to the gym, and most people nowadays have office jobs. So it's like, if you have a guy that's like 5'9", hasn't played a sport since high school, he's in his 30s, and he works an office job and he doesn't go to the gym, he probably maximum benches 120. If he's like, 170 pounds. Like, he's not capable of lifting one plate. And in that sense, you're like 9 or 10 times weaker than a gorilla. That's just not true whatsoever. I would say it is. I would say the average man could probably not bench 135. Grown man, not high schooler. I think high schoolers would actually bench more than the average man. Because I think most people in their 30s, the strongest they ever were was when they were 18. What do you mean by grown man? 35. The average 35-year-old man is weaker and less athletic than the average high schooler. Average. I'm not talking about, and when I say average, it's a big skew, right? You can disagree, because there's 35-year-old men that are in the union that could fucking punch a hole through a high schooler's chest, right? But on the same side, there are 35-year-olds that don't do any physical activity and haven't for over a decade.
100 men fight a gorilla. I'm gonna just have to leave this one open. But for our next debate, I'm not gonna give it any build up. It's this fucking dress. And
oh god, this is an old debate. Wow. I remember this shit was on like Ellen, bro. This was over 10 years ago.
if you see black and
It's blue and black.
blue, you're lying, but the dress is in fact black or blue. Just because one you're lying, but the dress is gonna give it 100 men fight. It's this fucking dress. And if you see black and blue, you're lying, but the
What other color is it? I mean, this one, it's more of a debate than on the right. The right is clearly black and blue.
but the dress is in fact black or blue. Just because one thing is one way doesn't mean the same thing can't be another way.
What the hell are you talking about, bro?
Because, yeah, the debate has been closed for a minute now. The person that took the original photo took another one and said it was black and blue. And it was, in fact, the lighting of the dress that affected how it...
But I don't think that lighting makes it look white and yellow or white and gold. I could maybe see the gold on the black part of the strips, but, like, this is clearly just, like, a sun glare.
looked. And I'm not even trying to be different, all right? But I'd honestly say the dress is gold and blue. And I knew I wasn't tripping.
I would get behind that more than white and gold. You could say a gold and blue, or like a brown.
Blue. And I knew I wasn't tripping, all right? Color Select says that's the colors that are projecting into my eyes. So yeah, the real dress is black and blue, but this fucking ass photo is gold and blue. And another debate that is cereal soup. And before...
No, see, I just don't care, bro. I feel like soup has to be... Is soup always savory? I feel like cereal's sweet. And sweet things are not soup. I've never had a non-savory soup. Soup has to be hot? That's not true. I was going to say that, and then I cut myself off. You could have a cold soup.
Before you even say anything, yes, I know the argument, solid food inside liquid, served in a bowl. Technically, that is soup behavior. But we just all know cereal is not soup. If somebody hands me cereal and calls it soup, I don't trust the...
Yeah, like if you were like, what's your soup of the day? And they said, Trick cereal. You would be... like, you would have a visceral reaction at a restaurant. Well, I don't think you should be asking soup of the day anyway, because who the fuck gets a soup of the day at a fucking restaurant? But anyways, I don't know. I think getting soup at a restaurant in general is crazy. I'm gonna have that take. You are paying to eat food prepared for you, and you're ordering something that's just like in a big bowl in the back, just warm. Like, I want something made for me. I don't know. I just think getting soup at a restaurant, it's like you could just make it yourself and it would be almost exactly the same. Olive Garden soup and salad, that's different though because it's like a side dish. I'm saying people that were ordering the soup as their main meal. Like, why are we going out to a restaurant where they cook shit?
Okay, on to our next debate. How many holes does this shirt have?
2. 4. It's 4. It's 4. No, it's 4. Because if you see through, look, chat. For me to have, it's 8. Oh, because the neck hole and the arm holes. Okay. Yeah. No, okay. I was more so thinking about this, like the ripped holes. It's 8 holes. There's 4, and then there's 2 in the front, because from a flat perspective, it just looks like 2 holes here, but there's 4.
First of all, what kind of fucking shirt is this? This is some shit niggas would wear if it was Rick Owens. But I'm not gonna lie, this one's more like a riddle because a lot of people forget to include the hole in the neckline and the sleeves and underneath, you know. Most people would say it has 2 holes, but it actually has 8. So this wasn't really a debate until people started arguing on whether a hole is just 1 hole, if it has an...
It's 12, man. What the fuck? Where are you counting 12 holes? Where are you counting 12 holes?
entry and an exit.
Oh, God. I remember debating about this in high school, my senior year of high school. I think a straw I still think it has 2 holes because a tunnel has an entrance and an exit. More than normal. It's fucked. I remember when I was 17, I was like, oh shit, I passed. Now they got to deal with it. And so I'd just be like, the second the light would turn green, half a second, just lay on it. And I know too, dude, they're fucking 10 and 2, white knuckle in the steering wheel going, just like nervous.
Forklift. I just want to get the Taco Bell.
First time trying the new cheesy crunch wrap. Let's see how it tastes.
And these instructors always have that dead behind the eyes look, like they've watched thousands of teenagers almost plow into a mailbox and now nothing excites them anymore. You could literally crash into a fire hydrant and they just write it down like, yep, -5 points, don't do that again. They also purposely take you on the worst possible roads. Like, bro, I live in the suburbs, why are you making me merge onto the freeway in the middle of rush hour?
They don't do that. They did that when I took the behind the wheel class. I had to merge onto a highway. And I think that was valuable. I will say that. I'm going to disagree with him. I think taking that class, having that guy be annoying to you and make you drive in stressful scenarios makes you a better driver. Because that's how driving's going to be. There's going to be moments where you're stressed as fuck and you need to lock in. Right? And having some dickhead chirp at you the whole time helps.
Learned where the headlights are. I'm not ready to battle semis going 80. And for some reason, they love parking drills. Parallel park between these 2 cones back into this imaginary spot. Like, when am I ever going to use this? Nobody in history has ever said, oh, sorry, guys, I can't come out tonight. I really failed my 3-point turn. Plus, the silence is
Nah, you do need to know how to parallel park, though. That shit's hard. It's easy once you've done it a lot, but, like, it's hard in the sense that when you're in a scenario where you have to parallel park, a lot of the time there's not designated spots. It's just street parking where people aimlessly park anywhere on the road. And there's going to be spots that have this much space and spots that have this much space. And you need to be able to pull up to a spot, stare at it, and go, yeah, I could fit in that. And then fucking, while other cars are flying past you because you're on a road, and so you have to fucking park it. If you fuck up, now you got to pull back out, and then people are getting annoyed because you're blocking them.
Brutal. You're in a car with this string.
I'd rather park further than parallel park. If you're ever in a big city where there's just street parking, that's the only option. Unless you want to walk an hour to wherever the fuck you're going.
And the whole time
or pay for parking in certain scenarios, but a lot of the time you pay for street parking.
You're trying to impress him like it's a date.
You don't need to learn that, just Uber or something. Yeah, just spend $180 to Uber.
Agree to. You flick the blinker on 2 streets early, and so he notices, like, see, I'm responsible. Meanwhile, he's staring out the window, sighing, writing hieroglyphics on his clipboard, 0 validation. Now comes the actual road test, easily the most stressful 15 minutes of your life. You've been practicing for...
Oh my God, I will agree. No, I actually will agree. I think one of the most stressful things isn't like first day of high school, first day of college. It is the second you're fucking waiting for your driver's test to start. Where you're like, you see the person walk around your car and do an inspection because they inspect your car first. And then they get in.
Months, but the second that instructor sits in the passenger seat, your brain forgets how cars even work. Like, I'll be gripping the wheel so hard, you think I'm landing a plane. And the instructors never help either. They just sit there in complete silence, scribbling on their little clipboard like they're writing
Yeah, they try to stress you out. I think they enjoy that part, though.
your obituary. You could literally save a baby duck crossing the road, and they'd still be like, you didn't check your mirrors enough. Automatic fail. The worst part is they never tell you how you're doing during the test. Like, you're just sweating bullets, thinking, okay, I nailed that stop.
One, don't you have to wait mad long if you fail? It's longer than a written test. It's probably depending on the state. You have to wait 2 weeks to retake it. But if you fail 3 times, you have to wait 6 months. Wow. So if you fail multiple times in a row, you have to wait a half of a year.
Stop sign, right? That was clean. Meanwhile, the guy's just clicking his pen like
That's not bad, bro. That sucks.
He's deciding if you deserve human rights. And parallel parking, that's the final boss. You could drive perfectly the entire test, but if you so much as touch the curb, they act like you just committed a felony. Like, bro, half the adults out here park like absolute garbage. Why is this a standard? And if you fail, oh, that's the walk of shame. Nothing hurts more than walking out of the DMV while some 16-year-old behind you is celebrating like they just won the Super Bowl. You gotta call your parents like, yeah, so we're gonna be Ubering for a few more weeks. And the retest, way worse, because now the instructor already knows you're trash. They sit down like, oh, it's you again. And suddenly every tiny mistake is magnified. Forgot your blinker? Fail. Rolled half an inch over the line? Fail. Blinked too aggressively? Fail.
Well, no, I think there's like point values for different things. Like if you like roll a stoplight, there's certain things that are immediate fails. But if you're going like a mile over the speed limit, I feel like they'll probably dock points, but I doubt you'll immediately just fail.
It really feels like a driving test is more like some government-sanctioned hazing ritual. Like, congrats, you survived high school. Now let's see if you can survive me quietly judging you for 15...
The driver's license exam during COVID was crazy. The instructor just stood outside in the parking lot and watched me drive and park so they weren't in the car. Nah, that's even worse. That's even worse. Just having like some dude like Slender Man in his suit with a clipboard, just watching you drive around a parking lot. Just like he's scouting you with like football. Oh my God. It's like, I feel like the silence would be even more deafening. You're just talking to yourself. You're just like, oh, fuck, dude. I wonder what he's writing.
And if you do pass, congrats. Now you get to join the most chaotic experience of all, driving with your friends. Because the second you pick them up, they act like your car is a party bus. Someone's fighting for the aux, somebody else is hanging halfway through the window, and there's always that one friend in the back spilling Taco Bell all over your seats like it's their own personal trash can. Suddenly you're not the cool guy with the car, you're the unpaid Uber driver. Every text is just, bro, can you pick me up? We need a ride. Like, damn, I didn't get this license so I could chauffeur half the school. I just wanted to get a McFlurry without adult supervision. Then comes the gas money argument. Every group has that one guy who never pays. You could drive them across the entire state, drop them off at their front door, and they'll hit you with, bro, I'll get you next time. Spoiler, there is no next time. This man hasn't seen a gas pump in his life. And the thing about being first in your group with the license is suddenly you're everybody's servant. Like, you're not their friend anymore, you're their tax.
Yeah, that is true. The earlier you get your license, the more you got to drive people around.
See, midnight trip.
That doesn't change, though. It's not like, oh, you're stuck doing that, but there's always somebody in a friend group that's usually like a designated driver or somebody that drives people most of the time. Also dependent on the car you have. If you want to life hack, get a smart car. Get a 2-seater smart car, then nobody's going to ask you to drive them places. If you get like a fucking 6-person SUV, all of your friends are going to want you to take them places.
to Taco Bell, guess you're driving. Someone's crush lives 20 minutes away, you're driving. Someone wants to just cruise, guess what? You're driving. Meanwhile, your tank's on empty and you're praying your parents don't notice you burn through half a paycheck in gas money. And late night drives are their own horror movie. Everyone's laughing, music's blasting, but the second you get pulled over, all your so-called friends just turn into lawyers in the backseat whispering advice. Bro, don't admit anything. Just tell him you're speeding because your grandma's sick. Like, shut up, man. You're the reason I missed the stop sign in the first place. Here's the thing nobody tells you. Once the hype dies down, you realize that driving kind of sucks. Like, yeah, you've got the freedom, but now you also are stuck dealing with the absolute worst people on the road. You've got the guy who thinks turn signals are optional, the lady going 20 and...
Dude, I've low-key done some shit like that. Not to the point where it was that dangerous, but I've, like, borderline missed an exit, and, like, the next exit to where I'm going is fucking 10 miles down the road. And if there's not a lot of people on the road, I'm hitting a quick 70-0, hard pivot right, and then just fucking rip the exit.
The lady going 20 in the fast lane, and of course, the dude in the lifted truck who takes it personally if you merge in front of him. And don't even get me started on traffic. Like, nothing humbles you faster than sitting bumper to bumper for 40 minutes to go 3 miles. You're sitting there like, wow, I really begged the DMV for this privilege. Parking lots are war zones. It doesn't matter if it's Walmart, Costco, or some random strip mall. People will straight up cut across 10 spaces diagonally just to beat you by 5 seconds. And there's always that one psychopath who backs into every spot like they're rehearsing for NASCAR pit crew tryouts. Once you get sick of borrowing your parents' minivan, reality hits. You gotta buy your own car, which sounds awesome until you realize every option is either insanely expensive or complete garbage. Like, it's either a
Yeah, you're either going to get something that's reliable. It's really hard to find, like, a semi-cheap or, I guess, reliable car that's not, you know, $40,000. Like, if you're getting a used car for $10K, a lot of the time it might run well for the first few months, and then you're going to have, like, your transmission be shot. Or something's going to fucking break. You need to change your tire. Well, a lot of the time, if you get it from a dealership, they're going to give you new tires. But you'll have, like, your brakes give out or something else that's just not going to fucking work. A Honda, yeah, a lot of the time, dude, some people getting, like, a used Honda Civic with 230,000 miles on it. That fucking engine's going to fall out of the fucking car. But I mean, like, what else do you get?
Brand new car that costs more than your entire net worth, or a 2003 Honda Civic with 280,000 miles and a quirky rattling noise that definitely means the engine's about to explode. And the seller is always
the AC doesn't work. Dude, I feel like every time a car reaches like 200,000 miles, the AC gives out and it makes like a weird sputtering noise. Like was there a dead rat in the fucking car? What is that?
Like it's a hidden gem, like, oh yeah, it runs great. Just don't roll down the windows or touch the AC, and make sure you keep a jug of coolant in the trunk at all times. Bro, that is not a car, that's a time bomb on wheels. Insurance? Forget about it. The government basically looks at you, a 17-year-old, and says, yeah, you're definitely crashing within the first 6 months.
Oh, is this a turn right here? Shoot, crap. Everyone hang on, I'm sorry, I love you. I love you so much, I'm so sorry.
They charge you like $400 a month for the privilege of driving a car that barely starts. And when you do finally buy one, it's not freedom. It's another money pit. Oil changes, tires, random lights popping up on the dashboard. It's like you're playing whack-a-mole. You think you're buying an independence, but in reality, you're just signing up for permanent debt. So yeah, getting your license is hyped up like it's the key to freedom, but it's really just the start of a whole new headache. First, you traumatize your parents, then some guy in a polo shirt makes you parallel park, then you get judged by a DMV executioner with a clipboard, and eventually you go broke from gas, insurance, and your friends mooching rides. So yeah, getting your license is just your first subscription plan to adulthood, and trust me, there's no cancel button. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed all my videos.
I don't know, I still think it's an overall net positive to be able to get a license. I think there are a lot of downsides, but I don't think it's something that it's like, oh, this should be dreaded, you know. That was a fun video though. Check out, 30 seconds.
This is optimal for fuel efficiency, and it also...
Isn't it common for people in the UK to take Ryanair to Ibiza, Spain, like every weekend for like $10 or something?
When the passengers land, they might find they're further away from their destination than they hoped. Ryanair usually flies to secondary airports outside big cities, as they charge much lower landing and takeoff fees. For example, the Ryanair ticket may say London, but instead of flying to one of the main airports like Heathrow, Ryanair may go to Luton, which is not even in London, or
Pissed. You take Ryanair. Oh shit, now I gotta take a 2-hour Uber.
in Barcelona, Ryanair uses an airport that's around 50 miles away from the city.
That is so bad. That is so bad. Wouldn't you be spending more money then trying to get to where you need to go? You're like, yeah, we're going to vacation in Barcelona. But then you end up fucking halfway across fucking Spain.
And requires an hour-and-a-half bus ride.
Oh my God.
It's less convenient for customers.
That's not worth it. That's not worth it.
But Ryanair gets much bigger discounts from the airports. And many of these smaller airports become dependent on Ryanair for business, and so they give them incredible prices. Or another way Ryanair gets discounts from airports is they'll just fly at the least popular times. Finally, once the passengers have left, Ryanair begins unloading the plane, cleaning it, refueling it, and rotating the crew.
I'm going on vacation at Ibiza. They drop you off at mainland Spain.
Streamlined all these systems, so their planes are typically on the ground for just 30 minutes between flights. And so that's a typical Ryanair flight. And it's clear their operations are incredibly efficient to cut costs in...
We say it like Ibiza. Well, yeah, isn't that just Spain in general? Spanish in Spain, Barcelona. C's are S's. Or not S's, TH's. Like Z's and C's.
Every way possible.
Ibiza.
However, this sometimes means doing things that may seem counterintuitive. For example, you may think another way for Ryanair to lower their costs would be to buy older planes for lower prices, but in reality, they do the exact opposite. Ryanair always buys the newest planes available, because long term, they waste the least amount of fuel, which is one of the largest expenses for an airline.
Ooh, so they do have the best planes though.
In fact, Ryanair is notorious for making...
I'm Googling Ryanair pilot salary. £55,000 to £120,000. 120,000 or more for a captain. Dude, I feel like 55,000 pounds is pretty low for like a seasoned pilot now. How much do American airline pilots make? Starting salaries is 100K, but they can become senior captains, earn over 450,000 a year. Yeah, so it's definitely less experienced pilots. Or at least working for less, even though pounds are worth more than dollars.
Massive orders of only Boeing 737s. By buying a single model
in pounds, that's a lot. In dollars, bro, it's like 1.2. It's not that much more.
Bulk, they can negotiate a lower average price per plane, and then streamline their whole operation further. Because by only using one kind of plane, it means they only have to buy one kind of seat and one kind of fuel. They only have to train one kind of crew on one kind of process. These ultra-efficient strategies are why Ryanair can charge less than €30 for their average flight, and still clear an outrageous profit margin of around 35% sometimes, whilst most European airlines are lucky to reach 6%, and the global average was barely 2.7%.
Wait, what? So Ryanair's fucking got the method down with the cheapest method possible. They make the most. Well, they might not make the most, but they profit margin the most.
Was barely 2.7%.
Everybody looks at Ryanair and they're all looking at it. There's one secret. There's, they bought planes cheaply, or they just treat people badly, or they do. Every single line of our operation is smarter, lower cost, or more efficient than almost every other line.
Some other airlines have now copied some of these strategies after seeing how well they worked, but very few airlines take things as far as Ryanair. However, whilst these ruthless cost-cutting strategies might be brilliant in a business sense, they have made Ryanair one of the most hated airlines in the world.
But that doesn't matter. It literally does not matter. It matters if you're a luxurious brand. If you're the cheapest brand in a marketplace, in a market space, rather, it does not matter how bad the customers hate you. If your prices are low enough, they'll still fly with you. Or they'll still buy from you. Like, they could despise you to a T, but if you are undercutting the competition so heavily, they just have to buy you.
And Ryanair's response to this is far from...
We don't give a fuck.
Ordinary. Before we get to the next chapter, it's time to answer a question I get a lot.
This is an ad.
Michael O'Leary, Ryanair's CEO, has often made the news for some of his wild ideas about how Ryanair could cut costs even further. He said he wanted to charge passengers to use the bathroom, remove toilet...
Is that a joke? Now that's a little extreme. You're going to charge people to take a piss? Are you allowed to do that? Be like, yo, I really got to take a shit. That'll be 5 pounds. That'll be 5 pounds now, lad. Otherwise, we have a poop bag and a curtain that you could shit in the back.
And even sell standing tickets.
Wow, what a fucking... Dude, you walk on a Ryanair. It's a C8B, but it's just like a subway handle. The whole airline, the whole flight, you're just...
Introduce a fat tax and...
A fat tax. I know there's airlines that are starting to charge customers that don't fit in one seat, two seats for a ticket, which I understand is upsetting, but I will actually have the take that I think that makes sense. Like if you can't fit in the seat, they have to charge you for 2, right? There's airlines that have like plus size seats, which also makes sense. Right, like where you're just like, okay, we're going to also, you know, segment specific seats out for people that need them. But if they don't, it's like, I think it's rude for the individual. I understand it might be out of your control in certain regards, but like from my personal standpoint, I would be really mad if I sat in a middle seat and the person next to me was sitting in half of my seat because they didn't fit in their seat.
Tickets. He pointed out these measures would allow Ryanair to offer cheaper flights, which is ultimately what consumers...
That's the only one. That's the only one that really makes sense. Like standing tickets is crazy. Charging people to use the bathroom is nuts. Or no bathroom. I just think I don't think it's like a fat tax is weird. Saying like we're just gonna give you the same seat, but because you weigh a lot, we're gonna fucking charge you more. I think it's like, okay, we're gonna charge you more, but we're gonna give you 2 seats.
...wants. And in some cases, there may be some logic to it.
It would make perfect sense to me to charge for toilet access. One, it would reduce the number of people who are bothering other passengers getting up and down going to the toilet on board a flight. And 2, I think we'd have fewer passengers using the toilets, and then we'd have less people queuing around the toilets on board the aircraft.
None of these ideas have actually happened though. And Michael later said he'd often just say things they had no intention of actually doing to help generate free marketing.
And we generated huge amounts of free publicity. Why? Because we'd no money for advertising, we'd no money for PR. So you needed some kind of loudmouth Paddy to be out there saying outrageous things like charging for toilets.
Yeah, and it gets you out there, bro.
And we're taking out the seats in the standing room only. None of which we actually planned to do, but it generated acres and acres of free publicity.
Ryanair saved...
It's also like they know they're going to keep the same business model. So from a social media perspective, if they're getting shit on, and some dude's like, I paid £20 for this flight and it's a fucking piece of shit. And Ryanair's like, I'm so sorry you had a bad experience, sir. Would you like a free flight voucher? Like, that's going to make you hate them, even though they're helping that one person, because it's like, you're still you still have shit seats, right? You're not changing anything. You're just being like, oh, I'm sorry you felt that way. Versus them being like, go fist yourself. Don't fucking take our flight then. Now people are going to be like, okay, well.
A fortune on marketing by simply having Michael do interviews and say outlandish things to get headlines, which always led to more people checking out Ryanair's website and buying tickets. For example, when he was questioned why passengers are charged €20 just to print their boarding passes at the airport, Michael replied, well, I think they should pay €60 for being so stupid. He also said, if drink sales are falling off, we get the pilots to engineer a bit of turbulence. That usually spikes drink sales. Another way Michael helped Ryanair get free marketing was with creative promotions designed to get maximum...
They start charging for the bathroom and then they purposefully do turbulence so you have to pee more.
One of our first best ones was we did this Valentine's Day promotion, which was 69 for 2.
However...
Oh, but what if I die on the airline? Death tax. We're going to charge your family €100 to take your body off the plane.
Not everyone sees the funny side. You'll find plenty of Ryanair horror stories and tens of thousands of...
But I couldn't get enough oxygen. Well, we're going to add an oxygen meter on every passenger. You're only allowed 3 breaths per minute.
1-star reviews.
If you breathe more than 3 times per minute, that's 50 pence per breath.
Some newspapers started having an entire column dedicated to Ryanair complaints as there were so many. Like a woman who was charged €300 for Ryanair to print out her boarding pass. But Michael has openly stated he feels customers paying cheap airfares have no right to complain when things go wrong. He said, "We don't want to hear your sob stories. What part of no refund don't you understand?" Another example was when hundreds of passengers were forced to spend the night at the airport after their flight was cancelled.
Ryanair doesn't. Ryanair, actually, we don't have enough money to put you up in a hotel, but here's a tent. You can make your way outside.
And many asked if Ryanair would provide accommodation. Michael said,
"Nope.
Absolutely not. You booked a flight, not a hotel." One of their most controversial policies was forcing the disabled to pay up to €25 for the use of a wheelchair.
Wow. Okay, now I think I'm gonna take a step back on that one. I don't know about forcing disabled people to pay for a wheelchair. I think that's a little crazy.
One lady said, "Despite booking wheelchair assistance, I had to ask a fellow passenger to push me to the departure gate. And upon my
What? They don't have... you're gonna need to pay somebody to come push you.
return, I sat for an hour waiting for assistance on the plane, getting colder and colder." Almost any other company would offer goodwill gestures when things like this happen. But instead, Ryanair takes a different approach. When you go to Ryanair's social media, you'll find that instead of helping out, they're making memes from their passengers' complaints. For example, when passengers complain they paid for a seat but didn't get a window, Ryanair simply responds, "Read that again but slowly. You paid for a seat." Another asked them where their window was, and Ryanair replied, "Pay for the baggage you've stored under your jumper, and then we can talk." One of their most viral posts was when a customer complained about the very narrow stairs Ryanair used, and said, "I'll bring my own stairs next time." But Ryanair responded, "Bring your own plane next time." Some people question
At Ryanair, I'll bring my own stairs next time. Bro, I feel like you gotta be have you guys ever at a multi-million or billion-dollar corporation and complained to them before? I feel like I've never done that on social media. Because in any instance, I feel like they're not really going to care. I'm not saying it's pointless because sometimes it does matter. But a lot of the time people will be like, at Ford, my car blew up. They're going to reply.
Some people questioned, should a company be responding this way instead of apologizing? But another said, they charged extra for everything except Twitter roasts. No regular airline would ever do this. But in Ryanair's case, it's actually a genius strategy. Ryanair has millions of followers, and their troll posts regularly go viral, which directly leads to more ticket sales. They've embraced their reputation of being stingy.
And then I also think it helps people laugh at how bad the flights are. Because when you follow them on social media, they openly make fun of themselves and other people about how bad their plane is. And then you actually pay $20 to go on their flight, and you're like, there's no window seat. I just got taxed $10 to fucking get a water, right? You laugh it off, right? Instead of being annoyed, you're like, this is Ryanair. They told me it would be this way, and it's this way. It's funny, right? So it still sucks, but it's how you perceive that, I guess, pain or upset feeling that you have.
The airline. And as a result of all these strategies, Ryanair carries far more passengers than any other airline in Europe. Their typical airfare goes for less than €30, and they've sold flights for as little as $4.99. They might not treat you like royalty.
Bro, that's insane. A fucking I know it's €5 or £5, bro, less than a $10 bill. You could board a plane and it'll take you to a different country. That's absurd.
About what they are. Love them or hate them, they've given people the option to fly all over Europe at prices that are often cheaper than train tickets. So there's no doubt they've made air travel affordable for millions of people. However, remember how Michael
You can do mystery flights? I've always wanted to do that. I don't know if is Ryanair the company that does that? I feel like there's a lot of companies that do that shit. I've always wanted to do that though. How do they prepare you in that sense? I think it's kind of like a travel package deal. I don't know if that's Ryanair specifically, but I've seen this one company, Mystery Flight Company. What is the name of that company? It is Wizz Air. It's Pink Plane. I knew it was Pink Plane. All right. Yeah, Wizz Air, they bring, it's why is this a really low quality image? They bring you anywhere, but I'm like, how do they book your room and board as well? If I'm going, hey, I'm going to pay to go on this mystery flight, well, they're going to charge me a specific amount. So that kind of gauges where I'm going to go,
Compared their efficiency to McDonald's? Well, that's because McDonald's pioneered something called the Speedy Service System, which is genius. Just click this video now.
Yeah, they drop you off in the middle of like a desert. Hope you have your vaccinations for the mosquitoes. Might get malaria. What? That would be fucking awesome, though. I wouldn't even be upset. If I took a Wizz Air airline flight and I was like, damn, dude, I really think we're going to be going to, like, Italy. I get dropped off in, like, the middle of nowhere in, like, Kazakhstan. I feel like that'd be awesome, no? Like, just having no idea where you're going. What do you pack, though? You don't know if you're going warm. Do they tell you? Like, if you're going warm or cold? Oh, fuck, should I do that for a vlog one day? That sounds so fun. To go on, like, a Wizz Air. It's in Europe. But I feel like they only probably take you to places in Europe. Does that make sense? Like, I doubt they're flying you, like, you take Wizz Air, and then they fly you to, like, fucking rural Colorado. Trying the sketchiest gas station pill ever. This will be exciting.
I think we finally found the sketchiest pill that has ever been made in the history of the universe and forever times.
I don't know, dude. Yeah. The reflective glare on the box, the random wolf, and it's all in Mandarin. Or is that Japanese? None of it's in English. It's a rhino pill. Yo, you don't even know if that's a rhino pill. Seeing that it has a wolf on it, I'm assuming it's probably like a honey pack. Oh my god, dude, just fucking just these thick blue pills. I don't think I would take that for any amount of money. And I almost did salvia. I've done stuff. I don't think I would do the gas station. I don't think I would do the gas station wolf pill. I don't know. You almost did what? Salvia. I almost did salvia. This was way back. What is that? Oh, I almost ordered salvia online, dude. This is a whole fucking. This is bad. When I first got into like mushrooms, I was like, man, I could handle salvia, and I'm fucking so happy I didn't do it because, bro, I watched so many stories about people taking salvia having the worst time ever. Yo, that was like I'm literally on the website in my cart ready to order that shit.
That mean things. This thing looks sketch as heck. I got
sketch as heck, bro. Where did you find that? Lang Yi Hao.
I got this at a Asian grocery store in Delaware County, and I'm keeping the location of that store a secret because I fear retaliation. When I saw this thing, I couldn't believe what I was looking at.
What, like the store owner's gonna fucking kill you or some shit? What do you mean?
Like, this is just exceptionally creative, and I will be trying it here today. And
oh my god, what do you mean he's gonna try it? Like, is he to give us a review, play by play? All right, so we're taking the Lang Yi Hao gas station pill that I got from an Asian market. So I'm noticing some arousal to things that I normally wouldn't be attracted to.
I'm gonna see if some of my friends want to try it as well. Typically,
see if your friends want to try it. You do a little group sesh. All right, we got six blue pills. Everybody take one.
They either say yes and then don't do it, or they just laugh at me and then run around and tell everyone in the neighboring neighborhoods what I had just asked them to do. So
I think I have a few friends that I could just hand this to and they wouldn't even ask questions. Dude, that's what's fucked is like there's a type of person that's so trustworthy. Like I know, yeah, somebody said, yeah, me. Hell no. I guarantee you there's probably two people I know that I could loosely hand them the pill and go, do you want to take that? Without a question. Pops it right back, swallows it. Chris? I don't think Chris would just take it. Chris would ask me what it is. If I told him it was a gas station boner pill, then he would be like, okay, yeah, sure.
All right.
But he would be like, this is an acid, right? Like, he would be like, this isn't like a hallucinogen.
Let's take a look.
That would be Chris's response would be asking me if it was like 1,000 milligrams of weed.
Look at this thing, figure out what's supposedly in it, and then see if it does anything. I'm Grant Harding. I'm a licensed pharmacist in 4 states, and I like to review quirky little medications for you guys.
You're a licensed pharmacist doing YouTube videos where you try gas station boner pills. What is this YouTuber?
And this one takes the cake. This is the sketchiest thing I've ever seen in my life. So let's look at this and then see what happens.
Dude, I feel like people talk about these all the time. Do you guys see this shit at gas stations? I see honey packs. That's the only thing that I've ever seen in person. I've never seen, like, one of those comically large rhino pills. Never.
A wise man once told me, you know something's sketchy if it's super reflective everywhere.
It looks like I'm opening a fucking Pokemon pack.
Nobody ever told me that, but I think that's a good rule of thumb. Look at this thing.
$20? $20? Bro, that means this shit has to work, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You get 7 pills.
We got some English characters, mostly Chinese. We have a clock,
okay, so it's Mandarin.
Clock that points to a time of the day that doesn't really make sense. I guess it's like 11.
It's a little past. It's a little past 11. It's like 11:02.
11:01, maybe. I don't know. No clue what this is supposed to say. There's some characters in this little reflecty thing. 500.
Is he gonna translate this, or is he just gonna fucking raw dog whatever the fuck this is? I would need to know what's inside, right?
100 milligram of what? Is that a proper dose? Nobody knows. On the back, it glitters like a disco ball, and I suspect this is so that you get blinded and then accidentally pick this up and purchase it instead of something else. Like they had it sitting right next to the apples, and it's so blinding.
It was just right next to the produce. You're shopping at the Asian food market. You're like, yeah, just get some apples, some pears. Oh, the gas station boner pill.
Just kidding. These were not sitting next to the apples. They had a whole display case with these things in it. And this is what, this is the sketchiest one I saw.
Display case. You should just do a bunch of them at once.
If we try to translate it, it's...
thickening, enlargement, and delayed type? Oh, fuck.
It doesn't really do it right.
Miraculous effects? Sick.
So we got Wolf 1, okay. The Singapore race course is equipped with security cards. If I use...
I think this shit would give you a heart attack. I feel like if you took this, you're gonna die. Like, I don't know. And how do they legally sell this? I understand this might be like a food market or like some sort of like stall that's open that's not like necessarily a specific place of business, but who are you buying this from that's like allowed to sell this to you for $20?
Counterfeit ones, I will...
Without signing something.
Bear the consequences. Heavens to Betsy. I love it. Excellent. Thickening, enlargement, and delayed type. Okay. Oh my gosh. Take a look at this at the bottom. Miraculous effects. Okay.
And is that a picture of the wolf taking the pill?
Oh my gosh. It's got this cool little indentation here, like a diamond on the wolf's tongue. That's pretty cool. On the back.
It's just a laxative. That would be really funny. That'd be like a funny troll, though. You're like, hey, you want to take this? You want to take this wolf pill? You're like, hell yeah. You just start shitting your pants in public.
Nobody knows what this says. Like it.
The wolf is coming. Yo, no, you actually have to. You have to have the pea brain to take this, dude. New version of Wolf number 1, the anti-counterfeiting card inside, used at your own risk.
It just really doesn't translate. Oh, there we got a little bit. All right, new version of Wolf number 1, the anti-counter. Okay, we get it. It's anti-counterfeiting. See, all this stuff gets all
1 hour before sex.
Jumbled in this matrix of like weird colors and designs. What it
break into pieces, or you're not even supposed to take a full one.
At the top here is this product embodying the most advanced.
Can invigorate yang. What's gonna bring out the dark side? Yo, what the fuck? Horsetail.
Technology is a new generation of fast-acting, blood-boosting medicine extracted from various raw materials.
All right, I would take this for the shits and giggles. Yo, I feel like this would make you vomit, though. Like, this can't be safe.
Including deer whip, bull whip, ginseng, horsetail. And this can invigorate yang. Okay.
Can invigorate yang. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? Like yin and yang? My God. Yeah, can invigorate yang. Yang is your aggressive growth size. Masculine, active, assertive, warm, heaven moment. Bro. Oh no, yin is dark. Yang is light. But it brings out the masculine side. There's gonna be some weird shit in it outside of the horsetail, bro.
Unsure of the dose.
It'd be like bull semen.
Here it says 1,500 milligram times 8 tablets. But here it says 500 milligram. So that would be 4 grams then, not 1,500 milligram. Yeah, this is...
So the dosing's wrong. Might as well just take the whole pack.
Legit just a sketchy mess.
Oh, sick. Oh, there's a pill missing? That's even better. There's a pill missing. Oh, fuck no. Somebody's tampered with the product.
Oh my gosh. What do we have here?
Why is it to the side? Like, this makes sense. Why is there one over here? Is it not meant to be there?
It's like a little collector's pack. This one is missing because I took that out earlier.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, bro, I'm not taking that shit if I open the box and there's a pill missing.
It was fully...
Somebody pop that shit out like you're using that Trident gum.
Intact when I bought this. Here you see the little wolf decal on the back. Looks really nice and professional, actually. And in here we have our little trading card. I guess you're supposed to, you know, trade these with your friends. Lord only knows. Wolf 1. So basically this card is just giving you ways to verify.
In 2003, they've been making these since 2003 for 22 years.
This is a legit product with like the designs, the insignia on here. I think this is just them trying to pretend like it's something special and people maybe buy this. I don't know. Bullwhip, ginseng.
The drug effect can last up to 2 days. Yo, you would have to go to the hospital. You would have to go to the hospital. You take a fucking boner pill and it's rocking for 2 days. You would literally have to go. You would have to go to the ER. That's like not safe.
Seahorse.
48 hours.
Sea snake, starfish, etc.
Oh! Seahorse? Seahorse, sea snake, and starfish. So they're just putting random animals in this, etc. What does that mean? There's not really... Like, you could do etc. if it was, like, seasonings. You're listing a bunch of random dead animals that you put in this, etc. What's the etc. after seahorse, sea snake, and starfish? Eel?
I've seen this before.
Jellyfish? Shark?
When they put etc. there, it's like, hey, we're the sketchiest thing in the world. I love it whenever ingredients of things that you ingest into your body just say, and some other stuff. As far as these ingredients go...
oh, well, it's just minimal, you know? It's like probably like less than 1%. They don't really need to tell you.
I really don't know.
Aphrodisiac product that could quickly nourish the kidneys and invigorate yang.
Oh, I mean, ginseng...
Regulate chi. Regulate chi and activate chi.
I mean, ginseng does help with energy.
Yo, they're acting like this is going to give me like a peace of mind spiritually.
Energy. Bullwhip, I'm not really sure if that's a mistranslation or not. Seahorse, sea snake, starfish. Like, I can't imagine those do anything. I'm sure if you Google it, it'll say something or another, but I mean, it's just not really descriptive. Like the way this is written, it's like there's a whole starfish in here. What kind of starfish, you know? It doesn't really tell you. Do not mix with any other medications and do not use again within 24 hours. Okay. But then over here, it says it lasts up to 2 days. So...
I mean, are aphrodisiacs even a real thing? I thought that was like a fucking myth, bro. When people are like chocolate's an you You know, chocolate's aphrodisiac. Snails are an aphrodisiac. Every motherfucker, bro, that eats oysters. Anytime I'm with somebody who's eating oysters, you know these are an aphrodisiac. Thanks for telling me, man.
In order to show you the full sketch dieselness of this, I have to break one open.
Why does he have gloves on like they're gonna like fucking, it's gonna like burn through his skin? You're gonna take one of these.
I have done this before, but look at this. So here's the pill. DL, it says on one side.
Doesn't it kind of look like it was painted with like actual like house paint? Like not food dye. It kind of looks like you painted like an egg.
And on the other, apparently. It's this very nice, pretty shade of blue.
What does
But
DL
look
mean?
what happens whenever I break it open. This does not look professional to me.
It's like baby powder.
See, the breaking side is not like a uniform split. It's all jumbled, it's all crumpled. It doesn't look like the ingredients were milled well together. Like, I think it's missing agents that we add in real...
Yo, I want to go to the factory so bad where they make these. Like, there is a place somewhere in China where they're at right now, they're manufacturing these. Like, they're like, and who are they selling them to? Like, businesses are buying these in bulk to fucking deal to people?
Medicines to make them blend better, and I don't think this has that in it. Additionally, if you look on the side here, like where the blue paint meets the white chemical structure, or supposed.
Yeah, it looks like lead paint.
It's very clearly just painted on here. Like, these are just tablets that they made, and then they dipped it into some dye. It wasn't like actually coated or anything. Although those things in and of themselves aren't necessarily bad, it's just not consistent with a well-made product. So this is like getting...
I love how he's reviewing this like it's the new iPhone. Like, we're 8 minutes in, he hasn't taken it yet. He's like breaking it open, looking at all the ingredients. This is not a well-milled product. I could tell they didn't really put their heart and soul into this.
Sketchier the more I look into it. I can't wait to take this.
You think he's ever done a rhino pill?
Before I ingest this supernova of serenity, I want to take my blood pressure first. This is something I've been doing to try to see if there's any like physiological effects at all going on here. So I got my little blood pressure machine here. Let's test it out. This is a baseline. So 137/87, 114.
Not bad, not great.
Heart rate. That's a little bit
lower
high for me.
Yeah.
But that's what we're at right now. I got another one of these taken out here. Okay. The blue mystery pill all the way from the east.
Oh, the Steelers mug. I thought he was going to chew it. He just dies. Just on the spot he takes, he's like, ooh, that didn't feel good. It just turns green.
Have I made a grave mistake? This is so weird. Okay, well, the good news is...
Bro, I would be like nervous, man. This would, I feel like after taking this would feel like the fear I had like the first time I've like tripped. Like, you're just like, oh fuck, what's gonna happen?
We finally got it ingested. The bad news is I have to go meet my friends now.
What? He had to go out to, bro, you're going to a bar after you just took a rhino pill? The equivalent of, you just took a wolf pill, you're gonna leave your house? Nah, that's insane.
You guys ever chug a bottle of NyQuil?
Oh my god, is he doing stand-up?
Posted a video of it the other day and someone messaged me and said, mentally challenged.
Oh.
I said back.
All right, but this bit would be really funny if he was just like, you know, just rocking a stiff. He's like, he goes and does the worst bit ever. Yeah, tough crowd. Getting a general business degree versus some form of expertise in a specific field, like finance, accounting, marketing, international business, like that's better.
It's a total waste.
Also, we got to see a little peek of the degree in use when he solved that coffee problem.
Yeah, so doing a second transaction, right?
Let's just make 2 transactions. That's management.
Let's make 2 transactions. Yeah, your fucking business marketing degree is really going to come in handy when you're at the checkout line at Starbucks.
It's business. Now back to the sad list. The number 4 most regretted college degree / field of study is...
Bro, those are literally the 2. Oh my God. No, I thought law would be number 1. What are the other 2 or other 3? Law, I fully get people hating because the success rates. Law is also so stressful. Passing the bar exam.
Law.
Really?
Chat, it's not pre-watched. Those are the 2 most really. Those are the most obvious degrees. Art? What do you mean art? Can you just get a degree in art? I feel like it has to be more specific than that. There's no way you can just get a BA in art. You would have to have like art with a specification in painting or sculpture.
Law. Really?
Interesting.
Fine arts? Yeah, but a fine arts degree is different. Like you could get a fine arts degree in ballet, but you're not just getting art.
That is interesting. I bet it's for depressing reasons. It's easier to convince yourself that you could be a lawyer than you could be a doctor. Like, there's no part of the...
No! I think it would be... Okay. I think it would be harder to be a lawyer than a GP. But I think being a surgeon is a hell of a lot harder. I think being a GP is a great job. Being able to walk in and do, like, yearly checkups, maybe a prostate exam here and there, that's a great job, you know? You just walk in, do the same shit every day. You get paid like $150K more, maybe, depending on how far you into your fucking career. And then you leave. What's a GP? General practitioner. It's basically the doctor you go to for like your yearly checkup. Does your GP do your prostate exam? I don't know. Do you have a specific doctor for that? I hope not. I feel like that'd be really creepy. You have to go to your prostate doctor. I don't have one. Don't worry, we'll schedule your appointment. You walk in, he's just like putting on the glove.
It's like, oh, I could be a doctor. But like 100% of me is like, dude, I'd be a sick lawyer. And I also
lubed up. You think there's ever been a situation where like somebody's been getting their prostate exam and like they actually just like poop on the doctor's hand? You don't shit before you go. You drink a coffee right before. Just open the floodgates.
Also think that...
Oh my God, how embarrassing that would be.
That the way lawyers are...
Pooping on the doctor's hand 1,000 times. That's very common.
Trade in art and media is pretty romantic. Like, how many movies are there about like a Matthew...
You can't handle the truth. Yeah. What's a prostate? This is going to sound really fucking stupid. Women don't have prostates, right? Okay, good. I was right. Men have prostates. It's like prostate cancer is also very common. Like if you live to 80, you're probably going to have prostate cancer. Most of the time, like my grandfather died with prostate cancer, not of prostate cancer. He had prostate cancer for like 10 years. It does kill people, but a lot of time it's like slow growing. Prostate cancer or your prostate isn't that like, what is your prostate? Your nuts? No. I always envisioned your prostate being the taint region of a man. What is your prostate? Damn, so do women not have to get prostate exams? The prostate is a small walnut-sized gland located in the male reproductive system, just below the bladder in front of the rectum. Oh, but women have to get the clamps. Oh, yeah. Women have to get they have to go to, get a pap smear. I'd rather get a finger shoved up my ass any day of the week. Don't remind. What's a pap smear? A pap smear is for women when they basically like, it's literally like, imagine a car jack, but they just fucking wedge that shit open and then they have to like look. If you're a guy and you go into becoming a gynecologist, that's a bit crazy. Can we agree on that? I'm not like full judging it, but if you're a guy and you go and you're like, I want to be a gynecologist, out of every career path.
Yeah.
Did you order the code red? You're goddamn right I did.
Giving speeches and stuff.
When the shit hits.
Damn, do you think that's going to be on the most regrettable, most regretted gynecologist? Prostate exam guy. I don't think that's a thing. I feel like a GP just does the prostate exam. Not really much needed in terms of expertise there.
Movies are there about like a massive...
You can't handle the truth.
Yeah.
Did you order the code red? You're goddamn right I did.
Giving speeches and stuff.
When the shit hits the fan, some guys run and some guys stay.
When the reality is your job is to read things and not miss anything.
Why did I hire you?
Dude, it's not even read things and not miss anything. From the people I know that are in law, they basically say that passing the bar is impossible because all of the questions' answers are all seemingly right, but it's all about verbiage and wording. Like, AI had one of the hardest times passing the bar earlier on. I'm pretty sure there's versions of AI that pass the bar now, but it's like, dude, it's all verbiage. It's all fucking knowing the book in very specific terms and how that applies. That's why the lawyer that you have matters. Like, if you have a cheap lawyer, they suck. They pass, but that doesn't mean shit. They're like bottom tier lawyer versus some guy that knows what the fuck he's doing. Yeah, a Saul Goodman of the business.
Police report summarized. Traffic signal analysis, medallion bids, attendees, and results. That's why you hired me.
Let me see if Graham will pick up.
Yes, sir.
Yo, Graham, I wanted to hit you up to see
Do they know people with every degree?
if you know why you think people who pursue law end up regretting that pursuit.
Yes, I think that it attracts a certain crowd of people who enjoy academia and the study of law and don't like practicing law, which is like less academic in nature and a little bit more like practical.
Thanks, sir. That's a cool take.
Yeah, probably what you end up doing ends up maybe being boring.
I feel like it's most regretted too because I feel like becoming a lawyer is one of those degrees that people try to achieve because they know that it makes money. Like, you have that one kid in your class that's smart and you're like, what do you want to do when you're later or when you grow up? And he's always like, surgeon, lawyer. But it's like they don't actually love the idea of being a lawyer. They love the potentiality that it can give them in financial gain.
But this one might not be. This is the fourth most least regretted.
Most least regretted, so the happiest degree. Number 4. I feel like I'm going to go comp sci on 4.
College degree.
Field of study.
Vocational / technical.
Does that count?
This is electricians.
Does that count? Isn't that its own? That's not college. Vocational school isn't college. What's vocational? Electricians, plumbers, fucking, carpentry.
Plumbers, automotive technology, cosmetology,
It's a trade school.
Culinary school. We're talking about the trades.
I think we've seen like the expectation versus reality.
I would have put that at number 1.
Brought up for both of these, right? Like expected one thing, didn't expect the red tape. Expected all the academia, didn't expect the workload or whatever.
Oh, you know what you're getting into in vocational school. You just go because it's a steady job. Like you're setting yourself up for the future being an electrician, but it's like you got to be an electrician for the next 35 years.
This must be like the most opposite with expectation because you're like, I assume I'm going to be
job security, and you're going to do the same thing every day for the next 3 decades.
Plumbing. If I go to this plumbing school.
Yeah, dude, I became a plumber. Did you know I got to deal with water?
Dude, I became a plumber. You know I actually have to go in sewers and shit? Oh, my God. It's fucking terrible. I actually heard I do have a plumber. This is another I have a friend. I have a friend who's a plumber. He said that shit is not the worst smelling thing. It's like when he has to clean out like clogged grease. He said sewers don't smell that bad because it's poop. He said like rotting food and like Greece is by far worse.
Yeah.
So it's worth noting that there are other factors beyond the field of study that affect whether someone considers their education worth it, like level of education. So people with master's or doctorate degrees felt their education was more worth it than people with associate degrees. Age played a factor too. People who were older more often felt that the costs were worth it.
Well, I also think it's the time that we're in where, like, getting a college degree 40 years ago was like a fucking cheat code. If you had a college degree in the 80s, bro, that was awesome. Now everybody has a degree. So if you're getting an associate's degree, that's like wiping your ass with a fucking dollar bill, dude. It's like you're just spending money. You're not really getting much out of it in return, because that's a 2-year diploma.
Which makes total freaking sense. The survey said what you're probably thinking. There's
high schoolers. Some of you guys are probably going to graduate with a fucking associate's degree. Like, getting an associate's degree, it's like, if you're going post high school, a lot of people are like, why am I wasting my time on this?
Education may also be driven by the rising costs of higher education and the increased use of student loans, which makes costs remain more salient into adulthood.
All the old people in the survey, you like see the bars on these charts, and they're all like, I don't regret it at all.
Yeah, I had a blast. I had so much fun. It cost me $36, and then I bought a house for $15,000. Then I just sold it for $4 million. Another big factor is whether or not people have student loans. That makes sense.
It's just obvious. I mean, it makes sense.
And a final big factor is the type of institution. Public institutions are like UC schools, state schools, Ohio State, University, or Florida. It's definitely the most common type of college. Then you have private, non-profit schools, which is like USC or small liberal arts schools. All the Ivy League schools are actually in this category. And then private, for-profit institutions are like
DeVry. What about Education Connection? What was that online college they used to do ads for all the time? Not Education Connection. Oh my God. Dude, I remember I would see that shit. This was like 2012. What was that school they always did online shit for? Get Connected? Well, it wasn't Education Connection. Education Connection wasn't a school, was it? Was that a school? I thought it hooked you up to a school.
Or
for free, Purdue.
University of Phoenix.
They've kind of...
ABC Mouse. You guys are not helpful at all. You're just typing Hustlers University. No, not Hustlers University. Not the fucking Andrew Tate fucking Discord group.
Come under a lot of scrutiny. They have pretty bad graduation rates. Mm-hmm. I don't want to disparage people who graduate from DeVry, but...
My interpretation is it's like the bank, which is not a perfect institution, versus the payday loan place.
Yeah.
Which is a less perfect institution. Up next, the third most regretted type of degree, life
sciences.
Interesting.
Life sciences. Oh, science that deals with life. We're talking biology.
Biochemistry.
Molecular.
Really? I would have guessed that those were at the top. Do you think it's because it's hard to find a job with like a bio degree?
Biology.
Ecology.
Botany.
Zoology.
Genetics.
Oh, but a zoology degree is so badass if you actually get to work at a good zoo. I've always said I think that's one of the coolest jobs. If you're able to like work at a zoo that helps endangered and injured animals, and it's not like a for-profit, like, dude, that's awesome. You gotta just take care of fucking weird animals that like you never interact with any, like nobody would ever see, like a fucking polar bear for the rest of their lives. Like you're never gonna actually see a polar bear in the wild.
All sorts of stuff like that.
I'm actually very
like working at the San Diego Zoo. Dude, that would be awesome. Working at the San Diego Zoo. Working at fucking like any weird aquarium.
Surprised that so many people
would that be a marine biology degree or a zoology degree?
Regret going into this field. This seems like one of the fields that like you know what you're doing. I'm gonna go study plants. I'm gonna go study dolphins. I'm gonna go study the human systems.
Let me see if Mooney picks up, because I haven't talked to this guy in forever. It's just kind of fun. I'm getting called old friends.
He's calling a guy he hasn't seen in 15 years. Hello? Who is this? Hey, it's Johnny. Just wondering if you regret your biology degree.
Yo, Zach.
Mooney, I'm making a video about college degrees.
I have a horticulture degree.
I don't even know what that means.
Chat, guess what? What the fuck is horticulture? I feel like that has to do with something with like seeds or like not farming.
Horticulture is like the
Dude, you could, I don't know if you could get this anymore. You used to be able to get a degree in animal husbandry. You used to be able to get a degree in like animal sex.
study of fruits and nuts.
Oh, what? You could get a degree in the study of fruits and nuts. That is so specific. Where does that degree take you in life? Like I'm not saying that's bad, but like I'm genuinely curious, like where are you going to work at, like Planters Peanuts? Like are you going to go get where do you get a job?
Oh, horticulture. I guess the question is do you regret your degree?
Maybe I'll just speak for like agriculture. Like if you work on a farm your whole life, like you don't really need a degree unless you're doing research. You're probably doing some like grunt work that you don't need a college degree for, and like the pay isn't great. And then I would say like if you're doing like life sciences, you're either teaching or you're working in a rural.
What was the
10 years? Oh my God.
worst thing that happened to you in the tunnels?
Possibly getting caught up into one of the floods that came through, because it takes about 10 minutes for the water to be about 8 feet high. We have no warning system telling us there's water coming other than to hear the water itself. There used to be signs down here that said, the current never lose, which is very true. We've lost quite a few people. The hardest things in the tunnels is losing the things you gathered over the years.
Just weeks after this interview.
You know what's fucked too is the people of Vegas, or the government in Vegas. In the beginning you saw them kind of climb through that caged area that might have been trying to block them off. If they really wanted to, they could make it so you couldn't enter the tunnels. But they don't want to do that because then there's a bunch of homeless people in Vegas on the streets constantly, and that's a vibe killer for the fucking people coming from another country to come gamble in Vegas to see a crackhead on the side of the street. So they kind of not force you, but they kind of get you to go down the tunnels because they don't want you to they don't want you to be in the public. They want you to be underground where people can't see you.
We got word that Phil passed away.
That happens anyway. I mean, it happens in other cities too, like Skid Row. I mean, you see it, or like Kensington. Like there's a lot of like governments that, not government, a lot of city districts that kind of half enclose people into certain areas.
Just weeks after this interview, we got word that Phil passed away.
He died? Oh. Wow.
Walk through the tunnel. Mineral deposits on the ceiling catch our eye.
So there's water that's leaking through. That's the calcium from the water.
These show that rain makes its way in again and again. Who knows how many times the flood destroyed homes and took lives. We're going ahead. Someone has created a memorial here.
Somebody passed away. Dixie Hart, Ruins.
When it floods, they have 20 minutes to escape. If the current or floating debris doesn't
Oh my God, and you're just running in the dark.
Trap them inside first. This tunnel is full of puddles with a constant breeze blowing through. Oh my God, here we go again. The ground is a mix of sewage, trash, and human waste. And now, all of it is soaking into my shoes.
Everywhere.
Yeah, I keep forgetting it probably smells like fucking shit. Constantly.
Trash. And dead animals.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
A dead rat. It is from a casino?
Yeah.
Oh my. Our feet are wet, but that's how we roll here.
You have to keep going.
We are walking in this tunnel, going on and on to find Rob's old friend, who's been living down.
Yo, they can't even, if they have their, actually, I didn't even fucking think about this. For the people that were, I don't know if they were joking or not, going, hey, they could just go gamble, they can't. Because if they get money, when you go gamble at a casino and you get chips or you get a ticket of your, fucking slot machine winnings and you have to go cash it in, regardless of whether or not you look 21, you have to hand them your ID because they scan it before they give you your money back. So if you don't have an ID, you're not able to get winnings. Like, if you come in with $100, you turn it to chips, you run that up to 10K in chips, it's only needed if you win above 10K. No, that's when you get a tax form. I'm pretty sure you still need an ID. At least in AC, when I gamble, every time I've ever won money at a casino, I've had to give them my ID when I get money. I don't know. Maybe not for a slot machine. If you're going to like a ticket, like it would be like basically an ATM, but the reverse, where like you put in winnings and then it gives you out. I don't know. Not at a sports book.
The moldy gray walls started to fill with color, and then we walked right into what looked like
You don't need an ID at a sports book, Zeusy? Like for winnings?
Underground art.
I feel like you would at least need an ID to place an IRL bet. Online you do.
Art studio.
Someone built their own gallery down here.
Sad thing is
that a fucking Rocket League car?
Art studio.
Someone built their own
I think I'm just brain rotted.
gallery down here.
Sad thing is, one heavy rain could wash it all away.
That's actually really good art, too.
Jay's tunnel is furnished with salvaged materials. There are all kinds of random stuff. A baby stroller, bags, toys, but everything is surprisingly well organized.
Yeah, my name's Jay. I live in the flood tunnels down here for like pretty much ever, like 8 or 9 years. I moved out here, all my luggage is stolen, my ID, everything. Basically, welcome to Vegas with $27 in my pocket. There's really no safe anywhere. You'll get robbed by other homeless people, you'll get robbed by the police.
This is where each day begins and ends for him.
What happens when they come to them?
You go to jail.
What?
Yo, don't you go a little insane, too? Where it's like, if you're in the darkest parts of the tunnels where, like, you can't really see light on one side or the other, and you don't have technology, you wake up and you don't even know what time it is. You have no idea how long you've been asleep. You could have been asleep an hour, 8 hours. You're kind of just gauging it off of how you feel.
Go to jail for trespassing.
Whose property is this?
This is by state property. It's a flood zone. They put you in jail for anything. I went to jail the other night for being on the boulevard.
They are the undesirables. The government banned them from everywhere. People often see these individuals as potential criminals, but Jay is tired of this.
I hate being hated by most everybody for what other people do. Not all homeless people are bad. Every day at war with myself, it's just not worth it.
Stigma. With time, he developed survival tactics.
There's really no food or water here. There's water in the back.
If you're homeless, just steal and go to jail. You get food and bad thoughts. People do that. In a lot of colder regions, people do that, where they'll purposefully do petty theft or crimes so they don't go to prison. They just repeatedly go to jail. But, I mean, that's also not helping you, long term. Then it's like, yes, you have you get like air conditioning or whatever, but like now you're in jail, you have even less freedom.
Yes, but it's all like wastewater. I usually eat what people throw out. Everything you see here, I found in the trash.
How do you get shower here?
Basically with a 5-gallon bucket of water.
What exactly happened to your eye, if you don't mind?
Shot in the head with a 45. I don't remember none of
How
that.
did he fucking live? He got shot in the head?
What is the worst thing that happened to you here?
Probably the whole haunting situation, like shit following me. I mean, I've seen demons. It'll move stuff. It'll make stuff disappear. Like, I'll be laying on my bed. It'll move the bed. It'll mimic people's voices. It'll call, like, from outside, call down the tunnel my name. Just go in the back, hang out for 15 minutes with no flashlight. Tell me what you think.
What have you seen exactly?
Oh, my God. What, like, you fucking started losing your mind in the dark?
Looks like a man, very thin, probably 6'5". Got a very
the Hat Man?
Pointed. Looks like a man, very thin, probably 6'5". Got a very pointed nose, no arms or legs. It moves so smoothly. If it's totally pitch black, you can clearly see it. It's blacker than black. That's the thing that drops the temperature.
What are you planning for future? Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
Dead. I don't know.
Oh.
Everybody's like 2 paychecks away from being homeless.
Every tunnel has its own identity, depending on who lives in it.
You can see a lot of needles here. Disgusting.
Where was I where I was thinking about that? I always wonder how in certain areas that have such high costs of living, how people make it make ends meet that have regular jobs, you know? Like being a barista in Los Angeles. Like, do you live outside of LA and then you like commute in? Like, how do you make enough money even with roommates? How do you live in like New York City as just somebody that's, you know, fucking, I guess, working 35, 40 hours a week at like a regular, you know, 9 to 5. A lot of side hustles. That's what I'm thinking. Lots of roommates, lots of side hustles. You're kind of living on the outskirts of the city. It's like, fuck, dude. Multiple jobs, good budgeting. Yeah, it has to be. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why if you're somebody in New York City, you're living in a shoebox apartment that you're sharing with somebody with a shared bathroom. You're working a minimum wage job. You're not working 40 hours a week. You're working 70, you know, to be able to fucking make enough money. And you're never even home. That's like, we watched one video about, I mean, this is just different New York City versus Vegas. It's probably very similar in Vegas, but it's like, we watched the one video about one of the smallest apartments in New York City, and the person they were interviewing was like, I just need somewhere to crash. You know, they're never home because they're always working. If they ever have free time or money, they're not going to stay at their apartment. They're just going to go spend it elsewhere. So it's like, they're literally just paying fucking thousands of dollars a month to just fucking have somewhere to fall asleep for 8 hours and get back up.
Life. Do you have contacts of your family?
Somewhat.
What do they think that you're doing right now?
They don't ask.
What did you do before you came to these tunnels?
Before I was in this situation, I was a family man. 2 boys, 1 girl. They still live out here. My son just turned 17 last month.
When is the last time did you see them?
10 years ago.
Wow. What is the
He hasn't seen his son since he was 7.
worst thing that happened to you in these tunnels?
Somebody died right where we were standing last night.
Last night?
Last night.
How?
OD. Life is precious. And short.
Nearly 7 out of 10 Americans live paycheck to paycheck, barely making ends meet. For many, it takes just one unexpected event to lose their financial stability.
Oh my God. We were in the tunnels and you can see the Caesar's Palace on that side. This is a drama. If you want to shine a light into these tunnels, consider donating to the Shine a Light Foundation. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel for more documentaries like this. Huge thanks to MyHeritage for sponsoring.
Oh my gosh, man. That was a sad fucking video, bro. Dystopian, really scary. This is the society we live in. Yeah, bro. But let's give tax breaks to people that make fucking $100 million a year. What a fucking great idea that is. Oh, 7 out of 10 Americans live paycheck to paycheck. Why don't we vote for people that fucking, sorry, I'm not trying to make it political. It's just fucking insane, man. Like CEOs. And this is coming from somebody, I make good money, right? Like I should get taxed more. I should get taxed more. I'm not going to sit here and argue that I need to make more money. Is it annoying that I have to fucking pay a lot in taxes? Yeah, but it's like, I'm the guy to pay it. Why the fuck are we sitting here going, oh yeah, actually, why don't we give more people, why don't we make Elon Musk a trillionaire? What a great idea. That'll solve society. The trickle-down effect. The trickle-down effect. Once Elon Musk has $1 trillion, he'll start handing it out to everybody else. We'll start handing it out. Eventually, yeah, that's what's gonna fix it. Once he gets $1,000 billion, then that money will start getting redistributed to the average American. Fucking hell, man. Like, there are billionaires that do donate a shitload of money. I'm pretty sure Jeff Bezos' wife gave billions of dollars away. I know the Bill Gates family, or the Gates family, does a lot of stuff. But, like, fuck, man. Only political take for today. I believe no one should be a billionaire. I think that you could reach $999 million, and after that, it is a hard cap. You've won at life. You should not. You can work. You can't own a business anymore. Shit's got. Maybe you could be like a supervisor. You should not be able to get more money. Your net worth should be capped at $999 million, and that's a lot of fucking money. Next video. How Wawa is beating fast food companies at their own game. Before we even get into this chat, who knows what Wawa is? Who knows what Wawa is? If you don't, it's basically 7-Eleven, but better. It's a superstore gas station. I would say the equivalent of a Wawa. Wawa's like northeast/east. I would say for like southern people, Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's a lot larger, but people perceive Buc-ee's as the same way that people in the northeast perceive Wawa. A very loved store, right? All the athletes, you know, get sponsored by Wawa. Most Eagles players are sponsored by Wawa. Not most, but a lot.
Steak shorty.
My bag. Hello, would you like to try a sample? How are you today, sir? Do you have a rewards card today?
It's
Sample? They ain't ever dealing out samples in Wawa. That was straight for the video, bro. That pissed me off. There was never somebody Kim outside of fucking Wawa handing out samplers.
Would you like to try a sample?
Never.
How are you today, sir? Do you have a rewards card today?
It's 10 a.m. on a Monday, and we're at a Wawa, one of America's largest convenience store chains, right outside of Philadelphia. 8:30. Have a great day.
Gobbler's back.
And you're stuck behind the guy that's getting 9 packs of cigarettes.
Yeah, let me get one of those. Let me get one of those Camel Crushes on the top left. Yeah. Do you have any of that? Do you have any of that Red Man chew? Oh yeah, I'll get one of those. Yep.
Then he pulls out a wad of cash, but it's unorganized. That's a casual experience at Wawa. Pulls out a fucking wad of cash. It's just like, it was just in his pocket. It wasn't even in his wallet. Just fucking,
yeah, let me just rummage through here.
Just pulling out fucking a $5 bill, a 20, a 10, a 50. He just has it all.
Today's the first day of the Gobbler.
Oh, don't get me started about... I'm a Gobbler hater. Dude, the Gobbler is this... If you don't know... Okay, see, I'm talking about this like people know what this is. The Wawa Gobbler is this big promo they have at this store, like, for a month straight. And they're like, dude, come get the Gobbler at Wawa. And they get, like, Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts to be like eating the Gobbler. Yo, it's fucking disgusting. It's an entire Thanksgiving meal in one sandwich.
It's limited time offers inspired by Thanksgiving. Food has helped Wawa build a
yuck
fiercely loyal fan base, what some call a cult-like.
Now that's a little extreme. Getting a Wawa tattoo? Oh no.
I love Wawa. I don't even get gas. I get food.
I love their products.
That is a lot of people. They're phasing those out, but they used to have it used to be like a 7-Eleven where you could just get food, but now most Wawas are also gas stations. Patrick Welsh, Wawa customer.
Their sandwiches, their coffee.
I love their sandwiches. They even have some cool selections for drinks. It's really just a great old time.
Any cult following starts with each customer, each visit, each transaction.
Hey, Chris Geisens. He spoke at my high school.
Turning in it.
Hey, Chris Geisens. Rock on. CEO of Wawa.
To something more than it should be. We have 5 minutes with our customers. Make it the best 5 minutes of their day.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Expansion has been rapid. Revenue has more than doubled. And it's
a little stagnated here. Uh-oh. That worries me. Wawa, what the fuck?
And it's
we need to be on the up and up. We got to spread worldwide. We're making a monopoly here, Wawa. What are we fucking doing? We're at 18.9 billion, 18.8. That's bad.
Revenue has more than doubled, and its workforce has grown by nearly 90% over the past decade. But competition is fierce.
Yeah, half of those people are New Jersey gas attendants.
But competition is fierce. Convenience store chains are perfecting food, and fast food chains are expanding options and offering value deals and more customization.
You're gonna see
dude, the order screen at Wawa is like the perfect UI. Chat, you have never, if you're ever in a state that has a Wawa, go there. It's not gonna be some mind-boggling experience. I'm not gonna sit here and say like your life's gonna change, you know? But if you go to a Wawa, you're gonna leave that and be like, wow, that would be like really nice to have. You know, open 24/7. They always have like a bunch of meal options. It's like a million fast food places in one. You could get salads, hoagies, sandwiches, soup, mac and cheese, hot dogs, milkshakes, smoothies, re-energy fucking like juices. It's like, dude, it's fucking espresso, cold brew. You can fucking get anything at a fucking Wawa. Whole pizza, you get at a fucking Wawa, you know? Lotto tickets, Zins, maybe heroin in the back, but they're not associated. It'd be another guy. Gamer Subs. Try it. Code BART. 10% off. Free shipping. Free sample pack at checkout. You could get cups. Powdered tubs. Or cans. Link in description. Bye.
Continued expansion of high-quality food service in the convenience industry. And if anything, the quick service restaurants better watch out, because if you can get better food faster at a gas station, that kind of changes everything.
But with an estimated $18.8 billion in annual revenue and nearly 1,200 stores, Wawa is holding its own against public players like 7-Eleven and Casey's.
Yo, fuck Casey's! Yo, fuck Casey's for the motherfucker! Yo! Earlier before this stream started, or earlier before this video started, some motherfucker in my chat was like, oh, Casey's is better than all of them. Yo, 2,800 stores, $15.9 billion in revenue. 1,100 stores, $18.8 billion in revenue. Which one's more successful? Honestly, if you crunch the numbers too, I'm pretty sure Wawa's even doing better than 7-Eleven. Per Wawa is making more money. How many stores do you have? 0.
So can it keep up the momentum?
What a fucking awkward intro. God, a millennial pause.
Just 2 miles away, at Wawa's headquarters, the Innovation Center is testing new hoagies, or subs.
Bro, they're hiring people. What is that? See, no, that's something I'm going to complain about, is I love their options, but they also have a lot of fucking weird shit that no one orders. Like, because they just have a million. Okay, so they have fucking 300 ingredients, and they go, we're just going to make 85 different things that have these ingredients in them. So then they just hire people to like come up with these weird ideas. Stop having that shit. Just have everything be custom and let me put it on it. This is something I'm going to complain about. They came out with this panini sandwich. It's a panini with turkey, cheese, garlic sauce, honey hot sauce, and mac and cheese. It's amazing, okay? I have a few things I would like to change, all right? I'm going to order it, but I have a few things I'd like to change. When I go to custom panini, I'm not allowed to add the mac and cheese on the custom panini, and that pisses me off. That fucking grinds my gears, okay? See, so now, hey, Chris Geisens, if you're watching this fucking video, hey, pal, maybe change that. Maybe make it so I could put mac and cheese on my fucking panini without having to order the fucking specialty sandwich that they fucking want me to order.
Sauces, coffees, and smoothies.
So this is...
Yeah, I got 98 fucking flavors of smoothies, dude.
Second round of samples?
I got dragon fruit. Some shit you've never even heard of. You've heard of dragon fruit. They have other weird shit.
We send back out several concepts to our Wingmates panel.
Aside from the dozens of fresh...
Oh my God, right there, dude. That's like heaven. Yo, you click one, it expands to like 9 different options, and you can just be tapping that shit. Like, just searching that shit. It's amazing.
Aside from the dozens of fresh food and beverage options available to customers in store, Wawa offers 15 limited time items every year. The Gobbler, around Thanksgiving...
Nobody fucking eats the Gobbler, bro. I need to see the numbers on this shit. I don't know anybody that's ordered the Gobbler. Everybody in New Jersey goes to fucking Wawa. I don't know a single person that eats the Gobbler. I do? Okay, Zod does, bruh. Zod eats the Gobbler. You've craved that. You've been like, damn, the Gobbler's back. A sandwich with mashed potatoes, turkey, gravy, and cranberry sauce. Oh, it's dripping too.
Year. The Gobbler, around Thanksgiving,
Yuck.
is its most popular. Coffee is a big deal. There are
What's another fucking specialty sandwich that Wawa has seasonally that's popular? They have Hoagie Fest. And Hoagie Fest is like the fucking... Dude, when I see Hoagie Fest, all of the sandwiches, I'm pretty sure, are the same fucking price. So if you get a 6-inch or a 12-inch, they're the same price. So when I see a motherfucker on Hoagie Fest, or it's like $4 and $5. No, it's like, if you get a 6-inch hoagie, say it's like $4. Regularly, the 12-inch would be like 8 or like 10. But a Hoagie Fest is like $4 and $5. Just get the fucking bigger one. But I see people get the 6-inch hoagie. What are you fucking doing? You're just wasting money.
already 9 variations at its stores.
We used to have...
Some people are health conscious. It's a 12-inch hoagie, brother. Cut that bitch in half. Oh, Chris Geisens, lock in.
Different third parties, Dunkin' or Pizza Hut was part of our offer here. And customers said to us, we trust you, we trust your food, we trust the brand you are. And so now every product we sell here that's food or fresh beverages or Wawa branded.
I think it offers a nice tart flavor.
All right, I'm gonna get some slurpant.
A focus on food is...
All right, we're getting a little snobbish with the science here for the Wawa. I mean, dude, the people that are getting the coffee are pulling up at 4 a.m. They're truckers.
It's paying off. Customers who shop at both Wawa and quick service chains Burger King, Wendy's, or Starbucks have been shopping more frequently with Wawa than with the others since 2023. And breakfast is the clear winner. Morning meal traffic increased by 5% at food-forward convenience stores like Wawa, while QSRs only increased by 1% in August 2025.
The big thing Wawa figured out is if you look at all of the negatives that were historically associated with the gas station industry, the bathrooms, maybe the last resort food, Wawa flipped all of that and decided to turn those into positives.
Wawa's customers...
They don't let crackheads in the bathroom. I mean, like, what the fuck are we... Dude, like, that's what... They're trying to flip those into positives. So, you know, the things that normally are not perceived... That's what they do, bro. The bathrooms are clean because they have locks on them. At ones of high traffic areas, like, dude, they just don't let, like, why would you? I'm not saying, bro, I'm not gonna have a take here. I'm saying the bathrooms are cleaner because they have janitors that take care of them and they don't let, like, homeless people roam the stores.
Customer base is also increasing. While at competitors 7-Eleven, Circle K, and Sheetz, it's shrinking.
People know each other by name. People create this warm environment. That, I think, is somehow the secret sauce.
Chris Geisens, king of parasociality. Chris Geisens, making you fall in love with the guy, with Roger, that makes your hoagie at 3 p.m.
What creates, if there is a cult-like following.
Up, next person. Come on.
And it starts with its employees.
Dude, Dan's gonna be whipping up my mac and cheese at 3 a.m.
They own nearly 40% of the company.
When you're an owner, you're just vested a little bit more. There's a higher level of commitment. Our most loyal customers, they're here 3, 4, 5, 10 times a week. You get to know them by name. You get to know their family. You get to know what's happening.
10 times a week? Actually, no, never mind. They go every morning, and then they go 3 times for, like, dinner.
And that connection, it's not really an expected thing in training. It happens because of culture.
I'm gonna have a chat. We're never gonna know. This is gonna be like a Schrodinger's cat. Is there any liquid in that coffee cup? Is there any liquid in that coffee cup? Or is he just holding that? Like, for the video. It's a prop? That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. Let's analyze his hand movement. I feel like...
It's not really an expected thing in training. It happens because of culture.
No, it looks like it's got some weight to it.
Tell her I said hi too. I will. Tell her get better soon.
Never had that happen. Never had that happen at a Wawa. Maybe it's because I don't open up to them. They always try to talk to me and I just ignore them. I don't ignore them, but if I go to a Wawa, they'll be like, how's your day? I'll be like, good. One word answer. Good. How about you? So you want to get your license.
All right, so getting your driver's license is supposed to be like this big milestone in life, right? Freedom.
I think it is the biggest milestone. I think he's going to say the exact opposite because he's introing the video like this, and then he's going to say, but I think getting your license is like a big freedom milestone. More so, dude, I want to say getting your license is like really big, and it's not really treated as such compared to like turning 18 when you're like an adult. But turning 18's lame as fuck. You don't get anything. You could buy scratch-off tickets. Congrats. The biggest milestone is, depending on your state, because it's varying by age, getting your license and then turning 21. That's the big milestones. 18 to 20 blows dick. That's like the worst years. People, not the worst years of your life. It's the worst years in that, like, your birthday doesn't matter. After 21, your birthday doesn't matter either. But it's like, you turn 18, it's like, congrats. Now you're a legal adult. And it's like, oh, really? What did I unlock? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. You still can't rent a car. Most Airbnbs, you still have to be 21 or 25, so you can't do that either. You can buy scratch-off tickets at a gas station. Taxes don't apply to you when you're 18. They apply to you whenever. They apply to you if you have an income. You could be 12 and you could get taxed. If you have a job, you're getting taxed. It's not taxes. You get a credit card. You could get a credit card before you're 18, depending. You might just need to co-sign it. It's just stupid. Right? Turning 21 and getting your license are like the big milestones in your life. Well, if you're in the U.S. If you're in the UK, it's different because different drinking ages, driving ages, whatever.
Independence, all that stuff. But in reality, it's one of the most stressful and embarrassing processes you'll ever go through. Like the government...
You used to be able to buy cigarettes when you were 18. That was the milestone. Used to be able to smoke cigarettes. Not anymore, though. Damn it.
Basically hands you a car and...
When? Not that long ago. Like, your parents probably could have bought cigarettes in high school when they were seniors.
Says, good luck, try not to kill anyone. And the way people hype it up makes it worse. Everyone's like, once you get your license, you can go anywhere you want. Bro, no I can't. I still live with my parents. I got like $3 in my bank account, and gas is $5 a gallon. The only place I'm driving is straight back home. Not to mention, the whole process is designed to humble you. Like, you'll walk...
No, I'm still gonna say, bro, not having to need a motherfucker to pick you up is so... much. It's not freedom, but it's better. Bro, I remember getting done at track practice and having to wait to get picked up. That shit's ass. Just standing around being like, God damn, where are they? They show up late, they forget. Have you ever had that? Have you ever been somewhere and it's like your mom forgets that they have to pick you up? And it's like, oh, don't worry, I'm on my way. And it's like, you were supposed to leave an hour ago. God. So now you're just standing around like fucking waiting for shit to happen. Like you run on other people's schedules. Once you have a license, you have your own time, right? Like you could go places when you want to go places. Yes, you need money, but it's like if you have gas, you could go somewhere.
Designed to humble you. Like you'll walk into the DMV thinking you're ready for adulthood, and the second you step up to that counter, some 60-year-old lady with glasses down her nose just looks at you like, you're not built for this. And she's right.
No, that's not what she's gonna do. She's gonna go, you don't have enough you need more points of identification. You only have your passport and a local water bill. You're gonna need to go home. And now you have to go you have to prove that you're you in every way in the fucking world. Oh my God, going to the DMV, bro, you might as well bring a binder full of everything that's ever happened to you. Drive all the way back, and hey, if you have an appointment, now you gotta reschedule because you didn't fucking show up with the right shit. Thinking you came with the right stuff. Wrong, you gotta show up with something else.
Right, because 5 minutes later, you're out there stalling your car in front of a line of 30 people who all hate you now. So let's talk about what actually happens when you try to get your...
I had a friend that failed the written test 15 times. I failed it once, and then I passed the behind the wheel. He passed the behind the wheel immediately. He failed the written like 15 times. He wouldn't study, and it was like an ongoing meme. Like everybody, he's like a year older than me, and we all got our licenses, and most of my friends are older than me. Like right now I'm 23. Most of my friends are like 25, right? Chris is like one of my IRL friends. He's 28, so he's a lot older than me. He's like 5 years older than me. But I think that changes. Once you're in your like mid-20s, it's just, you know, you all mend. It's fine. It's whatever. He's unk though. But anyways, when we were all like, you know, in New Jersey, you're 17 when you get your license. So we were all like, I was 16. He still didn't have his license. He was 17. I turned 17, got my license. And then it became a meme that like he was the only person without his license. It took him 2 more years. Because you have to take the written, and if you fail, you have to take it again. You have to wait like 2 weeks. So if you keep failing, you have to keep waiting. And so he kept consistently failing, and then like the time between taking the test would get longer, and then he wouldn't be able to some weeks. So he would take it like once a month, and he would just fail like every time until it was like he actually sat down and studied and finally passed. I will say I think the written test is stupid though. I failed it the first time by like 3 questions. It's not even like questions about how to drive, because all that shit's obvious. Stop at a stop sign. Don't park next to a fire hydrant. Stop when a school bus stops. But it's like asking you hyper-specific questions. How many feet from a school bus do you have to be stopped when it's stopped? Fucking idiot. I don't know. 2 car lengths? I'm going to guess. A cop isn't going to go, woo, hold up. Pulls out a tape measure and fucking goes, you're 3 inches too close. That's a safety hazard. No, they're not going to do that. They're going to eyeball it, right? Or they'll ask about fines. Like, why do I need to know that? Why do I need to know that? Hey, prove that you can drive. How much are you going to get charged if you do this? Fucking, I don't know. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. And hey, I'll find out. If I ever get pulled over for speeding, how much is the ticket if you're 10 over? Fucking, I don't know. The cop's going to hand me the ticket and I'm going to read it and go, oh shit, it's fucking $200. That's when I'll know. And then I'll say, the behind the wheel is too easy. The behind the wheel is a piece of shit. What? It depends on the state. The behind the wheel is literally stop, turn your signal on, go on a roundabout, turn around, parallel park. That's the hardest shit. Hey, buddy, why don't we make the test merging onto a 6-lane highway and going over a bridge when the median is fucking 6 inches away from the fucking edge line of the road and there's no fucking shoulder? That's how you know how to fucking drive. That's how you know how to fucking drive. You pass the fuck ass behind the wheel test. Congrats, you can parallel park. Oh, wow. Yeah, now actually get on a highway where people are going 95 and they won't let you in. And then you gotta fucking, and hey, there's gonna be moments where you just gotta fucking be ballsy. And that's what sucks. They don't teach you that. They don't teach you that shit. When you gotta merge onto a highway and it's like, hey, nobody's getting over. Don't move. Don't move. Because if they don't move, you're both gonna die. So they'll fucking get out of the goddamn way. And that's how it is sometimes. If you're driving in fucking Philly, you're driving in New York, you're driving somewhere in a packed city, they're not gonna move. You gotta make a move. And you gotta show, you can tell when it's a new driver on the road. You can tell when they don't need that fucking stupid sticker that says, new driver behind the wheel, be nice. Fuck out of here. I'm laying on the horn. Yeah, you gotta. New driver. Hey, buddy, you better lock in because you need to learn how to fucking drive. Oh, I'm gonna be nice to you. I'm gonna change the rules for you. Oh, get the fuck out of here. No, you gotta learn how to do that shit. I truly believe they couldn't do that though, because then if you failed, you get in a car crash. So they have to like simulate it somehow. But I remember I got behind the wheel and the driver's test was 4 minutes. 4 minutes long. And he goes, yeah, you pass. I do the parallel parking and I was too far, so I just had to redo it. And then that was it. That was the whole test. I'm like, this doesn't prove that I'm competent enough to drive anywhere outside of like back roads.
First off, you got to get your learner's permit, which is basically the government.
And that's why, dude, there's drivers today. There's drivers today that are in their 30s, bro, that won't drive over bridges. They won't go on highways. You know why? Because they never learned how and they're terrified to. Because they can't drive.
Saying, here's a piece of paper that lets you legally traumatize your parents in the passenger seat. Every drive turns into a hostage situation. Your mom's clutching the door handle like you're driving a fighter jet. Your dad's yelling, brake earlier every 5 seconds. And God forbid.
Bro, the worst is, this is optional, but I remember I did it. So it'd be, I could get my license earlier. And it was like I took a driving class. You take the written to get your permit. And then I had my permit and I took a driving class so I could like get my license earlier or something. And it was this old guy named Henry. I remember him. I'd go, Henri. I'm going to drive with Henri. He was like 80. And the first day we didn't, he canceled because he had to get like his kidney removed or something. I don't know. He had a fucking, it was like, I was waiting around and he was like, he texts like 3 days later and he's like, oh, sorry, I was in the hospital. I was like, oh, fuck. He shows up and he would eat. All I remember about him, I hope he's still alive. All I remember about him was he would munch on like Werther's originals. Like the whole time I was driving, he would be fiddling with the plastic in the wrappers and he'd be popping them in. I think he had like 3 in his mouth at once because he would go like this. And he would mush them around. It sounded like marbles in his mouth. And the permit, like the driving class cars have, normally a car has a brake and a gas pedal on the driver's side. The behind the wheel, like driver's like class, there's also a brake on the passenger side. And he would lay on that shit and I would get so mad. He would be like, I would be braking a good 100 meters before a stoplight, going 40 miles an hour. He would go, whoa, 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 and he would fucking make a noise. Whoa, whoa. I'd be like, dude, I'm stopping. Like I see, he goes, you don't want, he said, I remember he would go like this. You can't have this when you stop. Because when a car stops when it's going a little fast, it rocks. He goes, you need a smooth stop. You need a smooth stop. You want to stop and go, I don't want to, if I feel this, that's how I know you stopped bad. I'd go, fuck that. Fuck that. I'm slamming on the brakes right before I fucking hit the stoplight, and then I'm going forward.
You miss a stop sign, suddenly you're the worst driver alive. And the crazy part is your parents forget they drive like maniacs too. Like they'll be yelling at you for not using your blinker, but last week you watched them cut across 3 lanes like they were in the new Fast and...
Yeah, Jersey slide over a 6-lane highway, no blinker. just, oh shit, I gotta get over.
Furious movie. Plus, having a permit makes you a second-class citizen. You can't even drive alone. You need some random adult next to you at all times. Like, bro, if I'm old enough to control a 2-ton...
Bro, and you fully bank, I remember, bro, when it was my turn to take the driver's test, all my friends that had taken it before me, like, in my class were like, dude, you don't want, like, Rachel. They were like, you don't want Rachel. Rachel failed Billy and John. She's so mean. I got like Bob or whatever his name was. He was nice. Because it's literally like up to them on if they pass you or not. Outside, there's definitive fail markers. Like if you hit a traffic cone, that counts as hitting a car. So like you fail. But outside of that, it's like up to their discretion.
Death machine on the freeway. Why do I still need my mom sitting there with a Diet Coke acting like she's my parole officer? Then there's driving school, where some random 40-year-old dude who looks like he's given up on life teaches you how to parallel park. The car always smells weird, like a mix of...
Oh my god, yes! Yes! I was gonna say, bro, it didn't even smell like the Werther's. It smelled like piss. It smelled like piss. Like, but not new piss. Like, imagine you peed all over the fucking seats and then let it dry and, like, sit out in the sun for a week. And then I would get in the car. It just smelled like piss.
Old coffee and regret. And they make you do the dumbest stuff, like a 3-point turn. Like, bro, I'm not driving a 4.
I will say, all right, this is gonna sound like dickhead shit. When I got my license and I saw a car, like a gray car with the big block thing on the front that says student driver, I would pass him. I'd be laying on the horn. The most regretted college degrees.
Zach went to college. I did not. Is college a waste of time? According to the Federal Reserve, 35% of college grads regret their field of...
35% of college grads regret the degree they got? Holy Do you think that's college grads wishing they were in another subsection in their field or an entirely different field? I don't even know if that's off money, though. They might just hate their job.
Study. So today we are breaking down the top 5 most regretted and top 5 least regretted degrees.
I feel like most regretted are all going to be BAs. Coming from somebody with a BA. No. Yeah, it's going to be people with arts degrees like art humanities degrees. I think, what is a BA? Bachelor's of Arts versus Bachelor's of Science. You could get a BA, or a lot of degrees you can only get in BA or only BS, but there's some that you could get a BS or a BA. But least regretted, I'm probably going to think that people say like comp sci, STEM, like bio or like chem majors. I think most regretted, but it's not even off just money, dude. They might just hate their job. Education. I think teachers hate their fucking jobs more than ever. More than ever. Not because they don't get paid enough. And some people are like, teachers get paid a lot. Bro, they should get paid more, bro. They're teaching our youth. Isn't it weird how, like, some teachers make, like, fucking nothing? I'm like, bro, these are the people that are, like, training the future generation. I feel like teachers should maybe potentially be more qualified, but also get paid way more. Because you're literally training the next generation of people. So I feel like teachers just hate their jobs now because the kids suck and the fucking programs suck. It depends on the place on whether or not you're getting paid well, if you have good material supplies, and then also freedom of teaching.
Talk to people.
So education's probably bottom of the barrel. I'm going to go like number 2. God, what's number 1? We got to lock in one before we start the video. We got to lock in one guess on least regretted and most regretted. Least regretted degree. What makes money? I'm going to go like some sort of shit that's like a doctor path. Ooh, engineering. Yeah. But like generic engineering or like civil engineering. Lawyers? Bro, I would think lawyer would be in most regretted. I'm going to go lawyer. I'm going to go lawyer number 1 most regretted. But bro, lawyers hate their jobs unless they make bag. Why? Because most lawyers make fucking nothing. You pass the bar, you spend so much of your life sweating dick so you can fucking make money just to potentially make nothing. Lawyers number 1, least regretted, I'll go engineering.
Who got these degrees?
Accounting? I would say accounting maybe like number 3 on least regretted.
Do you regret your degree?
And most importantly, we're going to decide whether Zach is an idiot for going to art school.
Got him!
All right, let's jump right into it, starting with the 5th most regretted college degree / field of study.
Oh my God, no, I said that had a chance of being 1.
Education. Damn, that's a bummer.
No, I don't even think that's a bummer. I'm surprised it's that low.
That's so sad.
That is a bummer. Yeah, it's the people who take care of our kids, man.
My sister got her degree in education, actually. We should call her because she's not a teacher anymore. Do you wish you had studied something other than education?
Yes, because
Oh my God, an instant yes.
I don't really use my bachelor's.
What do you think the main thing is?
That's a lot. You see it more and more now. So many of my friends have jobs in fields that have nothing to do with their degree. I don't know if that's just like my friend group, but a lot of my friends are in the union, but a lot of them that have degrees just work in random fields that have nothing to... How? Because a lot of the time, jobs want you to have a degree. It doesn't matter what degree it's in. Not, like, obviously, medicine, STEM shit, it does. But if you're working, like... You could reasonably get a marketing job with, like, a fucking accounting degree or, like, a finance degree. Like, you could get in a similar field, but not have the expertise in the major that you had. Do you regret your degree? No. I would have if I went for PT. Exercise science, that's what I was originally going for. And then I swapped to philosophy. Philosophy, not great for getting jobs. But Usually you go for like, you go to grad school with a philosophy degree.
Is that
So a BA in philosophy is like fucking useless.
causes people who got their degrees in education to regret it?
Red tape.
Ah, like what do you
Just-
mean?
Well, they're not doing this for the pay. They're obviously doing this for a greater purpose. You know, you're trying to do what you think is best, and you have to go through different structures of way of doing things. You know, government implementing all their blockades and the politics of it. These structures aren't necessarily created by people that teach.
Well, there's a weird middle ground between blocking what people are able to do and not, because you do need some restriction for teachers, because if you have no restriction for teachers, they could just do and teach whatever they want within like a thin guideline, which is really bad, because then you're just getting shoved the ideologies of the teacher down your throat. Otherwise, but like that doesn't really happen. A lot of people say that happens in college. I don't think it does. I think in college, it really depends on the major and the degree you're going for, but they'll share your opinion, but they're not acting like you need it. But in high school, I don't know. What? How? If you had like a really religious or non-religious teacher that wanted to like kind of just weave that into everyday teachings, like that's more the separation in church and state idea. But that's why you have restrictions like that. You don't bring religion into schools. Because if you let teachers do whatever they wanted without restrictions, they would start pushing their religious ideologies onto you, right? Or doing those sorts of things intertwined with their regular teachings. Not always, but I'm saying you can't just have them, you know, do whatever they want, because then they're going to fucking just teach them as if you're their kid.
So it's a lot of back and forth.
Good thing for that? Yes, but then there's also too many restrictions where they ban books. They don't allow you to teach certain things or talk about certain subjects. On either side of the political spectrum, it's like it becomes a game of like what's allowed and what's not allowed to talk about in a classroom. And it's like you get a long list of like this, and this is a no-go.
Come up against, I don't know.
I went to a private school, like I went to a religious school in high school. And a lot of the teachers that I talked to openly said they make less money at that school, but they would rather teach there because they got to teach what they wanted to. Because private schools have more free reign outside of the religious aspect. outside of the religious aspect of the school where you're taking theology classes. It's more like when I took world literature, my high school teacher got to pick every book we read, right? He mapped the class himself. There was no guidelines. It's just like they need to be able to learn some sort of comprehension.
Bureaucracy.
Yeah.
Thanks for being in our video.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
That was insightful. to some
Yeah,
extent.
for sure.
What a bummer for that to be the first one, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Let's get a little bit more
Oh
positive.
my
Number
fuck!
5, least.
Dude, there's too many fucking chords in this cuck-ass room. Lock in.
Regretted. Business/management. That
It's because it's a broad degree. You could get so many jobs with that major, but I feel like a business management degree. Ooh, wait. Sorry, I was thinking. Business management, understandable. Most regretted, communications is on this list. On most regretted. Least regretted, I could see accounting, finance.
makes sense. So business and management includes a lot of things. Business administration, finance, marketing, accounting, human resource management, international business, basically anything that needs to be taken care
Okay, so we're just lumping all of that into 5.
of is in business.
I think people who get this degree have no delusion about what their life's going to be like.
I also think that anybody that gets a business degree isn't like, yeah, I really just want to crunch numbers and do people's taxes. I really want to manage and market a business company. I feel like most of the time there are people that do that, but if I had to guess, like 70% of business majors just want to make money. I do want to do that, really. You want to be an accountant, really. I'm not judging that. I'm not making fun of that. That's fine. You want to be like, when somebody's like, what's your dream job? You go, I want to save people money in taxes. That's what you want to do. But money not involved. Like, not the fact that you could potentially make really good money. It's like, yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing's wrong with it. Nothing's wrong with it. I just can't. That's the opposite end of the spectrum for me, right? Like, I would never want to be like, dude, do you think there's anybody that's like, I want to be an auditor for the IRS? Like, that's the job. That's the dream job, is auditing. Like, that sounds so bad. I would hate that job. I mean, maybe you get some sort of pleasure in, like, sticking it to the rich guy that didn't pay his taxes. But it's like, oh, fuck, bro. You want to work for the IRS?
College, have a good time, and if things don't work out, hey, that's okay. If they do work out, great. You know, like, it's just
business, dude. These guys have TikToks, and they walk up to restaurants and try and get in without reservations.
Let me see if my buddy Matt, I think he majored in business. Yo, Matt. You majored in business, right?
Yeah, I majored in marketing.
Hi, I'm James.
I fully think, bro, I really don't think marketing degrees are needed for the marketing space, though. And I whenever I have takes on this shit, a lot of, like, the YouTube commenters, if this becomes a video, Joe's such a fucking idiot. He knows nothing about marketing. I know. I'm just saying this is my personal perspective. You say I'm an idiot. That's fine. Explain why, and I'm fine with that. Right, I'm not saying you're wrong. There are times where I have horrible takes. But I don't think... I took a marketing class in college. It was daycare. It was daycare. Everything that I learned in that class was absolute horse shit. And when I was taking the class, one of the main things that people say, and I kind of agree, is, why the fuck are you a professor if you're so successful in marketing? I'm sorry. I get being a professor for, like, chemistry or philosophy or fucking STEM shit. Why are you a professor for fucking marketing if you're a marketing guru? Wouldn't you be making racks marketing? And you're teaching me the fucking tips and tricks? Bro, I feel like I'm getting a fucking PowerPoint rundown made by ChatGPT. I remember the first fucking 3 weeks of class was about, like, perceived value. Oh my God. It's just basic shit everybody knows. You've seen an ad. You want to make your product seem valuable. You want to have a low production cost with a high value rate. iPhones are like the pinnacle of the marketing world. They cost pennies to make, and they sell for the fucking profit margins that Ferraris do. Like, they're insane. Right, they churn shit like Ford cars, but they have the margins of Ferraris. It's like, everybody knows that. Why the fuck? It's not pennies, bro. I know, you dumbass! It's not pennies, bro. Yeah, it's... dude, I'm not actually saying they cost pennies. I'm saying they're cheap. Oh. Fucking hell, bro.
It's the number 5, like, people are most happy that they...
But that's what I'm saying, like, when I took marketing, granted, it was the first class, and I know it's going to go much more in depth after that, but, like, I fully believe experience outweighs, what word am I looking for? Oh, like, requirements. Like, if you have a degree in marketing and you go to apply for a job versus a guy that has proven success in marketing and social media, who are they going to hire? Who are they going to hire? The fucking guy that's proven his success, not some dude that just got a 4-year degree for marketing. Like, that's why when you go to business in general, do the internships. Do the internships, because that's how you get in. That's how you get the experience, because the experience with the degree is always going to beat experience. But if you just have the degree, you're not going to get a fucking job at a high-tier place, because they want a guy that knows what he's doing.
Majored in it.
Really?
Yeah, do you regret your degree? Are you happy that you got your degree?
Here, one second. Can I also just do a copy real quick? Or pour over? Just give me 1 second to finish paying real quick.
Yeah. You can tell this guy's got the goods.
Yeah, so doing a second transaction, right? Yeah. Perfect, let's just do that. That's all. Okay, thank you. I was basically, like, highly recommended by my parents that I need to get a business degree. But I would have got a degree in, like, engineering or science in some capacity. because I actually enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Like, if you got a degree in like finance or accounting, I think that'd be helpful. Like, I got a degree in marketing. I think that's like an absolute joke. I don't think it actually.
Oh, weird. 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 I was just doing a rambling about how marketing degree is a fucking piece of shit. What the fuck? I think you learn valuable shit. But like, bro, all smart marketing guys that I watch speak know their shit from the jobs they've held versus the degree they had. Like, you could get a genius. Throw it in sub only! Please! Holy shit! Why are people spamming that, bro? Stop that poll, mods. I'm sorry, bro. I really want to lock in today. I'm really excited about the videos we're watching. Please stop trolling, mods. I'm genuine. I'm actually asking you. I'm not faking the rage right now. I want to lock in. I look over at my chat. Nobody's typing shit that has to do with it. Please. Please, chat. It's in sub only. Shut the fuck up. Oh my. Are we ready?
Like, helps with anything. But like, I'm happy, I guess, that I have it.
It's the 5th least regretted. Like, why do you think that is?
I would say that people are probably happy with it because it, like, everybody ends up going and working in business, no matter what your profession is.
Well, dude.
Yeah, it's more that you need the degree to get in the door versus actually the expertise. It's just the fact that you need a business degree.
Thanks for answering our questions, dude. I'll see you tonight.
Yeah, I'll see you tonight.
All right, later.
Should I not tell Lindsay?
See ya tonight. Okay, that was hilarious. He's like, I don't regret it at all. Huge waste of time.
Yeah. But he did make a good point there at the end where, like, everything is business.
Yeah, I think no matter what you do in your life, you'd be like, oh, well, I used that thing I learned from business school. Like, there will be something.
Yeah.
You won't feel like it was...
Yeah, I'm not saying that you're not getting any value out of a marketing. I think business degrees in general have value. I think going to school for general business is weird because you should still just pick some sort of alleyway down the line. Like, getting the most hated airline in the world.
Ryanair is the largest airline in Europe, flying over 180 million passengers every year. And unlike most airlines, Ryanair offers flights for as little as $9.99. But
how the hell do they get a flight for $9.99? Is it like a 30-minute flight across cities, bro? A $10 airline flight? I feel like the average plane flight that I'm buying costs like $300.
For every passenger who loves Ryanair's cheap tickets, there's another one who has sworn never to fly with them again. Ryanair is infamous for charging ridiculous...
Well, I hate to be that guy, but if you're getting on an airline that's, you know, charging $9.99 for a plane seat, I'm assuming there's a catch. Coupled with the fact that you're probably going to have pretty bad service. I think it's fair to like rate something very poorly, but in light of the price. Like, if you're getting on a plane that's taking you across multiple like states or countries and you're paying $20 for your seat and you're like, dude, I was crammed in the back the whole time. It was really uncomfortable and it smelled bad. I mean, what did you think? You know, you thought you were going to get a fucking five-star experience sitting in the back of the plane in Ryanair, you know, basically standing up by the toilet seat.
hidden fees, taking passengers to unexpected destinations, and changing their schedule.
That's kind of fun. If you don't have anywhere specific to be. How do you get on? What do you mean Ryanair taking them to unexpected locations? Like, you get on the plane thinking you're going to Germany and you end up in like Philippines?
At the very last minute. And if you head to their social media accounts, you'll find that instead of helping out, Ryanair often just trolls their passengers, quite literally making memes out of their complaints. There are countless horror stories about flying Ryanair.
I mean, but I kind of think that's respectable. You're paying for a low-class experience. You're paying to get there, right? I think that's the only thing that needs... If you're paying $15 for a fucking flight, the only thing that should be getting voted on is, did I die and did I make it there? Like, it's different if I'm, like, paying $450 to fly on a fucking American Airlines flight, and then it's a really shitty experience. Like, I could be mad and be like, wow, Ryanair really sucked. But I'd be like, yeah, I paid $30 for my plane seat.
But here's where things get weird. Behind the scenes, everything Ryanair does is actually genius. Even with such low prices, they have one of the highest profit margins in the entire airline industry.
How? They run the plane on fast food oil.
Ryanair's journey from a single plane to Europe's largest airline is fascinating.
So how does it make money if their fucking plane seats are $10.99 or $9.99?
So strap yourself in, because the story of Ryanair is gonna be a wild ride.
Let me explain something to you. I set the rules and you follow them blindly.
Tony Ryan began Ryanair in 1984, starting off with just a single aircraft flying from Ireland to London. However, as they tried to expand and offer more routes, the business started losing more.
Ireland to London, isn't that that's like an hour flight. Is that long of a plane ride? Ireland to London? I feel like that's very short. That's like puddle jumper plane.
More money. So Tony asked his personal assistant, Michael O'Leary, to take a look at the business. And what he found was a mess of unmerciful proportions. Michael's first assessment was that Ryanair should simply shut down, because it was losing millions every year. But Tony said that wasn't—
How the hell is a small plane company that's only flying one place to one place losing millions of dollars? I never understand that. I know there's businesses and there's like benefits for businesses being in the red at times, especially if you have multiple businesses, because you're able to write off stuff and you could be in the red for multiple years before it's a big issue with a like IRS or the government, like because you're able to like offset those costs. But if you're like an airline company or a company in general and they're like, yeah, we actually lost $85 million this year, and you're a full functioning business on the stock market, and you're like, I understand there's a lot of steps they have to take for like future projections, and so they spend more money than they make, but I'm like, 85 million in the red, 85 million in the red, and we're still up and running. Like, what the fuck? They said they were expanding. That might be why.
An option. So Michael's next assessment was that Ryanair needed to completely restructure itself and cut down their costs by whatever means necessary. Tony trusted Michael, so he asked him to help make Ryanair profitable. They agreed a deal where instead of a salary, Michael would get 25% of any profits Ryanair made over $2 million. And
what a terrible fucking deal. Not for this guy, for the fucking Tony, dude. You're gonna be like, well, I mean, he did have a failing business, so he had nothing else really to fucking give him. Yeah, I'm gonna give you 25% of my business effectively if you just fucking bring us out of the red.
Michael would lead the airline as chief executive. Given that Ryanair was losing millions a year, Tony doubted whether Michael would make any money at all from this deal. However, Michael realized that trying to offer a better service than the more established airlines was not the right option. And so the first thing Michael did was head over to America to check out Southwest Airlines, a company that was charging as little as $10 for some of their flights.
Oh my God, no, you know the worst airline I've ever been on? Frontier. It's not Spirit, it's Frontier. Spirit and Frontier are like twins when it comes to that. They're both dog shit. They have the cheapest flights, but they fly like 4 places, and their seating's terrible. You also got to think, bro, bright yellow plane. Ugh. Yeah, what a fucking great business idea. Spirit Airlines. Spirit Airlines. We're going to have a fucking plane. We're going to, hey, why don't we paint it the fucking color of a school bus?
Study their process and figure out how they were offering fares so cheaply. And he was hugely impressed with what he saw. Michael compared Southwest
I feel like it's just add-ons now. You buy a $10 ticket, but then you have to pay to reserve a seat for like $40. Then you pay for a bag for $50, and then you have to pay for food and drinks. Like they kind of just, you know, nickel and dime you the whole way.
Every process, from checking the plane before a flight, to boarding the passengers, to the in-flight services, was optimized to increase efficiency and decrease operating costs. When he returned from the US, Michael was inspired and vowed he was going to turn Ryanair into an ultra low-cost airline that offered customers rock-bottom prices. However, many questioned, with rock-bottom prices, how was Ryanair ever going to turn a profit? Well, Michael had a plan for that, and the best way to see it in action is for us to take a flight with Ryanair.
Don't they jam the seats together? Bro, that's how you know. Have you ever been on an airline flight and you look to your left and it's like the window doesn't line up with the seat? That's how you know they're fucking like messing with the insides of those planes to fit more space. Where it's like you're not looking out a window, it's like half on the side, so you kind of see the window behind you and the window in front of you. I saw one picture, and I feel like it was a fake image, but it was supposed to be like these new airline seats that they're inventing. Oh my God, is it real? They're stand-up seats where like you're so much closer to the person in front of you. You kind of like half sit. You're in like a crouch position almost. Like you're on a roller coaster. Ooh. I know my ass would be cramping out. Dude, look at this. Who the fuck invented this? And in the American economy, you know, I hate to be that guy. 40% of Americans are overweight or obese, all right? And you're going to try and tell me that, like, anybody over 200 pounds is going to fit. I don't even know if I weigh 178 pounds, but I'm tall, right? I don't even know if I would fit in this fucking seat.
Ticket. But you can only buy Ryanair tickets online. That way, the process is streamlined and they cut out travel agencies taking a commission. Ryanair's tickets are especially cheap, but that's because customers are really only paying for a random seat on the plane. If you want to choose a seat so you can sit next to who you're traveling with, that's extra. And if you want to take
I literally said that. That's how they fucking get you. Because I always travel with Brooke. I'm like, oh, wait, and it's not just Ryanair. I'm like, oh, dude, it's only like $100. It's only $100 for this fucking ticket. Oh, but if you want to sit next to somebody, it's $95 per extra. And I'm like, oh.
any luggage other than a backpack, that's extra.
What's the most amount you spent on a ticket? Iceland. I think the most I've ever spent on an individual plane ticket was probably like $1,500. No, it wasn't to Iceland. I think it was to the Caribbean. Because it was just they only have like 3 flights in and out. Traveling to Wyoming was very expensive as well. Because everything goes through Denver.
On the ticket itself. Ryanair saves tons of money this way because most governments tax airlines on the airfare, but not the add-ons. Not just that, it means Ryanair are always going to be at the top of price comparison searches, as they're sorted based.
Oh, so it's like a loophole with the government too. And then it's just instantly free marketing. On what's that website that you get a lot of flights on? Expedia. Expedia's fucking running that shit. But you're taking 8 planes each way. All different airlines. You're going to be connecting 3 times. It's only $10 to fly all the way across the country. But you're going to connect in fucking 15 different states.
Based on ticket price.
All on different airlines.
Not including the extra hidden costs. Now, when you're booking your tickets, make sure you don't fill in any of your details incorrectly, as Ryanair can sometimes charge over €100 to make any changes. Articles have pointed out that it is cheaper to legally change your name and passport than to change names on Ryanair tickets. When you arrive at the airport, Ryanair saves on staff costs too by not having any check-in desks, and they'll charge a hefty fee to anyone that forgets to check in online. After this, the passengers head to the gate, which might be inconvenient.
How do you check in your bag then? Oh, they don't have check-in desks, but they still have bag drop.
Airlines less for using certain gates, and Ryanair always takes the cheapest ones. Next, the passengers head onto the plane, but instead of using a skybridge, Ryanair makes them take a bus and walk up the stairs, because again, it's cheaper. Once inside, the passengers will see that there's no first class on Ryanair, because having only one type of seat,
no first class on Ryanair, everyone's equal,
streamlines the cleanup process after the flight. You'll also notice that the plane is absolutely crammed with passengers. Ryanair uses mostly Boeing 737s, which typically seat around 170 passengers, but Ryanair stuff around 200 in the same space.
Oh my god, bro. For them to shove 200 people in the same spot, your knees have to be against the wall. Or not against the wall, against the seat in front of you, like pressing. And I'm assuming they don't have this feature. They don't have the lean back. I'm assuming all the seats are like hard locked upright. Like you can't move.
The max that regulations allow. This means you won't have much legroom, and to make things worse, the seats can't be reclined.
Yep.
That's because these are the cheapest seats for Ryanair to buy and maintain. It also means some of their window seats don't have a window at all.
Wait, this is what we were talking about. No window at all, though. I've never been on an airline where I didn't have a window. I've been on an airline where it's been like 2 windows split in my seat.
In the case of seat 11A, this is what you're getting. Next up, the flight attendants give a safety brief.
Just staring at a wall. God, and they probably charge more for a window seat if you want it. At Ryanair, window seat, eh? Doesn't look like that.
Next up, the flight attendants give a safety brief. But instead of your typical safety brochure, the information is printed on the back of the seat's headrest. This way, there's no need for pockets on the back of the seats, which makes...
I mean, who the fuck reads the safety brochures anyway? I always go into an airline going, if this bitch goes down, I'm dying, okay? I don't need... She always goes, and in case of oxygen, make sure you help your first before assisting others. You can see the seatbelt in front of you, straps like this. You could also blow up the life jacket, or you could pull the tab. I'm like, bitch, I'm dying, okay? If we crash in the middle of the Atlantic, it's cooked, right? We're not getting saved.
Cleaning up way faster. And usually it's the flight attendants who do the cleaning themselves, which dramatically reduces Ryanair's staff bill.
Our people are our most important asset. No, they're our biggest expense.
Then the pilot introduces himself over the speakers, but they're probably not a Ryanair employee. Instead of hiring pilots the traditional way, Ryanair makes them start their own companies in Ireland and then hires them as contractors.
Is that like a weird loophole so they don't have to pay them like fucking like health insurance and shit?
This way they can avoid paying for health insurance.
Yeah. I know the business methods. Independent contractors aren't required to get... Independent contractors, I believe, can work full-time and not get benefits. Because you're not technically working for the company. You're your own company that's getting contracted to do something. It's not a pre-watch, chat. That's just how business works.
Insurance or severance. Once the plane takes off, passengers...
Why would any pilot agree to do that, though? They have to be getting higher salaries. That's the only way, because why would any Ryanair pilot rather work with Ryanair than any other company? For them to openly open an LLC in another country, or if they're a part of Ireland or the UK in general, and then get fucking subcontracted to work on the airline rather than get benefits.
You'll notice that there's no in-flight internet or screens to watch movies.
Quick flight hours? Oh, so do you think that these are less experienced pilots too? So they rack up more hours so they could go somewhere else? Oh, fuck no.
Movies on.
Oh, fuck no.
That's an...
Ryanair's got fucking teenagers up at the front, at the helm. Fucking flying that shit. We're coming in heavy. We're coming in hot. Let me know when I can land. Dude, are you a junior in high school or you're landing the plane right now? What the fuck?
Necessary cost. And if you want any food mid-flight, or even just a glass of water, you're gonna have to pay. Nothing on the plane is free.
You gotta pay for water?
So Ryanair turns what is an expense for other airlines into another revenue stream. You won't be waiting long though. The average Ryanair flight is just over 2 hours.
Awesome. Thanks, man. Have a good day. You too. Bye. I don't know, man. I don't want to fucking talk, bro, because I'm not trying to have a fuck-ass conversation, man. I'm just trying to leave. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to get in, get out, get the food. They're nice. I'm not upset. I'm not rude to them, chat. I'm just like, I'm not going to continue the conversation. What about the community? Damn, maybe Roger's been thinking about my well-being so much. Fuck, dude. Maybe Roger's been thinking about me too much. Thinking about him right now, wearing that black Wawa hat. Probably in an apron right now, cooking up a hoagie. Maybe panini pressing something. You think he's thinking about me? I'm thinking about him.
Wawa began as an iron foundry in New Jersey in 1803, before shifting to a dairy business in Pennsylvania nearly a century later. As home delivery declined, the
Wawa started as a dairy business?
company pivoted again, opening the first Wawa food market in the 1960s.
When you think of convenience stores, of the 154,000 about in the United States, many were born out of major oil companies. Some were born out of the dairy heritage. It just gave us, I think, a little bit of a leg up on food to begin with.
In the following decades, Wawa grew slowly in its home market.
This has soured my opinion of Wawa. This has soured my opinion slightly, very fractionally. It's starting out as Big Milk. I still love Wawa because they don't push the milk on you. That would annoy me. If they pushed the milk on me, I would be annoyed. But they don't do that. You know, I'll get a milkshake at Wawa here and there, but they're not like, they don't got like no big milk sign or being like, buy Wawa milk. They do sell milk at Wawa, though.
To Philadelphia.
Their own branded milk.
In South Jersey, and built a significant presence across 3 other East Coast states, plus Washington, D.C.
They got way more stores than this. They're not just in these states.
It doubled down on convenience.
Oh, or is this just like where they spread initially?
Becoming a 24/7 operation in the 70s, at a time when most retailers closed early, and offering surcharge-free ATMs, free air for tires.
Always hit up a Wawa ATM before I go gambling. Always.
And finally, fuel in the 90s. It debuted in Florida in 2012. As of 2024,
no surcharge ATM? No $6 charge?
State holds more Wawas than any other.
Wawa has become synonymous with Florida, heading out to the Midwest. We had a lot of research, we knew the customers, we'd done all the homework, and the lines around those stores and the opening excitement was palpable. And those stores have performed almost as well as core market stores coming out of the gate.
But the convenience store business is getting more competitive as the industry has consolidated.
I mean, it's the same thing as like Bucky. I think Bucky's is bigger. Bucky's is definitely bigger, right? Bro, motherfuckers wear Bucky's shirts. Nobody wears Wawa shirts. Like, I'm not wearing Wawa fits. But, like, dude, I'll see somebody in public wearing, like, a big-ass Bucky's logo. We wear Wawa fits. I never have. I do, Joe. Where are you getting a Wawa shirt?
2022, Wawa has been focused on an aggressive expansion plan.
And is it Wawa because that's the sound a goose makes? I think. Well, wah, wah. I think, right? I think it's Wawa. Why is it called Wawa? Wah, 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 wah. How does a goose sound? Wawa is named after the town of Wawa, Pennsylvania, where its first dairy farm and corporate headquarters were located. The town name comes from the Ojibwe Native American word for the Canadian goose. Okay, so it is after the goose, but it's after the town.
Without mergers or acquisitions, growing from 6 to 12 states. And its annual revenue rose by $4 billion in that time frame. Store count has grown more
Are you reading off Google AI? Yes.
than 50% over the past decade. The goal is 1,700 locations by 2030.
Doing that gives us the best chance of success long term. It's a little more challenging. Sure, M&A might open more doors and more growth for us, but it's never been for us to be the biggest. It's trying to be the best.
As opposed to other competitors like
Great PR response, Chris.
Casey's, which focuses on rural America.
Great PR response, Mr. Geisens.
Wawa is in urban areas.
I love that.
The company serves nearly 1 billion customers per year.
It's not about being the biggest. It's about being friendly with you guys. It's not about being the biggest. It's about, touching the hearts of the people that we serve. Like Roger. How he makes your pan press panini so well. You should go see Roger right now.
Customer traffic growth of 3%.
Tell him about your day. He definitely cares about your day.
Since 2015. Though Wawa has been methodical about where and when to expand, scaling is still risky. Quality and customer service must be maintained, or the company risks damaging its reputation.
Anytime a company starts to expand,
they got those dogs, bro. Wawa ain't got them, dude. They're just sweating. That's how Wawa don't got the rollers. They make the dogs. They got like a mini fridge heater, and they put them in there, and you take it out, and the bun's just fucking ripping hot, just sweating, just in the container, just waiting for somebody to come eat it.
Far outside of its region in this industry, there is going to be that challenge of how do I maintain the customer experience that I'm known for.
Yo, are these guys' headphones like made out of copper wire? What's going on here?
With Wawa's heavy emphasis on fresh food, maintaining a strong supply chain is imperative. Even so, the company must rely on third-party suppliers to deliver product, which poses operational vulnerabilities. Competitor Casey's, on the other hand, has full control over its supply chain as it owns and operates both distribution centers and a transportation fleet. Competition is tight. Convenience stores are challenged by other convenience stores, fast food chains, and now grocery stores that offer pickup and delivery, undermining the convenience factor. As Wawa expands into—
Yo, Aldi is the worst grocery store in the fucking world, and I'm gonna stand on that fucking take. Every Aldi I've ever been to has like 9 items. You pull up, bro, and they are— if you have a grocery list of 30 things, they'll have 20 of them. And like, I want to one-stop shop, brother. One-stop shop. Maybe it's the Aldis that I pulled up to, but every Aldi I go to, bro, like you can see over the aisles. It's just fucking dog shit.
It will come up against those regions' own local convenience store favorites, like United Dairy Farmers in Indiana, Twice Daily in Tennessee, and Travel Center Buc-ee's in the South.
They're going to bump up against some people who've really locked
What do they sell at Buc-ee's? Is Buc-ee's like a Costco? Like, what is a Buc-ee's?
Who've really locked down certain regions.
Everything. So they're like a Walmart.
And cut their teeth and sort of made a name for themselves, innovating on their own terms. And I don't know if anyone knows how this is going to shake out, to be quite honest.
The company has also had a few misses, like its
They don't do wholesale.
pizza in 2023, which is still getting negative reviews. Or the
I'm not a big fan of their pizza, I gotta say. I don't really get a Wawa pizza. I do get a Wawa pizza when I have enough points saved up to get a Wawa pizza for free.
drive-thru concept it piloted in 2020. Those stores didn't offer customization, and you couldn't go inside. Wawa is still figuring out how to adapt the system.
If we don't have misses, we're not trying hard enough, and we do, certainly. So in the last few years, we launched a drive-through only store concept. We've tried 3 of them. They have come and mostly all gone, but from a great failure, you learn. So now with our
Yeah, I don't know. I think the idea of a drive-through Wawa is kind of dumb. Just because there's too many options that you could order on screen that it's more inefficient than if you just walked into the store.
our mobile app, we've given customers the ability to order whatever they want.
Oh, somebody redeemed Scream?
High inflation poses a major risk. Between 2019 and 2025, Wawa raised prices by about 22%, aligning with most competitors. And as Americans respond by pulling back spending, value meals have made a comeback, including at convenience stores.
You have to confront a company that has a well-oiled model that's been pressure tested in aggressive, tough markets, and they're going to come in and build state-of-the-art, new-to-industry stores, have all the modern amenities, and then on top of that, they're going to go in and hire really great employees, and they're going to pay them fairly. And yeah, that's a tough model to compete against.
We have to pay attention to McDonald's for sure, and we want to deliver more value.
I have heard that Wawa pays people well, but it's also a pretty grueling job if you're working like the night shift and you're just cranking out or like the morning and you're cranking out sandwiches.
Better quality at a better price. And you can have even better service. That's been the formula for us to take share, to win share, and will continue to be. We have a broader set of menu, and it allows us to innovate in ways with different products that maybe a QSR quite can't.
Yeah, I feel like it just feels like you're going to like a fast casual restaurant more than anything. That's why Wawa does well. It's because it's not like 7-Eleven where everything's like pre-made. Like they make it in front of you, which is nice. It's kind of like you're at like a deli. All right, next video. I gotta piss real quick.